New York. A funeral was being held in a quiet cemetery. Chino stood before two coffins, dressed in black mourning clothes. His face was calm, almost empty, as if the people lying inside had nothing to do with him, even though they were his parents. Beside him, a middle-aged man looked at him with sadness in his eyes. Chino, do you want to say a few words? Your parents will be buried soon. Chino stayed silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. He truly had nothing to say. After all, he had no memories of being close to the parents of this body. Saying emotional words now would only feel fake, so silence was the best choice. Yes, Chino was a transmigrator, and in this new life, he was 18 years old. But this transmigration was nothing like the fantasy he had imagined. His parents had died, leaving him with a massive inheritance. Normally, that should have meant a comfortable and carefree life. Unfortunately, there was one huge problem. This world was the Marvel Universe. The good news was that Chino had a golden finger, a special ability that allowed him to travel to other worlds. The bad news was that the other world was the DC Universe. In other words, neither side was safe. Whether it was Marvel or DC, one careless step could lead to the end of the world. Humanity could be wiped out at any moment, and he did not even know whether these were the main universes or some unknown parallel timelines. Everyone knew that Marvel and DC had countless alternate universes. That meant his knowledge of the plot was almost useless. At most, he only had a few fragments of information that might help him survive. Thinking of this, Chino's expression turned gloomy. The middle-aged man beside him noticed the look in his eyes and felt even more heartbroken. His friends had died, and their only son had suffered such a huge shock that he lost his memories. If Chino had been a little more unlucky, he might have ended up in a vegetative state. After the funeral ended, the man called out to him. Chino. Chino turned around. You may not remember me, but I'm your Uncle George. I was a close friend of your parents. If you're willing, I hope you'll consider living with us. Chino looked at him quietly. Uncle George, I want to be alone for now. George noticed the caution in Chino's eyes and did not force him. Instead, he handed him a business card. Call me if you need anything. New York may be dangerous, but there's still some order left. Chino watched the man leave. Only after George walked away did he slowly lower his guard. At least this man did not seem like one of those relatives who only cared about stealing his inheritance. He looked down at the card in his hand. George Stacy. Then his eyes landed on another name written below. Gwen Stacy. Chino paused. Wasn't Gwen Stacy Spider-Man's girlfriend? That meant this world had Spider-Man. After thinking for a while, Chino put the card into his pocket and walked toward a luxury car parked nearby. A strong, serious-looking butler stood beside the car. Young master, where would you like to go? Castle, take me back to the mansion. Understood. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at a grand estate. It was the kind of mansion Chino had only seen in movies during his previous life. After having a simple lunch, Chino immediately went to the study and turned on the computer. Luckily, the computer had a built-in translation feature. Otherwise, learning everything from zero would have been a nightmare. He opened the search bar and typed a name. Iron Man. Nothing useful. Then he searched another name. Tony Stark. This time, countless news articles appeared on the screen. Breaking news, Tony Stark has disappeared. Stark Industries stock has plummeted. Chino leaned back in his chair. So it begins, the era of chaos. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man was a symbol of change. Before Tony Stark revealed himself to the world, most extraordinary beings still operated in secrecy, following silent rules. But once Iron Man stepped into the spotlight, monsters, mutants, aliens, gods, and freaks would start appearing one after another. First, I need to find a way to increase my chances of survival. Otherwise, I won't even live long enough to see Thanos. Chino continued browsing the internet while thinking about what kind of powers an ordinary human could realistically obtain in Marvel. As for DC, he did not want to think about that for now. If he appeared in Metropolis, maybe he could still survive. But if he accidentally ended up in Gotham, then his fate would be impossible to predict. More importantly, he did not even know whether his golden finger had a cooldown. Just then, another news headline caught his attention. Breaking news, a spacecraft belonging to the Life Foundation has crashed in East Malaysia. Chino's eyes lit up. Venom. How could he forget about Venom? Limitless physical strength, rapid healing, powerful combat ability, and even the potential to copy other abilities. Sure, symbiotes had weaknesses like fire and loud sounds, but Venom was still an extremely powerful existence. As long as Chino did not provoke the true monsters of this world, Venom alone could help him live a very comfortable life. But how do I sneak into the Life Foundation? In the movie, that journalist had broken into the lab way too easily. Chino did not believe a top-secret research facility could really be infiltrated by an ordinary reporter so casually. As for buying his way in, not every orphan had the last name Wayne. Chino thought for a moment, then called out. Castle? Butler Castle. The study door opened. Yes, young master. What do you need? How much liquid cash do we have? Around 50 million. What the hell? Why do we have so much? Chino cursed instinctively, then noticed Castle's strange expression. He coughed twice and quickly regained his composure. Castle, do you know where I can find mercenaries? I do, young master. Do you wish to go there now? Castle did not ask why. As a butler, it was not his place to question his master's decisions. Chino nodded. Yes. Take me there. Castle drove him to an old-fashioned tavern hidden in a quiet part of the city. The inside of the tavern was dimly lit, giving the place a dangerous and eerie atmosphere. People sat in dark corners, drinking silently, whispering in low voices, or watching newcomers with cold eyes. The moment Chino stepped inside, he felt several gazes fall on him. He frowned slightly but quickly calmed himself. Castle walked behind him, quietly observing everyone nearby. "Young master," Castle whispered, "most of the people here are mercenaries. Their backgrounds and methods are all different. Please be careful." Chino nodded and scanned the tavern. At that moment, a burly man with a messy beard walked toward them. "Frank," the man said with a grin, "if you're not playing housekeeper in the city, what are you doing here? Thinking of coming back to the old life?" Castle's expression remained calm. "Jason, I don't do that anymore. I'm only accompanying someone today." Chino became slightly curious about Castle's past, but he had more important things to deal with right now. He looked directly at Jason. "I need mercenaries." Jason looked him up and down, then smirked. "Kid, are you sure you're in the right place?" Chino did not back down. "Does that affect whether I can hire them?" Jason stared at him for a second, then laughed. "Huh? Since you came with Frank, I'll give you a pass." He pointed toward a group of people drinking at the bar. "Talk to them. They're the ones looking for work." "Thank you." Jason's expression changed slightly. It had been a long time since someone thanked him so politely. He turned toward the tavern and shouted, "Listen up, you bastards. Behave yourselves, got it?" Chino nodded politely once again. Jason's face reddened slightly. He quickly picked up his drink, finished it in one gulp, then turned toward Castle. "Where did you find this kid? He's nothing like the street rats I know." Castle looked at Chino with a faint smile. "He is a gift from the gods." The izakaya was surprisingly spacious, packed with nearly 100 people. Noise, laughter, shouting, and drunken chatter filled every corner. Dim lights flickered overhead, making the shadows of people stretch and shrink across the room. The clinking of wine glasses mixed with the sound of people gulping down liquor. Some were drinking wildly, some were gambling, and others were shouting in excitement over games. Insults and laughter echoed non-stop. Card players slammed their hands on the tables, thick smoke floated through the air, and the sharp smell of alcohol filled the entire tavern. When Chino looked around, the truly skilled people ignored him completely. As for the weaker ones, they did not even bother showing basic manners. "Boy, hurry back home. This isn't a place for kids to play. Hey, little master, why don't you choose me? I'll give you a night you'll never forget." Chino ignored every mocking voice. With a calm expression, he moved through the crowd, carefully searching for his target. He could not sense strength or aura, so he could only judge people by their weapons, equipment, and overall presence. Soon, his eyes stopped on a man with two swords strapped to his back. Chino walked closer and studied him. The man had a handsome face, but there was a rough, dangerous edge to him. He was sitting at a card table, surrounded by people, completely focused on his hand. He did not even glance at Chino. Deadpool. Or more accurately, Wade Wilson, the mercenary who had not yet become Deadpool. Chino smiled faintly. He never expected to meet the legendary man who was once Miss Lee's favorite. In his previous life, Chino had always envied Wade's carefree attitude toward life. Instead of interrupting him, Chino quietly stood nearby and watched the game. "Damn it, lost again." Wade cursed, throwing his cards onto the table. "Wade, stop whining and pay up already," his opponent said, stretching out his hand. Wade grumbled under his breath and reluctantly took out a few coins. That was all the money he had left. "Hello, Wade. Do you mind if I have a word with you?" Chino asked gently. "Oh, kid, you haven't annoyed me yet. But if you're here to play house with me, I'll shave your head myself," Wade replied instantly. Even before becoming Deadpool, his mouth was already just as sharp. "Take me to the lab," Chino said directly. Wade froze for a second, then sneered. "Oh sure, kid. Why don't you sneak in, steal some mysterious serum, and turn yourself into a superhero? Read fewer comic books, all right." "Ha ha ha." The entire izakaya burst into laughter. $1 million. Chino raised one finger. His voice was not loud, but somehow, everyone in the tavern heard it clearly. Gulp. For a moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. The noisy tavern instantly became silent. Chino calmly observed everyone's reaction. "I can pay half of it in advance." Pfft. Jason, the izakaya owner, spat out the wine in his mouth. Under the dim light, the sprayed wine turned into a fine mist. Does this brat even know how much $1 million is? Killing someone barely costs a few thousand. Castle sighed softly. "I haven't had time to teach the young—"
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Master about these things. Chino remained expressionless and looked straight at Wade. "Not interested? Then I'll—" Before he could finish, Wade suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Chino's raised finger. "No problem, boss. Forget sneaking into a lab. If you want, I'll kill someone too." "Good," Chino said with a slight smile. "All right, boss. So when do I get the advance payment?" Castle. A moment later, Wade looked at the text message on his phone and grinned from ear to ear. $1 million. That was enough for 2 years of fun with Vanessa, plus enough money to upgrade his weapons and gear. Everyone around him stared with envy. Getting $1 million just for following a kid into a lab? Even Wade had never seen such an easy deal before. By the way, boss, Wade asked curiously, what were you about to say earlier? Oh, nothing much, Chino replied calmly. If you had refused, I was going to add another 500,000. The smile on Wade's face froze. For the first time in his life, he regretted moving too fast. If he had hesitated for just a few more seconds, he could have earned another 500,000. After recovering from the shock, Wade noticed that Chino was still scanning the room, as if searching for someone else. The mercenaries nearby immediately began showing off their weapons and strength, hoping to catch the attention of this young, generous boss. Boss, are you still looking for more people to play? I mean, to sneak into the lab with us. You'll be the main attacker, Chino said. But I still need a few people to protect me. Only then did Wade realize that this young boss was serious. After thinking for a moment, Wade said, Boss, I know a guy who once beat me in a fight. He'd be perfect for protecting you. Oh, Chino's eyes lit up. Where is he? Take me to him. He was very interested in meeting someone Wade considered strong. But boss, he's a mutant. You sure you're okay with that? During their fight, Wade remembered clearly that the man's jaw had been as hard as steel. If he had not been wearing hand guards, his fist might have shattered on impact. As long as he's strong enough, I don't mind, Chino said without hesitation. With Wade leading the way, Chino arrived at a table where a burly man was drinking whiskey like it was water. Logan, stop drinking. I got a job for you. Come with me, will ya? Cough? Wade slapped the man's back, causing him to choke on his drink. The burly man slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of wild, dangerous eyes. Touch my ass again, and I'll cut you into pieces. Hey, not my fault. Your ass is just too firm. Anyway, I found a big job, and I'm specially recommending you to the boss. Chino's eyes narrowed slightly. Wolverine. Logan. What was he doing here? In this timeline, Wade should have been killed by him already. This is your boss. Logan glanced at Chino with disdain. Playing house with a kid now. Clearly, Logan had already heard the conversation from earlier. Don't say that, Wade quickly said. This boss is serious. Get lost before I punch you, Logan warned, raising his fist. Oh, wanna show off those tiny claws of yours? Come on, I'll fix you up real nice. Wade slowly drew two knives. Logan smirked. Then, with a sharp metallic sound, he extended the tips of his adamantium claws. At that moment, Chino suddenly spoke. Wade, stop. Then he looked at Logan. Wolverine. Logan. Can we talk? Wolverine. Logan muttered, retracting his claws. What a fancy title. Unfortunately, I don't deserve it. His eyes sharpened as he stared at Chino. Do you know me? $1 million, Chino said calmly. And I also have information that might be useful to you. Consider my request. Logan narrowed his eyes. How do I know you're not lying? Chino paused for a moment, then said, your skeleton is coated with adamantium, making it almost unbreakable. You also wear a dog tag on your chest. Logan's expression changed instantly. When do we leave? Right now, Chino replied. Castle, prepare a car. Understood, young master, Castle said. Then, with concern in his voice, he asked, shall I accompany you? No need to worry. This will be simple. Chino turned and walked away. Just make sure my chocolate milk is ready when I return. Castle lowered his head. Yes, sir. Three well-dressed otakus sat inside an off-road vehicle. Boss, do we really have to dress like this? Wade pulled a mask over his face. The warm air made it clear that it was June. We're going to steal something, so we can't just dress however we like. Do you want trouble later? Chino popped a piece of chocolate into her mouth and let out a small burp. Around her, chocolate wrappers were stacked like a small mountain. Boss, what exactly are we stealing? Is it worth the trouble? The Life Foundation has discovered an alien symbiote from space that grants its host immense power and rapid healing abilities. We have to get our hands on it. Chino didn't bother hiding the truth, nor did she tell the two men to back out. That sounds amazing. If you weren't paying me, I'd want one for myself, Wade joked. It was hard to find a boss as generous as Chino. There are multiple symbiotes inside, but each one has its own consciousness and desires. If you can't control it, it'll control you? Well, I don't exactly want a third wheel when I'm with Vanessa, but boss, aren't you worried about being taken over? That's why I'll be going in myself and choosing one that I can get along with. Logan, who was driving, glanced at the TNT sitting on the passenger seat. Hey, you have another reason for being here, don't you? Well, some of these symbiotes have dreams of world domination. One of them is too dangerous to let live. Chino considered the internal conflict among the symbiotes. If the strongest symbiote managed to establish a connection with Earth, what else could it accomplish? Even if the symbiote you mentioned grants its host powerful abilities, their numbers are small. That kind of large-scale influence is impossible. What if there were millions of them? Logan slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a sudden stop in the middle of the road. Both Logan and Wade turned to look at Chino. Are you serious? This is getting way too exciting. Chino met their gazes with a serious expression and nodded. The symbiotes were brought back from space by the Life Foundation. They come from a planet full of them. I see. Logan's usual nonchalance vanished as he gritted his teeth and slammed on the accelerator. Yoo-hoo? Boss, we're saving the world again. So that's how it is. Logan drove at full speed, and soon, they arrived at the research facility in the dead of night. All right. Wade, Logan, I'm counting on you. Chino watched them closely. No problem, boss. Kid, don't stray too far from me. Wade and Logan jumped out of the vehicle and moved like ghosts toward the entrance of the facility. Chino followed behind, gripping her pistol tightly, knowing full well that a gun might not be useful when it mattered most. Wade moved swiftly between the shadows, locating the guards with ease. He pulled out a short knife and stabbed one in the heart from behind. The guard tried to call for help, but blood flooded his windpipe. Moments later, he collapsed. Wade, ever the considerate assassin, propped the man up against the wall, making it look like he had dozed off. As they advanced, Wade efficiently eliminated more guards, skillfully avoiding security cameras and keeping a low profile. Impressive. Chino's eyes gleamed with admiration at Wade's fluid and precise movements. Eventually, they reached the laboratory. Wade glanced at the password-protected door and sighed. Fingerprint scan, password, two-factor authentication. This is a hassle. Logan pushed Wade aside, unsheathed his claws, and slashed at the metal door twice. With a final kick, a triangular gap was torn open. Thanks, Logan. Chino didn't hesitate to step inside. Hey, do you sell those claws? I'd trade 10,000 knives for just one of them. I could make 2 high-quality steel blades out of those. If you sew your mouth shut, I'll consider it. Impossible. Do you know how much happiness my mouth brings, Vanessa? If I lost it. Shut up, Wade. As the two bickered, Chino examined the symbiotes. 4 containers held symbiotes of different colors, all in storage. Most of them were still and quiet, except for one. The black symbiote was alive with energy, thrashing violently inside its container. Chino's eyes darkened. She aimed her gun at the container and shot, shattering the glass. The black symbiote oozed out. Come on, Venom. From now on, you and I are one. Chino reached out as the symbiote surged forward, merging with her body. Despite the widespread rumors that Venom was the weakest of the symbiote race, evidence suggested otherwise. In Venom, the Deadly Guardian, multiple symbiotes attempted to suppress Venom, only to fail. The movies had called Venom a loser on his home planet, but that had nothing to do with his strength. If he were weak, he wouldn't have been selected as part of Riot's vanguard force. Chino ran her hands over her body, feeling no discomfort. It seemed the large amounts of chocolate she had eaten earlier had helped. Boss, are you okay? Wade wasn't worried about Chino, he was worried about his $500,000 paycheck. I'm fine. It's time to leave. Chino placed TNT next to the silver symbiote's container, not wanting to risk its survival. Let's go. The 3 of them retraced their steps and exited the facility. They hopped into the car, and Chino pressed a button. A loud explosion echoed through the night as a column of black smoke rose into the sky. They had obtained Venom, eliminated Riot, and escaped unharmed. And yet, Chino felt strange, as if she were dreaming. A dream? Bang! Without warning, Chino pulled out a gun and fired at Logan, who was driving. Boss, are you crazy? Why did you shoot Logan? Wade looked at her in disbelief. This is real. Chino watched as Wolverine slumped over the steering wheel, then turned the gun toward Wade. Sorry, Wade. Bang! Wade's forehead burst open, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the seat. Chino sat in the still-moving car, staring at the gun in her hand. A small smile crept onto her lips. They're not really dead. I'm just betting on the true poison within me. Bang! Am I dead? Chino turned her head and found herself staring into a pair of large, pale blue eyes. If your mind is strong enough, death in this world will never be real for you. From behind Chino, Venom's head emerged, blocking the bullet. I knew it wasn't an illusion when you merged with my body. Chino lowered the gun. I can save you, but you need to understand that while your mind may be your own, your body belongs to me now. Venom bared its sharp, bloody teeth. Its long tongue slithered out, running across Chino's face as if about to devour her. We are all lonely in this world. You are an alien among symbiotes, and I am a wanderer from another realm. We are the same. Despite the symbiote's reputation for being emotionless, obedient creatures, Venom was different. He had his own thoughts, his own feelings. And now, he had a host who truly understood him. Quote, we are who we choose to be. Green Goblin, Spider-Man, Chapter 4 Venom. Venom's Awakening. Based on the so-called movie in your head, this is for me. Stop licking me. You know I'm clean, right? Chino smacked his face as Venom licked him. Oh, my apologies, it's just. Venom instinctively apologized but noticed Chino's amused gaze. You guys really think you can fool me, huh? Ack, it's so itchy. I was wrong, okay. Before Venom could continue, Chino quickly begged for mercy. As expected, even if a symbiote retains past memories, its personality is influenced by the current host. That's why, from the moment they met, the two could engage in battle without any hesitation. Venom, will you defeat me? Impossible. I'll provide you with gaming consoles, chocolate, and even take you on scenic trips. Work with me, please. Fine. It depends on your sincerity. Venom merged back into Chino's body, and instantly, darkness swallowed his vision. Chaos in the dark. The first sense to recover was hearing. Loud gunfire rang out. When is this kid going to wake up? If he doesn't, we're stuck here. I have no idea. I never expected to find mutants here. If the boss hadn't called me an idol just now, I would have left. FK. Wade, check on him. See if we can leave quickly. All right, leave it to me. Just then, Logan's scream echoed through the space, followed by the sound of sharp claws slicing through flesh. Wade, you're hurt. As Chino opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a wound on Wade's shoulder. Boss, you finally woke up. Since I got injured on the job, you're paying for my medical expenses. The medical bills in New York had begun. Chino stood up and scanned his surroundings. They were still inside the laboratory, and the containers still had TNT attached to them. Wade, give me a status update. Okay, the moment Boss stepped outside, you blacked out. The Life Foundation hired 3 mutants and a group of armed guards for security. If we weren't worried about them setting off the explosives, we'd all be dead by now and Logan wouldn't have had to fight so hard. Wade twirled the battered steel knife in his hand. If those 3 mutants hadn't been there, he could have easily taken out the guards with his own skills. At that moment, Logan crashed into a wall with a loud thud. His body, riddled with bullet holes, began healing instantly as his muscles pushed out the bullets. Oh, so you're finally awake. Yeah, good thing you didn't leave me behind. Chino felt slightly touched. Considering Logan's abilities, Wade could have left, but not many people could actually stop him from doing so. In the end, the boss calls me an idol. Humph, kid. You took on this job knowing that merging with a symbiote requires tremendous strength, didn't you? Logan snorted. There was another reason he hadn't left. This kid was mysterious. He knew a lot. If what he said about the symbiote's power was true, then this whole mess wouldn't be a big problem. Will you help me, Venom? In the next moment, black liquid oozed from Chino's clothes, forming into a massive, ferocious creature with razor-sharp teeth and a long, protruding tongue. Watch me slaughter them. Venom lunged forward, instantly getting showered by a hail of bullets. A mutant with a hole in the middle of his hand suddenly leaped out, sending a shockwave toward Venom. The force rippled across Venom's body but failed to penetrate his defenses. That tickles. Ignoring the bullets, Venom decided to handle the mutants first, using his mental link with Chino to strategize. He crouched slightly. In the next second, a black bolt of lightning shot toward the mutant, and a massive, casserole-sized fist swung forward. Bang! It was like a baseball game. Venom's punch struck the mutant's chest, twisting his entire body into a grotesque shape before sending him crashing into the guards behind him. He didn't stop until he slammed against the back wall. That's the first one. Without even glancing at the bloodied enemy, Venom shifted his gaze to the burly man whose entire body gleamed like metal. My name is Teeling. My body is indestructible. Feeling Venom's icy stare, the so-called strongest man felt a chill down his spine. But he forced himself to remain calm. Trembling, he roared to boost his courage and charged at Venom. Is that so? Then let's test it out. Venom's lips curled into a sneer as he dashed forward. Both moved at lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. And then, bang! A deafening impact rang out, like the toll of a giant bell. Venom's fist smashed into Teeling's face. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Teeling's body froze, his eyeballs suddenly ruptured, and blood streamed from his eye sockets. At the same time, a white liquid dripped from his ears. With just one strike, Venom had shattered his brain, completely draining him of life. Turns out, the body's surface might be tough, but the internal organs are still fragile flesh and blood. Venom stared at Teeling's lifeless body. The battlefield fell silent. The gunfire stopped. The remaining guards gawked at the monstrous being before them. How much do they pay per month? How do you even live? Run. Let's try this trick. As the guards scattered in all directions, Venom didn't bother chasing them. Instead, he raised his fists and slammed them into the ground. Tremors shook the lab. Thousands of tendrils will end this. With Venom's low growl, dozens of black tendrils erupted from the ground. Like venomous snakes, they shot out, piercing every fleeing guard. The tendrils moved too fast. There was no escape. They mercilessly skewered the guards, dealing fatal damage. Silence. The tendrils writhed in the air, as if celebrating victory. Venom stood unmoving, radiating an aura of sheer terror. He turned his gaze to a figure lying on the ground. This one is hallucinating. What's going on? Venom's face peeled back, revealing Chino's. He was killed mentally before his body even fell. Venom's voice echoed in Chino's mind. Venom is even more powerful than I expected. But, Venom, you're not going to eat these people, are you? Chino hesitated before asking. Venom had considered the issue of eating humans when choosing his host. Don't like it? Anyway, chocolate is a better energy source. Thank you. Choosing you was the best decision of my life. You're welcome. As the noises outside faded, Wade and Logan stepped out. Seeing the mighty Venom standing among lifeless bodies, Wade called out. Hey, boss. You good? Chino returned to his normal form and faced the two. Let's go. The three left the base and got into a car. Chino finally exhaled in relief. Today had been exhausting. From a distance, he pressed a button. A loud explosion erupted behind them, forming a mushroom cloud. Ah, boss, job's done. Time for the final payment. Wade grinned. Let's fix your injuries first, Wade. Placing a hand on Wade's shoulder, Chino allowed the black symbiote to mend his wounds. Boss, go easy. Wade scratched at his shoulder. Wow, it's like new. You'd make a killing if you opened a clinic, boss. Chino and Venom exchanged thoughts. This man has cancer. Can we cure it? No, I see. So, Deadpool was truly unkillable. Quote, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. The Usual Suspects Chapter 5. Chapter 5 Not polluted? Chino silently took out his cell phone and made a call. Castle, the job is done. I'll return to the tavern in about 2 hours. I've also settled the final payment and added an extra 500,000. Everything's in order. As Chino ended the call, Wade's face lit up with excitement. Unable to contain his joy, he cheered. Boss, you're truly generous? Logan, I brought you a big job, so we're heading back to the bar later to celebrate. I don't mind having a drink, Logan replied, his happiness evident. It was the first time he had held so much money in his hands. The three of them moved quickly and reached the tavern in an hour and a half. At the entrance, Castle, the housekeeper, greeted them with a slight bow. Welcome back, young master. Find us a private room, Castle. Once inside, Logan dramatically ordered a bottle of wine. As he uncorked the whiskey, the bottle tilted, and the liquid flowed down the edges of his lips. All right, let's get to it. Tell me what I need to know. In front of Chino sat a cup of chocolate milk. He tilted his head slightly before wiping the rim of the cup. This is delicious. I like it. James, that is your real name. Logan is the name you chose later. James. Logan furrowed his brows slightly. He had never heard that name before, yet it felt strangely familiar. From his name to his participation in wars, his connections with Sabretooth and Silver Fox, and ultimately his involvement in the Weapon X project, all of it led to this moment. My memory loss, it's all because of Colonel Stryker. Logan stared at Chino with unwavering eyes, not doubting the information one bit. There was too much to process, but verifying it would be easy. Logan, you've suffered torture, fighting your own brother to the death. But the name Stryker sounds familiar. Ah, now I remember? A few years ago, that colonel tried to recruit me into his unit. I refused because I was in love with Vanessa at the time. Wade clicked his tongue, giving Logan a sympathetic look. He clinked his glass and, as if recalling something, his expression suddenly changed. Chino thought to himself this was the reason why the two had never crossed paths before. How can we find Stryker? Logan clenched his bottle in anger, crushing it as a murderous intent filled his eyes. His teeth ground together audibly. Logan, you underestimate me too much. I know many things, but I don't hide everything, nor am I omniscient. Seeing Logan lower his head in disappointment, Chino thought for a moment before speaking again. However, since his goal is the eradication of all mutants, you can go to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, which was founded by Professor X. Wait there, and he will come. Professor X. Chino nodded, his expression serious. Right now, mutants are divided into two factions, the Masters and the War Clan. Professor X leads the Masters, while the War Clan has a different leader. I won't recommend you to the War Clan. Why not? Logan asked. Because the leader of the War Clan is Magneto, the one who can control metal. Logan stopped talking, poured himself another glass of whiskey, and drank in silence. Boss, do you have any other high-paying intel? Wade had realized that Chino was incredibly mysterious, possessing a vast amount of secret information. It was almost as if he had insight into military plans themselves. How much money can you access right now? With everything you just gave me, about $2 million. That's too little. Wade's face darkened. In a place like New York, where every inch of land was valuable, saving even $500,000 was considered impressive. Buy as many shares in Stark Industries as you can. Boss, are you saying Stark isn't dead? Tony Stark, the whole world knew his name. Whether it was his genius mind or his extravagant lifestyle, people envied him. He won't die so easily. But whether he lives or dies depends on you, Chino said, sipping his chocolate milk. Boss, I've always trusted you. Without hesitation, Wade pulled out his phone and started making calls to stockbrokers. Logan, sitting beside him, repeatedly glanced over, contemplating whether he should invest as well. Chino observed Wade's excitement but chose to remain silent about the topic of cancer. It might seem like he had access to special intelligence sources, but in truth, he simply knew the future. However, Chino also recalled something from the comics. Deadpool was actually the second host of Venom. It was under his influence that Venom later became a chaotic and sinister entity. With that thought, he asked internally, Venom, how many hosts have you had before me? None. You are my first host. Though there are many origins of me in your mind, I have only existed on the symbiote home world before this. Why do you ask? That's great. What's great about it? Venom sounded confused. It means I'm your first host. That means you haven't been corrupted yet. Chino took another sip of his chocolate milk. This also meant Venom's personality would be shaped by him. Not corrupted? Do you really think you're some kind of saint? Haha, you naive fool. You, my friend, are more twisted than you realize. Pfft. Chino nearly choked, spitting out his milk. He coughed several times, shocked that Venom could access even those kinds of memories. Meanwhile, Wade and Logan were still arguing over their drinks when, without warning, they were both splashed in the face. Boss. Damn it, kid. Chino looked at their blackened expressions and smiled awkwardly. Sorry about that. My bad. I'll cover the cost of today's drinks. Immediately, Wade and Logan went back to fighting over the wine. You can blame me all you want, but remember I'm an alien. Besides. Enough? Just say whatever you want. Chino sighed, already getting used to Venom's sarcastic remarks. We need to go somewhere, and find something. Venom's voice was slightly confused. Ever since they left the research facility, he had felt something calling to him from afar. Where? Find what? Chino felt uneasy since this had nothing to do with the main storyline. I don't know, but it's important. How are we supposed to go somewhere when you don't even know what you're looking for? Using a world map from the tavern, Chino let Venom guide him in identifying the direction. Eventually, they pinpointed a location. Here, it should be. Venom wasn't entirely certain, but he knew the direction was right. Chino stared at the map. The location was the Sahara Desert, the same place where Iron Man had been kidnapped. A mere coincidence? If we extract Wolverine's healing factor and inject it into your body, then even without me, you won't die. Venom sensed something was off. There was something very important waiting for them out there. Quote, Fate whispers to the warrior, you cannot withstand the storm. The warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Can you still do this? Chino was slightly surprised. Did Venom still possess this ability? I don't know. I've never tried it, but I believe it should work. Venom hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if he could succeed, but instinctively, he felt that he could. Let me think for a moment. Chino was deep in thought. Of course, he wanted to be able to heal his own genetic factors. Not only would it allow him to recover faster, but it would also slow down aging. Additionally, helping Stark came with certain risks, but the potential rewards were substantial. If he ever encountered an unbeatable enemy, he could always escape to the DC universe. If you're going to do it, just go. If things go south, escape to another world. Logan asked, Kid, where are you headed? Are you planning to help? From the beginning, Chino had been talking to himself, his expression shifting as he requested a map. Wade was already drunk. But if Logan had a healing factor, why wasn't he drunk as well? Chino shook his head. No, Logan. I can handle this myself. You have your own duties. All right. If you ever need to make a call, Logan said quietly. Chino stood up and patted Logan on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't waste the kindness you've shown me. You two keep drinking, I'm heading home first. With that, he turned and left. Logan scratched his shoulder with his finger. It felt a little itchy. Outside the bar, Chino glanced at the black tissue in the center of his palm. Venom, did it work? It certainly did. How long until it's fully integrated? A few hours. With this, he now had an added layer of security in this world. Chino got into his luxury car and let out a sigh of relief. As expected, I still can't get used to bars filled with alcohol and cigarettes. Yes, master. In the future, you should avoid such places. Well then, Castle, can I trust you? Chino casually glanced at the chauffeur. After spending a week in this world, Castle had treated him with utmost care. They had known each other for a while, and Castle even knew his favorite foods. Of course, master. I swear on my wife and children. Castle didn't turn around but watched Chino through the rearview mirror. Venom, come out and greet the butler. Hello, Mr. Castle. Venom extended his terrifying head from Chino's shoulder, revealing sharp fangs and a long tongue. Hello, Mr. Venom. Castle wasn't startled. Instead, a strange glint appeared in his eyes. You're not afraid of me. Venom found it odd. He could sense that the man before him wasn't scared at all. No, Mr. Venom. Please take a seat. I'm driving? Castle kept his eyes on the road without a hint of hesitation. You're quite composed. Crashing the car into a wall now, that would be scary. Fair point. Rest assured, this car is very expensive. Chino wrapped his arms around Venom's head and stuffed a handful of chocolate into his mouth to calm him down. Chino asked, Castle, what did you do before this? I was a U.S. Marine with the rank of captain. After retiring, I worked as an instructor for a while, and then I became a butler for the young master's household. Castle didn't hide anything. Why not use your qualifications? Why become a butler? Chino was puzzled. With his credentials, he could easily earn millions annually as a bodyguard for the rich. My master saved my wife and children. In return, I became his butler, Castle replied with a smile. A Marine captain with a family, a very familiar setup. Idiot. It's him. Venom's voice rang in Chino's mind. He glared at Venom to confirm his suspicions. Castle, what's your full name? Frank Castle. It was him. The Punisher. The pinnacle of human soldiers. Frank, how long have you been a butler? 5 months and 6 days. Frank provided a precise answer. How did my parents die? Master and his wife died suddenly after drinking alcohol, Frank replied without a change in expression. But the mansion's wine cellar is empty. Frank fell silent. Chino didn't press further. He shifted his thoughts to his abilities. Right now, he could only pass through the DC universe. But what if he could time travel in the future? After all, this world was full of anomalies, and with enough power, manipulating time wasn't impossible. Also, the time Frank mentioned wasn't that the exact moment they first met. He made a mental note of it. Scratch, scratch. Hey. His parents had suddenly died the day before his time travel. He had seen their pictures, but their bodies were already in coffins. Scratch, scratch. Are you listening? If his father was his future self, then who was his mother? Could he take others through time? If so, then, are you treating my head like a stress ball? Scratch harder? Ah. Venom lost it and bit Chino's head in frustration. That hurts. Chino felt like his head was about to explode. His previous thoughts vanished as he pleaded for mercy. All right. Sorry, I got lost in thought. When I think about something, I can't help but analyze it. No one cares about your overthinking. Just stop ignoring me. That was intentional. Stop biting me, I'm bleeding. In the rearview mirror, Frank's eyes twinkled with amusement. His face remained neutral, but he seemed entertained by their antics. Wait, manners. Chino stepped out of the car, blood dripping from his forehead. Venom, you can heal my wounds, but you can't wipe off the blood. It's a keepsake. Right. Too slow. Chino rushed to the bathroom and started washing up. Venom, my back itches a little. Scratch it for me. Am I your nanny now? Despite his complaints, Venom extended a few black tendrils and scratched his back. Much better. After showering, Chino lay down on his soft bed, feeling exhausted in his loose pajamas. Venom, how does the self-healing factor merge? Just sleep for a while. It's safe and painless, Venom assured him, emerging from his chest. All right, I'll leave it to you. A few moments later, Chino's breathing steadied, and he fell into a deep sleep. He really fell asleep so easily. Venom mused silently. He could sense Chino's physical condition clearly. Indeed, he was sleeping soundly. Venom recalled Chino's memories. He had always been a cautious person, especially since arriving in this world, where he often woke up in the middle of the night. But now, he had let his guard down so easily, placing complete trust in Venom. What a strange human. He relaxes just by watching a few movies. Still, Venom didn't mind. Even if the reason was unclear, he liked the feeling of being trusted. Stupid and reckless Chino. Venom whispered before merging into Chino's body, initiating the fusion of the self-healing factor. Trust is earned, respect is given, and loyalty is demonstrated. Betrayal of anyone is to lose all three. Unknown. Sahara Desert. Armed helicopters hovered in the sky. Frank, can we still get this? Chino asked in surprise. The next day, when he woke up, he ordered Frank to arrange a flight to the Sahara Desert. Unexpectedly, after a day out, he discovered a gunship helicopter. Our connections with the military have always been quite useful. Are you sure you don't need me to come with you, young master? Frank, dressed in black combat gear and fully armed with various weapons stacked in the corner, slowly landed the plane. No, Frank. Wait here. There's still poison in the air. Don't worry, butler. I am well protected. Venom peeked out, gazing at the small hill in the distance. The sensation within him grew stronger. All right then, I'm heading out. Chino, wearing a ridiculous yellow windbreaker, walked along the slope of a hill. Beneath it lay a natural bunker, where terrifying young soldiers patrolled the area, with various shells flying through the air. So this is really the place where Stark was kidnapped. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in already. Venom was itching to transform. Wait, you're not planning on blowing everything up with a cannon, are you? Chino immediately halted. And if I was? Come on, remember why we're here. Our goal is to find something, not kill people. If the item we need is in their hands and you go on a rampage, what if it gets destroyed? Truthfully, he didn't want to get injured. While he wouldn't die due to Venom and his self-healing ability, the pain was just too much to bear. Then what should we do? First, confirm the exact location of what we're looking for. Chino climbed a small incline and stopped in the middle of the desert. There. It's right below us. Then start digging. Chino stared at the yellow sand beneath his feet. Inside the cave. You're incredible. You can craft such a perfect weapon with just a hammer. The leader of the Ten Rings gang gazed at the broken steel armor in the corner. You truly are the world's greatest genius, Tony Stark. The leader looked at the two men cornered at gunpoint with an excited expression. Tony Stark wore a grim expression but had successfully bought himself a week's time. However, he hadn't expected them to suddenly attack today. What about the weapon blueprints? The leader was eager to reach out. With those blueprints, the Ten Rings gang would undoubtedly dominate the world. Tony glanced at Yinsen, who translated, he wants the weapon schematics. Don't give it to him. Tony knew that handing over the blueprints would buy him another day of survival. So, he walked over to the workbench, carefully sorting through the drawings, making sure not to leave a single trace behind. The leader watched Tony's back with heavy breathing. Soon, he would have the designs for the ultimate weapon that could rule the world. Yinsen's eyes darkened. Tony gathered a stack of blueprints and approached the leader. The subordinates stepped aside one by one, while the leader stood there like a king awaiting tribute. Tony handed the papers over slowly. The leader, with trembling hands, reached out to grab them. Suddenly, Tony flicked his wrist, and the blueprints fell into the furnace beside him. In an instant, the intense heat turned them to ash. No. The leader grabbed Tony by the collar and shouted, "What have you done?" Yinsen translated as Tony turned around, his bloodshot eyes filled with contempt. "No one can take anything from me. I am Tony Stark, and that includes you." The entire cave fell silent. Everyone stared at the two fearless men, their expressions unwavering in the face of death. The leader's eyes turned bloodshot with fury. Only Yinsen and Tony laughed. Ha ha ha. The leader, enraged, burst into laughter and released Tony before pulling out a pistol and firing twice. Arg. Tony collapsed to the ground, two bleeding holes in his knees. You don't need to build weapons anymore. As long as you can draw blueprints, you don't need legs to escape. After all, drawing doesn't require legs. Cold sweat dripped from Tony's face. This time, he truly had no way to escape. His kneecaps were shattered. Even if he recovered, he would be crippled. I will neither draw nor build weapons for you. Watching the terrorists use the very weapons he had invented, he resolved never to make weapons for them again. That's all right. Since you have such a good relationship with this man, let's see how long you can keep your secrets. Hearing the translation, the leader ordered his men to hold Yinsen down. He then grabbed a soldering iron from the furnace and pressed it against Yinsen's chest. Tony's eyes turned bloodshot. Stop. Ah. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. As the temperature cooled, the leader withdrew the soldering iron, now carrying a large chunk of burnt flesh. If you don't cooperate, I will keep torturing him until you do. Tony clenched his fists. Yinsen, despite the pain, sat up. His pupils were dilated, blood trickled from them, yet he still looked directly at the leader. Shaking, he pulled out a crystal from his pocket, pressed it against his forehead, and began to pray. Your sins are too great. God. Allah will send his messenger to punish you. The leader smirked as he snatched the crystal and admired its transparent beauty. There is no God. The only truths in this world are money and weapons. The only truth in this world is money and weapons. Ha ha ha. The terrorists' laughter echoed through the cave, as if the cave itself was trembling. At that moment, a large hole opened in the ceiling, and a dark figure dropped down, landing right in front of the leader. Everyone stared at the demonic figure. A tall, black body, smooth skin, pale blue eyes, a mouth full of fangs, and a long, slithering tongue. Venom's eyes locked onto the crystal in the leader's hand. That belongs to me. Before the leader could react, the monster snatched the crystal and swallowed it. The leader took a few steps back, then roared, shoot him, kill this monster. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, everyone fired. It didn't matter whether this thing was a demon or a messenger of God. The only thing they believed in was money and weapons. Within moments, 7 or 8 rifles unloaded their magazines. The monster's figure was engulfed in smoke as bullets rained upon it. They didn't stop until every magazine was empty. So, what happens to a messenger of God now? If God himself descended, we would beat him to death. Only money and weapons are the true power in this world. The leader smirked proudly, his eyes glimmering with greed and arrogance. A deep voice echoed from within the smoke. You're absolutely right. But let me correct you, only power is the true reality of this world. Hearing those words, the leader felt a chill run down his spine. Quote, the world is not driven by money or weapons, but by the strength to wield them. The smoke gradually dissipated. Venom stood tall, his massive and powerful body riddled with embedded bullets. The surface of his body suddenly writhed, absorbing the bullets within. Then, his arms quickly transformed into 2 massive Gatling guns, the black muzzles aimed directly at the enemies before him. A sinister grin stretched across Venom's face as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Now, start counting your sins. Da 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 da. Countless bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. The terrorists, trapped in the confined space, were thrown into a state of panic as they desperately searched for cover. Some ducked behind tables, while others tried to shield themselves with rocks. But in the very next moment, Venom's bullets tore through both obstacles and flesh alike, turning the terrorists into nothing more than mangled heaps of flesh and blood. The cave was soon filled with the thick, suffocating scent of blood, mingled with agonized screams, creating a truly nightmarish scene. The terrorist leader stood frozen in horror, his heart gripped by overwhelming fear. He turned, desperate to escape this hellish nightmare, only to realize that his path had long been blocked. You, what kind of monster are you? He stammered, trembling. Venom reached out and seized the leader's head, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. We are Venom. As his fingers tightened, the leader's eyes rolled back, his body convulsing like a fish out of water, struggling and begging for mercy. Wait, let me go? I have money, lots of money? I'll surrender to you. Bang! A sickening crack echoed through the cave as Venom tossed the lifeless body to the ground. Ugh! Tony Stark, still sprawled on the ground, retched violently, unable to handle the gruesome sight before him. The cave was nothing but a slaughterhouse filled with blood and gore. Venom turned, his gaze locking onto Tony Stark. Tony's eyes widened in fear, and he hastily blurted out, Mr. Demon, I am not with them. Hey, stay away, you evil. Venom ignored him and instead stepped toward Ethan, who lay injured on the ground. Chino, now back in human form, crouched down beside Ethan to check his wounds. He had been shot in the abdomen, and his chest was badly burned. Venom, heal him, Chino ordered. Placing his hands on Ethan's chest, the symbiote tendrils seeped into the wounds, repairing the damaged tissue. You are a messenger of God, Ethan murmured, his eyes fluttering open. He had never lost consciousness. No, Chino replied simply before asking, where did you get that crystal from earlier? Ethan hesitated for a moment but eventually answered truthfully. 2 days ago, I found it in the cave. A voice from the darkness told me that if I brought it here, a messenger would come to save me. Chino frowned. 2 days ago, that was the exact moment he had bonded with Venom. If this was something from the future, why did it happen this way? Why didn't the Ancient One or the Time Variance Authority stop it? Was there some greater event unfolding? And if it was an enemy behind all this, why take such a roundabout approach? Wouldn't it have been easier to send someone back to stop him before he even arrived in this timeline? Even stranger, after swallowing the crystal, he could feel its presence within him. Chino placed a hand over his chest. He couldn't see or touch the crystal, and even an X-ray would probably be useless. Yet, he could distinctly sense a transparent crystal residing within him, as if it existed in a separate space inside his body. Venom, did you experience any side effects after absorbing the crystal? He asked. No, but I did gain an additional core inside me. It seems to function as a storage device. A storage device? What exactly does it store? The abilities of others. I can now copy superpowers. But that's already one of your abilities. What makes this different? Before, my copying ability was limited in quantity. But with this, I can store an unlimited number of abilities. Plus, you can use the powers yourself without relying on me. That actually sounds amazing. Chino smiled. This crystal was undoubtedly a gift, perfectly tailored for him and Venom. Don't just stand there grinning. That guy over there is about to die. Snapping out of his thoughts, Chino turned to see Tony Stark's condition worsening. His legs were drenched in blood, his femoral artery must have been hit. Ethan was trying to stop the bleeding, but without proper medical tools, his efforts were proving ineffective. Can you save my friend? Ethan pleaded. Chino pressed his hands against Tony's wounds, allowing the symbiote to rapidly repair the damaged tissues. After all, if fate had drawn him into this timeline, it surely meant that Tony Stark was meant to survive. Without help, Tony, whose legs were broken, would never have escaped on his own. Tony Stark gasped as he watched his wounds heal before his very eyes. Oh, my God. Chino casually retrieved the shrapnel and reactor from Tony's body and held them out. Do you still want these, Mr. Stark? Tony hesitated before shaking his head. Thanks, but no thanks. Chino chuckled, placing the items on a nearby workbench. Tony stared at the pieces of shrapnel that had nearly cost him his life, his expression complicated. My friend, who are you? Tony finally asked, his voice unusually polite, a rare occurrence for the arrogant billionaire. My name is Chino, he answered. And let's just say, I'm here to save you. Do you have anything you need to take with you? Tony looked around before shaking his head. No, but, can you do me a favor? Can you destroy this suit? No problem. Chino walked over to the Markai armor, covered it with symbiote tendrils, and then delivered a single devastating punch. Boom. The Markai suit shattered, its pieces scattering like petals in the wind. It was now nothing more than scrap metal. Tony Stark inhaled sharply. Although he had seen Venom withstand bullets and transform into Gatling guns, this was different. The sheer display of raw power was staggering. Even though the Markai was a crude prototype, it was still made of reinforced metal. Yet, Chino had obliterated it in a single punch. Let's go, Chino said, leading the way toward the passage ahead. Tony and Ethan followed closely behind. As they moved through the dimly lit tunnel, Chino suddenly felt uneasy. Even if the earlier gunfire hadn't alerted anyone, there should still have been guards patrolling the area. But the passage was eerily silent. Just as they neared the cave's entrance, a strong metallic scent filled the air. Chino's expression darkened as he immediately transformed back into Venom. Something happened outside, he said grimly. Tony Stark also sensed that something was wrong. Stay close to me, Venom warned before stepping out of the cave. The moment they emerged, the howling desert wind carried yellow sand across the blood-soaked ground. Corpses were scattered everywhere, their faces twisted in agony, their eyes frozen in terror. Blood had seeped into the sand, creating a horrifying scene of death and despair. Everyone was dead, and there was no one left to deliver a message. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Edmund Burke. The smoke gradually cleared. Venom stood firm in his place, his massive and menacing form appearing unshaken. His white, piercing eyes locked onto the source of the disturbance. I only came here to eliminate the organization that stole my name, but I didn't expect to encounter something interesting. A deep voice echoed through the air. As Venom turned his gaze, he saw a man with a long beard, dressed in a luxurious golden robe, with 10 dazzling gemstone rings adorning his fingers. The man exuded an aura of cold arrogance, as if he did not take Venom seriously. Mandarin? Chino, hiding within Venom, instantly recognized him. His expression turned solemn. A powerful late-game boss from Iron Man's story had appeared in what was supposed to be a beginner's zone. Tony Stark and a demon. Despite his century of experience, Mandarin could not recognize what Venom was. As for Ethan, he did not regard him as a threat at all. What's this? Are you trying to steal my prey? Seeing Mandarin regard him as a mere demon, Venom smirked. His long tongue flickered in the air, and his razor-sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light. No, I'm not interested, Mandarin replied, shaking his head. His deep-set eyes were filled with curiosity. Then don't get in my way, Venom said arrogantly, turning around and walking in the opposite direction with Tony Stark and Ethan. Suddenly, a blinding white light struck down like lightning, causing Venom to instinctively leap back. In the blink of an eye, the spot where he had been standing exploded, leaving a bottomless crater in the ground. What the hell? You're asking to be eaten? Venom roared in fury, his voice echoing throughout the desolate space. But I find you very interesting. My collection does not have a demon yet, Mandarin said, raising his fist. The rings on his fingers glowed ominously. White light ring, capable of emitting various forms of energy along the electromagnetic spectrum. Damn it. I guess I have no choice but to fight, Venom muttered to himself, realizing this battle was inevitable. Mandarin ignored the two humans, his eyes fixed solely on Venom, as if trying to see through him. I will display your head in the most prominent place. Then I'll eat you first. Venom roared and charged at Mandarin like a black lightning bolt. A powerful gust of wind followed his movement, sending sand and rocks flying into the air. Yet, Mandarin remained calm. With a simple flick of his finger, a powerful energy beam shot out from one of his rings. The beam slashed through the air like a massive lightsaber, cutting straight toward Venom. He dodged swiftly, the energy barely grazing his body. However, the heat from the beam instantly melted the nearby stone wall, causing molten rock to drip down like lava. Venom took advantage of the opening and closed the distance, throwing a massive punch at Mandarin. Mandarin's eyes glowed with intelligence as he effortlessly sidestepped the attack. With a flick of his other hand, another ring unleashed a bolt of lightning at Venom. Lightning ring, capable of generating powerful electricity, with its intensity determined by the user's will. The maximum voltage remains unknown. The bolt struck Venom's body, sending a surge of electricity through him. His movements momentarily halted before he lunged forward again, undeterred. You have some skill, but it's not enough, Mandarin remarked, the corner of his lips curling slightly. He continued to unleash attacks from his rings, each one releasing a different form of deadly energy. In an instant, a dazzling yet lethal web of light formed around Venom. Venom dodged left and right, his body moving like a ghost. Dodging was possible, but he couldn't keep doing this forever. It felt like he was dancing on the edge of death, yet his eyes remained sharp, searching for a counterattack opportunity. Suddenly, he noticed a brief pause in Mandarin's consecutive attacks. This was his chance. Without hesitation, Venom surged forward, opening his massive, blood-stained mouth to bite down on Mandarin. His sharp fangs gleamed in the dim light, ready to tear him apart in one gulp. Trying to bite me? It won't be that easy, Mandarin sneered. Another ring glowed, and a massive fireball appeared instantly, hurtling toward Venom with explosive force. Incandescence ring, capable of emitting infrared radiation or heat energy, controlled entirely by the user. The fireball struck Venom, sending him crashing into the ground. He tumbled violently, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. A thick cloud of dust rose around him, leaving deep marks on the ground. Venom, stop fighting and find a way to escape. Chino's voice echoed in Venom's mind. From within Venom, Chino could feel the battle turning completely against them. Worse, Mandarin had only used 3 of his rings so far. Venom was still significantly weaker than he should be right now. His only real advantage was Wolverine's regeneration ability. Most of his other powers had yet to return. There was no way they could win this fight. Understood. Venom was no fool. He immediately jumped up, preparing to flee. Mandarin's speed wasn't fast enough to chase him down. If he ran now, he could escape. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Mandarin's 4th ring began to glow. Ice Storm Ring draws energy from the frigid core of space, releasing waves of cold capable of freezing the air, lowering temperatures to near absolute zero. The temperature around them plummeted instantly. A bone-chilling wind howled through the air, and within moments, an icy storm formed. The surrounding atmosphere froze solid, making a crackling sound. Venom's body slowed down, his movements becoming sluggish. A thick layer of frost formed over his skin, rapidly spreading across his entire form. Even Chino, inside him, felt the piercing cold as if his very blood was freezing. Venom struggled against the ice, but his body stiffened more and more, making it nearly impossible to move. Chino's mind raced in panic. If they didn't find a way out soon, they might not escape at all. I won't die here. My vitality is strong enough to withstand this. Mandarin's next ring began to glow. Impact Ring, capable of projecting various forms of energy. Its most common attack releases high-speed neutron shockwaves equivalent to the impact of 350 pounds of TNT. It can also generate sonic vibrations or electromagnetic waves to attract or repel objects. A deafening sonic blast erupted from Mandarin's ring, creating an invisible force that tore through everything in its path. Venom screamed in agony, clutching his head as the sound wave struck him. His symbiotic body trembled violently. The symbiote peeled back, revealing Chino inside. The black substance writhed and twisted, desperately trying to shield its host. A human? It seems I've been deceived. Mandarin's expression remained unchanged. One of his red rings glowed ominously, and another fireball emerged, hurtling toward Venom and Chino. Boom! The explosion sent both of them flying like ragdolls, crashing into the distant ground with tremendous force. For the first time, Venom and Chino were forcibly separated. Venom reverted into a writhing mass of black goo, instinctively trying to crawl back toward Chino. Quote of the chapter: Power is not simply what you have, but what you can do with it. Mandarin. Please support me if you can. Yuri up, fool. The sound of ice cracking echoed through the silent space. Manman walked towards the Venom, bent down slowly, and picked it up. What is this? A parasite that can grant its host immense power. Lord Man carefully examined the Venom in his hand and sharply realized that the parasite was trying to attach itself to him. A blue ring flashed briefly, emitting a cold glow. In an instant, the originally soft body of the Venom hardened to an extreme degree, encased in a layer of transparent ice. It may not be a demon's head, but this is still a fine addition to my collection. Give me the Venom. At some point, Chino had appeared beside Manman. His body was trembling from the cold, and with each shudder, tiny ice crystals scattered around him. If the Venom had not injected its self-healing factor into him beforehand, he would have frozen to death in the snow and ice. A fair trade. Lord Man looked at his healed wounds. Your ability is no match for mine. All you're doing is prolonging your own suffering. That's your problem. Chino cursed angrily and, with desperation in his eyes, charged at Lord Man. I don't know what you're trying to do. A dazzling white light burst forth from Lord Man's ring. The light, sharp like a blade, pierced through Chino's heart in an instant. Chino's body froze on the spot before he staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Fearless, reckless, and ignorant. Lord Man shook his head in disappointment and prepared to walk past him. Bang! A frozen hand gripped Manman's shoe tightly, though the fingers were so stiff they could barely bend. Give him back. Chino lay on the ground, his voice weak yet resolute. Playing dead won't do you any good. Manman lowered his head, his cold gaze void of any pity. Are you disappointed? Have you been fighting unworthy opponents all this time? Chino, still lying on the ground, answered with an irrelevant question. So what? Then, let me find you a suitable opponent. Who? The god of the human world. As soon as he finished speaking, Chino and Lord Man vanished from the scene without warning. All that remained in the middle of the yellow desert was a deep blue mark. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared. I told you. Are you really fine deceiving yourself like this? This is not a trap, just a minor flaw in the plan. But it's fine. Manman's appearance proves that this world is not safe. Otherwise, given his personality, it would have taken him years to reach DC. You are not the same as before. If Iron Man hadn't died, if the Strange World War hadn't started, you would still be yearning for death. Heh, don't blame yourself. This is my poison after all. DC, Lux Bar. Suddenly, two figures appeared inside a bar. Though it was already daytime, the bar was empty, with only the owner and a single waiter present. The bar had a retro style. The wooden tables and chairs carried the marks of time, and the old photos on the walls seemed to whisper stories of the past. The bar owner raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the two strangers. He reached out a hand to stop the woman beside him from stepping forward. I really underestimated you. So you can move through space as well. Manman observed his changing surroundings, surprise flashing in his eyes. This ability was indeed rare. Everything around him was entirely different from before. The dim lighting and vintage decor gave him a fresh feeling. Chino stood up, finally escaping the freezing environment. The terrifying hole in his chest slowly began to heal. So, who exactly are the gods of the human world? Those two humans over there. Lord Man glanced at the bar owner and the waitress with a disdainful look. Of course. Boss, I apologize for borrowing your territory for a fight. I'll pay to rebuild it later. Chino relaxed after arriving in this world. That won't be necessary. The bar owner smiled. His smile was filled with the charm of a mature man, and his voice was deep and captivating, especially in the quiet atmosphere of the bar. Clark, I have information about the last Kryptonian city. Come and help me. Chino's voice rang through the empty bar. After a second, he waited, understanding that receiving information takes time. After 3 seconds, he expected a response to be on its way. After 5 seconds, Chino finally lost his patience. His brows furrowed as a sense of unease rose in his heart. Damn it. What's going on? With Superman's speed, there was no way he wouldn't have arrived the moment he heard this news. Superman did not appear. Lord Man's eyes grew colder and colder, as if the air around him was freezing over. Is this the Clark you're looking for? The bar owner handed him a newspaper. Chino took it, his face darkening as he read the headline. Superman saves the world, city mourns his loss. It happened just a year ago. Damn it, this timing is the worst. Chino cursed under his breath, his expression filled with despair and helplessness. If Superman were still alive, anyone could have called him sooner or later. But now, he was gone, stuck in a limbo between life and death. Ah, the god of this world is dead. Is this my fate? Fate is cruel. It always lands an uppercut when you least expect it. Chino let out a weary sigh. He truly had no other options left. Venom had fallen into the enemy's hands. His ability to travel worlds was useless. Superman was dead. He had no more tricks to play. Ha ha ha. Is there anything I can help you with, Chino? The bar owner nodded in agreement, though a complicated look flickered in his eyes. Go to Bruce Wayne. Tell him what's happening here. I'm sorry for causing trouble in your world. Chino didn't even notice that he had never once mentioned his own name. What about you? I probably can't leave this place, and I might not be able to pay for the damage either. As the two humans ignored him, Lord Man's eyes turned colder. It seems you cannot be called the god of this world. So, I will have you pay with your life instead. Lord Man raised his fist, this time holding back nothing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Boss, take your employee and run. At best, I'll hold him back for a while. Chino rushed forward. With no way out, he might as well fight. Manman's ring flashed like a blinding light, illuminating the dim bar. The intensity of the light was so strong that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chino shut his eyes, aiming for where he remembered the enemy was, and struck with all his might. Did I land a hit? Am I still alive? When he opened his eyes, he saw that Manman hadn't reacted at all. His body remained motionless. Chino's fist had landed on Manman's face. Manman's face distorted slightly, but he didn't counterattack. Instead, he simply retracted his hand. Time has stopped. Quote, fate is like a river. No matter how hard you struggle, it always flows in the direction it chooses. A god from the human world cannot be summoned, but by chance, there was a demon present. A magnetic sound echoed behind him. Chino shook his head, but the bar owner remained composed with an elegant demeanor. A demon. Chino made several guesses in his mind before bowing in salute. I do not know your name. Lucifer, Shinji. You may call me Lucifer, the demon replied gently. Good news, you will not die today. Bad news, you are about to meet the king of hell, Satan. Lucifer was originally the most perfect angel created by God. Due to his dissatisfaction with the divine order, he led a rebellion of like-minded angels. However, he failed, was cast out of heaven, and was sentenced to rule hell for eternity. Lord Lucifer, I apologize for intruding. It is all right. Rather, I should say I am quite surprised to encounter a being from another world. Lucifer observed Chino with curiosity and delight. Chino said nothing. He had no idea what to say. His luck was truly rotten today. He had come here searching for something. In Marvel, they encountered the Mandarin. In DC, they met Satan. This is an alien creature. It is quite strange, capable of copying the DNA of others. At some point, a frozen toxin appeared in Lucifer's hand. Give him back. Chino suddenly became enraged upon seeing venom being played within Lucifer's grasp. He reached out, trying to snatch him away. Ah, Lord Lucifer, if you favor me, I will gladly capture many more for you in the future. But not this one. He is my family. After composing himself, Chino spoke nervously while holding Venom tightly in his arms. Mazekin, standing beside them, was slightly surprised. Throughout the years, no one who knew His Majesty's true identity had ever dared to steal from him. Chino was the first. For such rudeness, what shall be your compensation? Lucifer snapped his fingers. The ice encasing Venom melted, and in an instant, the symbiote returned to Chino's body. Although nothing had changed from before, the reunion filled Chino with profound relief. Venom, are you all right? I am fine. He does not seem to have any ill intent. You can feel Lucifer's emotions. He allowed me to feel them. I see. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Chino once again saluted Lucifer. Lord Lucifer, I appreciate your generosity. Lucifer stroked his chin and said, did I make you so nervous? This way, we cannot have a proper conversation. Before Lucifer could finish his sentence, his body was engulfed in layers of black mist. As the mist faded, a new figure emerged. Standing before Lin Kaiang was a strikingly beautiful goddess. She was about 1.8 meters tall, with long, jet black hair, golden eyes, and an aura of allure. She wore a black dress that draped over only one shoulder, revealing long, elegant legs adorned with black high heels. She smiled at him. Seeing Chino's stunned expression, Lucifer picked up the hem of her dress and twirled, making the fabric bloom like a dark flower, exposing her smooth, white legs. She was like a black rose in the night. You seem to like this appearance quite a lot. Chino was completely mesmerized, his eyes locked in place as his inner desires awakened. XP boost detected. Chino, do not forget that he is still a man. A man appearing like this is not impossible. Venom, being lazy, gave Chino's heart a little massage. Chino snapped out of it completely. There was no way he wouldn't. Venom had struck his heart directly. Ha ha ha, you and your family are quite amusing. Lucifer chuckled in delight, his laughter like the chiming of silver bells. Lord Lucifer, please do not tease me. Chino smiled bitterly. Lucifer smirked. You don't think my appearance is false, do you? I was created by God, after all. I have no gender. The reason I appear as a man is simply because a female form tends to attract too many pests. Chino nodded in understanding. This form truly was a beauty that could cause calamities. Considering she had fought wars in ancient times, Chino was not surprised. So, Lord Lucifer, what is your purpose? Chino cut straight to the point. With his intelligence, he knew he could not outmaneuver Lucifer in a game of words. I want you to take me out of this world. I can do that. Lucifer was momentarily stunned. You're not even going to ask why? Nor are you going to demand rewards, powerful abilities, or magical artifacts. Chino shook his head. No, if I survive this, I will be indebted to you. That alone makes it worthwhile. As for power, I have Venom. Mazekin smirked slightly. Did this fool even understand what he was turning down? You may not yet comprehend my power. I know you are omnipotent, capable of creating entire universes at will. But how is that relevant to my desire to repay a favor? I have no interest in ruling the world. It sounds far too exhausting. My only wish is to survive and find a wife. No lies. Lucifer was somewhat surprised. He could sense that the person before him harbored no hidden ambitions. He truly only desired what he claimed. How amusing. If she merely sought to escape this world using her power and evade her destined fate, then that would be one thing. But now, Lucifer was genuinely intrigued by Chino. What if I sleep with you? Do not joke like that, Lucifer. Chino's heart pounded as he heard those words. Not this time. Lucifer stepped closer, an enchanting scent wrapping around Chino as a flawless, snow-white figure appeared before him. As long as you nod, I, in the name of the morning star, shall grant you a perfect night. Mazekin watched the human intently. Venom, for once, did not stir up trouble. He, too, was curious about Chino's decision. Gulp. Chino swallowed hard, locking eyes with Lucifer's golden gaze. With just a nod, he could spend the night with God's most perfect creation. Slowly, he reached out. Lucifer smirked as he watched Chino's hand move toward her supple form. But just before touching her, Chino's hand stopped. He pressed his palm against Lucifer's forehead and gently pushed her away. Lucif, I refuse. Why? You clearly seem moved. Yes, I am very moved. But that is not the point. Chino turned around, walking toward Man-Man and removing all the rings from his hand. Lucif, may I take him with me? You may do as you wish. He will be free in 10 minutes. Thank you. With that, Chino hoisted Man-Man onto his back, opened the door, and walked out. The chime of the tavern's bell echoed as Lucifer sat at the bar counter, not ordering any wine. Mazekin, has my charm diminished? I failed to tempt him. Master, he had already pitched his tent. But at the final moment, he woke up. Quote of the chapter. The greatest temptation is not to succumb, but to refuse despite wanting to. Unknown Lucifer downed his whiskey in a single gulp. Then why is he able to suppress it? If he couldn't stop himself, would you really spend a night with him? Mazikeen stood with a curious expression, holding a bottle of wine. At this moment, the bar was dimly lit, casting an ambiguous glow. The old photographs hanging on the walls appeared even more mysterious as light and shadow intertwined. Of course, if it were him, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. With a sharp click, the bottle slipped from Mazikeen's hand. She was so shocked that, for a moment, she wondered if Lord Lucifer was merely toying with humans, creating clones or illusions. But she hadn't truly believed it until now. Lord Lucifer, there is no need for you to do something like this. Lucifer pressed his temple lightly with his pinky finger. His perfect profile looked even more alluring under the faint light, and Mazikeen couldn't help but feel a slight pang of jealousy. You know why I betrayed God, don't you? The legend says, you couldn't endure the order of heaven, Mazikeen said after a moment of thought. That's somewhat related, but the more important reason is fate. Fate. Yes, fate. I betrayed God and became the king of hell. I am the dark side of his creation. My existence is both an anchor and a tool. But in order to resist fate, I still betrayed God and destroyed the world. Yet, no matter how many times I destroyed it, God simply recreated it. I grew bored of the cycle, so I came to this world, opened a bar, and waited quietly for the arrival of fate. Lucifer reached for a wine glass, stirring the amber liquid inside as he reminisced. Her eyes deepened, as if, through that small glass of wine, she was gazing into the past. And you truly believe that this human can take you away? That he is fate itself? The bar was so silent that even the sound of breathing could be heard, making Mazikeen's voice seem even louder. When he first appeared, I could still feel the breath of another world lingering around him. But in the blink of an eye, it had already blended into this world. He became indistinguishable from any other human, like ink dripping into the ocean, fading away without a trace. That Lord, release him and make him your slave instead. Mazikeen choked on her words, unable to finish her sentence. She could do nothing but kneel on the ground, her knees pressed with such force that cracks began to form in the floor beneath her. A powerful pressure radiated from Lucifer's golden pupils, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Mazikeen, this is my chance. There will be no accidents. Do you understand? In that moment, Lucifer exuded the full majesty of the King of Hell. Yes, my lord. With those words, Mazikeen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Return to hell. Once the bar fell into complete silence, Mazikeen slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were filled with obsession. She moved closer to Lucifer's unfinished drink and greedily sipped what was left. Lord Lucifer. Mazikeen, Lucifer's most trusted demon, was also his lily. Meanwhile, Chino had taken Manman to the rooftop. Before them stretched a city shrouded in darkness, the capital of sin, Gotham. The air was thick with corruption and decay. Dim streetlights cast a faint glow through the mist, barely illuminating the narrow paths below. In the distance, tall buildings loomed like massive beasts hiding in the shadows. Chino toyed with the ring in his hand, waiting silently for the end of time. 3, 2, 1. Mandala fell backward, collapsing onto the ground. What's happening? That man should have turned to ash. My face, it hurts so much. This is just another one of your abilities: high-speed self-healing, spatial movement, invisible attacks. Lord Man noticed that Chino was standing at the edge of the rooftop. This time, it's over. As Chino turned around, Lord Man's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked down at his own hands. His fingers were bare. My 10 commandments? When did you steal them? Lord Man's voice was filled with fury and suspicion. But without the rings, he was nothing more than an ordinary man with an unnaturally long lifespan. He no longer had any supernatural abilities and dared not act recklessly. Chino smiled. Actually, I should thank you. You're the first person who ever truly terrified me. The fear of being poisoned, the fear of almost dying. No matter which world I travel to, I've realized that I can't just rely on my ability to jump between them. I need to be strong on my own. As he spoke, Chino casually chose one ring and slipped it onto his index finger. The moment it touched his skin, his mind connected with it, and he instinctively understood how to use it. Seeing this, Lord Man panicked and shouted, "Wait. Let's talk about this. I don't want to hear it." The moment those words left his lips, the ring on Chino's finger erupted with a dazzling white light, enveloping the man entirely. The brilliance was so intense that it illuminated the entire rooftop, turning night into day for a fleeting moment. In an instant, the man's body disintegrated into countless specks of dust, carried away by the wind, leaving nothing behind. Spectral ring, the energy beam it releases destroys all atomic and molecular bonds of the target upon contact. Chino felt no joy in his revenge, only an overwhelming sense of disgust. In the past, Venom had killed people, and Chino had been able to deceive himself. It had been something he couldn't do himself, like watching a movie, thrilling yet distant. Sigh. Thank you, Venom. Chino nearly gagged from the feeling of disgust, but the sensation quickly faded as he realized Venom was the one controlling his insides. Why don't you let me handle it? Venom, knowing Chino's past, was puzzled. After all, Chino had never even killed a single chicken. I want to become stronger. I can't always rely on you. I don't want to find someone else to protect you when you're in danger. I want to be the one to protect you. Chino wrapped his arms around Venom's large head. Idiot. I'm just a fool. Chino walked alone through an alleyway where the walls were worn, stained, and reeked of decay. Before long, he was surrounded. Hey, kid, if you don't want extra holes in your body, hand over your valuables. Wait, this little devil looks pretty cute. Maybe we should carve up that pretty face a few times. Idiot. Someone this good looking should be sold. I know a boss who specializes in this business. Chino frowned as he looked at the group of thugs. With these ragged clothes, how much money could they possibly expect? It wasn't greed, they were drawn by something else entirely. Forget it. Venom, make them all crawl on the ground. Leave him alone, you bastards. A soft yet determined voice echoed through the alley as a woman with green hair stepped forward from the shadows. Her body flickered between solid and transparent, her green skin appearing and disappearing in the faint moonlight, casting a distorted silhouette. Huh? Where did this freak come from? Doesn't matter. We'll sell her to. A green-skinned monster like that must be worth a fortune. Pamela Lillian Isley, after being tricked by her professor and injected with an experimental serum, her body mutated. She had since spent all her time studying herself. She longed to be normal. At the very least, she wanted to control the toxins in her body. Otherwise, she would always be a walking plague in the human world. She had taken an unfamiliar route to avoid detection, only to stumble into this gunfight. Who are you calling a monster? Fueled by anger, Pamela manipulated the vines from the ground, thrashing them like whips, leaving bloody marks in their wake. The vines were thick, powerful, and covered in sharp thorns, slicing through the air with a chilling sound. Fate is not something to be feared. It is something to be challenged. Please support me if you. Kaneko's family was caught off guard by the sudden attack, letting out screams as they ran in panic. Boom. Pamela's body was still in a weakened state. If she used her powers recklessly, she would fall into a coma. Poison Ivy girl. Chino crouched down beside Pamela and gently touched her skin with his soft, smooth hand. However, the green traces on her body continued to spread along his fingers, and soon, black venomous tissue appeared on his wrist, causing the green hue to vanish. You idiot, don't touch her so carelessly. Don't you know her body is poisonous? Forget it, Venom. Try mimicking her ability. As Chino said this, the black tissue on his wrist seeped into Pamela's body and quickly withdrew. Mimicry successful. Please test the ability. Chino closed his eyes. A crystal on his chest shimmered, displaying the pattern of a poison ivy girl. At that moment, the two of them became connected. Chino's body turned green. When he opened his eyes and looked at the ground, small sprouts emerged, blossoming into delicate white flowers. What an incredible power. With enough energy, I could turn a desert into an oasis. Then, what should we do next? Kill her. I am not a murderer. Why would I kill her? Chino's mouth twitched. You were thrown here, weren't you? Chino pondered for a moment, then rummaged through Pamela's belongings. He pulled out her wallet and counted the money inside. It was less than $1,000. This is enough. I'll cover tonight's lodging. Take her and check her in. He picked up Pamela and started walking toward a hotel. With you, I'd rather die burning in passion. Venom emerged and bit Chino's head. Stop it. As he walked through the streets, the passersby assumed the blood on his face and the strange accessory on his head were part of a performance. Even Pamela, who lay unconscious in his arms, seemed to be an actress playing her role. After all, this was Gotham. Street performers were common, and unexpected occurrences weren't unusual. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chino checked in and tossed Pamela onto a separate bed. Venom, can you let go now? Humph, you fool. Venom snorted and reluctantly withdrew. Chino sighed. Sometimes, he truly couldn't understand what Venom was thinking. He took a quick shower, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. After Chino drifted into slumber, venomous tendrils silently extended from his chest. They carefully pulled up the blanket, covering Chino, then quietly observed his face, lost in thought. In truth, Venom had never lost consciousness when it was frozen. It remembered Chino's anxiety, fear, and worry at that time, and those emotions had made Venom feel uncomfortable. When it saw Chino holding another woman in his arms, a surge of anger welled up inside it. What is wrong with me? Venom muttered to itself. By reading Chino's memories, it learned that this feeling was called jealousy. However, it couldn't understand why it felt this way. After all, it wasn't human. Venom quietly moved into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. It began mimicking Pamela's appearance, slowly reshaping its body. Eventually, the only part still connected to Chino was a thin tendril at the back. Looking at its reflection, Venom saw that its form was distorted, lacking any semblance of human beauty. Only its face remained in its original shape. Suddenly, with a pop sound, Venom's body instantly dissolved and reformed back into Chino. Annoying Chino, so annoying. The early morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Pamela's face. She pulled up the blanket to block the sunlight and went back to sleep. Moments later, Pamela suddenly sat up, glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Is this a hotel? Noticing that her clothes were still intact, she let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, who would be interested in a monster like me? Pamela smiled bitterly. Her body was poisonous, it could kill a person in mere seconds. Click. The door opened, and the man from last night stood there. Since you're awake, I bought breakfast. I don't know if it suits your taste, but let's eat together. Chino placed the food on the dining table. Oh, thank you. But aren't you afraid of me? Afraid of what? Chino looked puzzled. My appearance. Don't you think my green skin is disgusting? As she spoke, Pamela shrank back slightly, sadness evident in her expression. Every morning when she woke up, she despised her own green skin and the toxins that coated her body. Touching another person could mean their death. To be honest, I think it looks pretty good. With your red hair, you resemble a gorgeous rose. After her mutation, Pamela's body had undergone changes. Her curves became more defined, her face more striking, and her wavy red hair flowed like silk. Hearing Chino's words, Pamela was taken aback. A warm feeling filled her heart. She had never expected someone to say such things to her. Do you really think so? Pamela asked hesitantly. Chino nodded seriously. Of course. Your green skin is unique, and your red hair is beautiful. Plus, your abilities are amazing. A smile appeared on Pamela's face. This was the first time she had been complimented since her mutation. She walked to the table and looked at the hearty breakfast spread before her. Thank you for your kind words, kid. My name is Pamela Lillian Isley. You can call me Pamela. My name is Chino, Pamela. Well, it's been a long time since I've had a proper breakfast, so, thank you, Chino. Pamela took a bite of the sandwich. You're welcome. After all, I bought it with your money. Huh. She coughed. Why did the hotel cost money? It was your money, after all. Pamela took out her wallet, only to find it empty. That was her monthly living expense. With no guilt, Chino munched on a chocolate bar. You killed my prey yesterday and fell into Xiaohei's alley. I just used your money to book the room. Wait a minute, why did you bring me here last night? Pamela asked. Come here. Did the experiment succeed yesterday? Chino, can you help me with an experiment? Pamela looked at Chino expectantly. I can. Chino guessed what experiment she was referring to and reached out his hand. Pamela gently touched Chino's finger, and a small amount of green toxin seeped into him. However, just as she tried to extract the poison, the green hue spread rapidly throughout Chino's body. No. Pamela panicked. The poison wasn't supposed to be lethal, so why was this happening? Tears streamed down her cheeks. She hated the professor who had injected her with toxins and turned her into a monster. A green vine extended from the table, gently wiping away her tears. Were you scared? I forgot to mention I'm a monster too. Quote. Monsters are not born, they are made. Victor Hugo. Pamela gazed at Chino with tears welling up in her eyes, noticing that his body had taken on a shade of green, somewhat resembling his own appearance. Chino, are you okay? Pamela suddenly wiped the tears from her face. I'm fine. I have a special ability that allows me to copy other people's superpowers. When I touched you yesterday, I copied yours. As he spoke, he controlled the vine on the table and waved his hand. Pamela burst into tears, summoning a vine of her own. The two vines intertwined. She looked at Chino quietly, and a surge of complex emotions rose from deep within her heart. For the first time, she felt as though she had found someone like herself, someone who understood her. A sense of belonging washed over her, replacing the loneliness she had long endured. This realization filled her with both excitement and relief. Chino, can we do it again? She asked gently, her voice filled with anticipation. Chino smiled and nodded in agreement. Just then, Pamela approached gracefully, sat on Chino's lap, and gently kissed him. A soft moan escaped Pamela's lips, and a faint shadow of a snake flickered near her red lips. Chino was initially startled, but he quickly became engrossed in the sweetness of the kiss. He held Pamela tightly, savoring her unique taste. The transformed Pamela emitted a honey-like fragrance, intoxicating those around her. Their tongues intertwined passionately as they lost themselves in each other's warmth. At last, they slowly pulled away. Pamela gently wiped the slight moisture from the corner of her lips and flashed a captivating smile. Chino, how old are you? I just turned 18. Why do you ask? I'm already an adult, so, be my boyfriend. After finishing breakfast, the two left the hotel. As they walked down the street, Pamela no longer hid her appearance. Her green skin was fully exposed. Pamela, do we really have to walk around like this? At that moment, Pamela wrapped her arms around Chino, pressing her body against his. Why? Does it make you uncomfortable? She leaned in closer to Chino, her scent resembling that of fresh grass and leaves. No, it's just that, in public, it's a little embarrassing. Though I must admit, it feels quite nice. He was completely captivated by the softness, almost like a gentle massage. That's good. Pamela hugged his arm even tighter. Finding a man she could touch without harming was rare, and she had no intention of letting him go so easily. Chino allowed Pamela to cling to him as they strolled through Gotham, drawing the attention of many. Some stared in shock, while others looked on with disgust. However, Pamela remained completely unfazed. Chino, on the other hand, felt slightly uneasy. Since he had woken up, Venom had remained completely silent. He called out in his mind. Venom, Venom, Venom. Are you irritated? Why are you calling me? Just enjoy holding her. Good. You're still here. What does that have to do with anything? Because you're inside my body, I feel reassured. After all, you're the one who knows everything about me. Do you think of me as human? Yes. Then introduce me to Pamela. All right. Pamela, come with me for a moment. Chino led her into a narrow alley. Even in broad daylight, Gotham's alleyways felt dark and damp. Pamela looked around the shadowy alley, her face turning slightly red. If you want to, we can go back to the hotel for our first time, she whispered. Pamela, I wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine. Seeing Pamela's expression, Chino realized she had misunderstood his intentions. Oh, where is your friend? Pamela, feeling a little embarrassed, tucked her hair behind her ear. Venom, come out. Venom. He called, but Venom didn't stir within his body. He called again. Forget it for now. Let's wait until next time. Your friend is Venom. Seeing Pamela's puzzled look, Chino forced an awkward smile. Venom is a little shy. I'll introduce you next time. Pfft. Pamela chuckled and clung to Chino once more. At first, he had thought she was trying to do something inappropriate, but instead, she had simply embraced him. After all, he was still a young man who had just come of age. Being teased so early in the morning was enough to fluster him. You didn't say no, though. Pamela pulled Chino deeper into the alley. Since her little boyfriend was too shy, she, as the girlfriend, had to take the lead. 30 minutes later, the two emerged from the alley. Chino felt completely refreshed. It was the first time in both of his lives that he had been served by such a beautiful woman. He practically floated as he walked. Pamela let out a small burp and rubbed her sore jaw. Unexpectedly, despite looking so innocent, her little boyfriend had been quite rough. Still, seeing Chino's excited expression filled her with satisfaction. Pamela curled her lips into a smile and wrapped her arms around Chino's. So, where are we going next? We're going to find Superman. But, isn't Superman dead? That's not a problem. Don't forget my ability. Chino smirked. Oh, does that mean you can copy Superman's powers too? Pamela shouted excitedly. Yes, I can. Hearing his answer, Pamela felt her body heat up. Every woman loved a strong man. The thought of her boyfriend obtaining the power of a god made her body tingle, and she felt an urge to drag him into another alley. But she quickly composed herself. This was too important. But Superman's location hasn't been reported in the news. It's fine. Someone knows where he is. Who? Batman. Wayne Manor, Gotham City. Inside the Wayne family estate, just outside Gotham, a calm yet imposing figure sat across from them. Hello, Batman. Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne sat quietly on the couch, staring at the uninvited guests before him. The loyal old butler arrived, carrying coffee, along with sugar and salt for preference, serving them to the two guests sitting opposite him. Thank you, Chino said politely. The elderly butler gave a respectful nod before stepping back to stand behind Bruce. Tell me, what brings you here? Bruce's sharp eyes flickered with caution. If one looked around, they would see that the entire mansion was wrapped in vines, coiling like venomous serpents. Pamela was slightly surprised to learn that Gotham's Dark Knight was none other than the billionaire playboy of Wayne Enterprises. Chino, meanwhile, was focused on adding sugar to his coffee. I want Superman's body. And why are you so sure that Superman's body is here with me? Bruce countered, his expression unreadable. The last time someone had acquired Kryptonian DNA, it had nearly led to the destruction of the world. If another doomsday were created, there would be no Superman to stop it this time. You're Batman. You wouldn't let something so dangerous fall into the wrong hands. Also, next time, just give me the medicine. The coffee is awful, Chino complained after taking a sip. Quote of the chapter. Power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. John Dahlberg Acton. In the movie, Superman's body is buried in a cemetery, but in reality, this would be impossible. Whether for research or for the creation of biological weapons, this world is filled with countless ambitious individuals. I don't understand what you're talking about. Bruce denied it, stating that there was nothing he could do at the moment except delay time. Ms. Pamela, I apologize for the trouble. It's not a problem. Pamela manipulated vines to bind Bruce and exhaled a mist directly onto his face. Tell me where Superman's body is. No, I don't know. Bruce's eyes looked slightly dazed, but his mind remained clear as always. Pamela was a bit surprised. What strong willpower. Release Mr. Bruce. Pamela exhaled a mouthful of mist towards the elderly housekeeper. The next moment, the old woman trembled and collapsed to the ground. Truly worthy of Batman. Chino took a ring out of his pocket. Mind Amplification Ring. This ring enhances the wearer's mental energy, allowing them to mentally control and command one person at a time. However, its effective range is only 10 feet. Chino slipped the ring onto his finger and focused on activating its power towards Bruce. For a brief moment, Bruce's gaze flickered with confusion before he slowly spoke. Superman's body is in the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor. Chino and Pamela exchanged glances, excitement welling up inside them. At last, they had discovered Superman's body. Chino stood up and said, "Take us there." Bruce mechanically stood up and led them to the underground laboratory. The lab was filled with high-tech equipment, and Superman's body lay peacefully inside a massive crystal coffin. Chino gazed at it in awe. So, this is what was hidden in your hands all along. Yes. There is a decoy buried in the cemetery to divert attention, Bruce said emotionlessly. Open it. All right. As the crystal coffin opened, Chino placed his hand on Clark's body. Black tissue began seeping into his skin through his pores. The cells are still active. He is not truly dead, but in a state of suspended animation. Bruce, did you know that Clark isn't actually dead? Chino asked. Bruce resisted momentarily, but Chino strengthened his control. Bruce then spoke slowly. His brainwaves are extremely weak, but they still exist. His body continues absorbing solar radiation. If placed under the sun, he will recover within a maximum of 5 years. It made sense. If the mother box was the ultimate weapon created by Apocalypse, then how could it have revived him? Superman was resurrected because the mother box repaired his body, stimulated it with immense energy, and awakened him. Then why haven't you revived him? He cannot appear in this world yet. The timing must be right. Pamela looked at Bruce in confusion. What did he mean? Chino understood a little. The last Kryptonian invasion and the recent Doomsday event had been resolved, but they caused great devastation and exposed the true power of superhumans. The world's authorities feared Superman's strength. He could not simply return. He had to wait for another global crisis before emerging as the world's savior. No matter the world, good people will always have guns pointed at them. At that moment, a golden rope coiled around Bruce and pulled him away. That's why we heroes exist. It was Diana Wonder Woman who had captured Bruce. The lasso of truth took effect, and Bruce's rationality returned. You're late. I sent a message 30 minutes ago. Do you think Washington is right next to your house? Diana stared at Clark's body in shock, her expression turning cold. You owe me an explanation. Bruce didn't answer. Instead, he ran toward the armory. All right, whatever your goal is, take it away from him. Diana drew her godkiller sword and turned her gaze to the black tissue spreading over Clark's body. Chino asked internally, Venom, how much more time do you need? Still a little more. The analysis is only halfway done. He needed to buy time. UND. Before Venom could finish, Chino severed the connection. Bruce was right. You're too late. Chino's body turned green in an instant. With a wave of his hand, countless vines lashed out like enraged serpents, attacking Diana. The vines were thick and powerful, covered in sharp thorns, slicing through the air with a terrifying sound. You've made the wrong choice. Diana swung the godkiller sword, its blade glowing with divine light. Her movements were like a storm, each slash precisely severing the incoming vines. However, the cut vines instantly sprouted into finer branches, continuing to entangle her. From the floor, countless vines burst forth wildly, transforming the dimly lit Batcave into a sea of green. The vines surged like waves, moving as if they were living creatures, baring their fangs and claws as they attacked Diana. Diana slashed with her godkiller sword, severing several vines at once, causing green sap to splatter everywhere. Yet, the broken vines seemed to possess endless vitality, regenerating instantly to resume their assault. Pamela immediately joined the fight, weaving her hands to control more vines from the ceiling, walls, and ground, trying to trap Diana in an enormous net of green. Even with her immense strength, Diana was beginning to feel the strain against the never-ending attacks. Do you really think this will stop me? Diana crossed her arms, causing her silver bracelets to clash. A golden layer of energy surged around her, repelling all the vines in an instant. The recoiling vines crashed into the walls and equipment, producing dull thuds. Seeing this, Chino immediately adjusted his strategy. Pamela continued controlling the vines, while Chino enhanced their strength. A green glow enveloped Chino's body, causing the surrounding vines to thicken, their surfaces gleaming with a metallic sheen. Damn it, this is getting annoying. Diana cursed and kept slashing with her sword, slowly advancing towards them. As the stalemate continued, Bruce suddenly emerged from the armory. He donned his black batsuit, holding a canister in his hand, which he tossed into the center of the green mass. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and thick mist rapidly spread. The vines that came into contact with it began to wither as if their life force was being drained away. Herbicide? Of course, the Batcave would have this. Kid, look out. At that moment, Diana finally closed the distance. She stowed her sword, raised her shield, and smashed it down toward Chino's head. Quote of the chapter. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. The usual suspects boom. A dull sound echoed through the Batcave as Diana's shield was firmly grasped in a single hand. Clark. Diana stared in disbelief at the resurrected Superman. However, Clark's current state appeared extremely strange. His eyes were closed, and his body was covered in layers of mysterious black organic matter, as if being controlled by some unknown force. Bang! Clark suddenly struck the shield with immense force. The overwhelming impact sent Diana flying backward, crashing violently against the Batcave's wall, leaving a massive hole in its wake. Slowly, Clark turned around and faced Chino. Chino reached out and lightly pressed against the black tissue covering Clark. You could have just left me behind again, the voice of Venom echoed in Chino's mind. I swear, this will be the last time. Venom immediately bonded with Chino, wrapping around him and forming a sleek black and white suit that fit him perfectly. His height began to increase, his body grew stronger, and his previously lean physique was soon covered in thick, powerful muscles. Chino caught the collapsing Clark and gently placed him back into the crystalline coffin. So, this was your goal all along. Batman approached Chino, showing no concern that he might be killed by him. That's right. This world is dangerous. You need sufficient power. And Superman is the most powerful of all. What do you know? Chino gave a mysterious smile. Don't let the three mother boxes reunite, or the world will face destruction, he said before turning to leave. Batman quickly called out, wait. Tell me more. But Chino did not stop. A fragment of kryptonite appeared in Batman's hand, but before he could react, Chino swiftly snatched it away. Bruce, you should know that kryptonite is only useful against a Superman who stands for justice, Chino said calmly before crushing the kryptonite into dust and letting it scatter to the ground. Under Venom's protection, kryptonite had no effect on him whatsoever. Then, with a hopeful look, he turned toward Pamela and spoke gently. Let's go, Pamela. Pamela's eyes were filled with surprise and affection. She smiled warmly and said, You look incredibly handsome in that suit. I think so too. Their voices faded as they disappeared into the sky. Batman watched them vanish, deep in thought. Clark. Diana flew through the hole in the wall, staring at Superman, who now lay peacefully once again in his crystalline coffin. What just happened with those two? Why did Clark suddenly come back to life? Do you know about the mother boxes? Where did you hear that name? Wow, higher, take me higher. No problem. Chino held Pamela close, protecting her with a bioforce field as he soared through the cloud sea, moving ever higher. A sonic boom erupted behind them as they broke through the sound barrier. The sheer speed generated an immense air pressure that split the clouds apart. In mere moments, they had left the atmosphere. Pamela gazed in awe at the beautiful blue planet before her. It's so beautiful. Pamela could only sigh in amazement, her voice filled with wonder and joy. Against the dark expanse of space, Earth radiated a soft, enchanting blue glow. Wispy white clouds drifted like delicate veils, outlining the land masses and oceans, forming an image of breathtaking grandeur. Venom, come out and see this. Hey, do you want to do something here? Pamela turned her head, thinking Chino wanted to celebrate this moment intimately. No, I'm talking to Venom. He's been acting a bit weird today. Chino shook his head repeatedly, though he knew there was no one around to hear. Is Venom really alive? Pamela blushed slightly. It wasn't just about what happened in the alleyway that day. Well, the battle suit I'm wearing is a part of Venom's body. Curious, Pamela reached out and touched the Venom suit. She could feel the strong muscles beneath the surface, and it felt surprisingly pleasant. Then, if he ever feels like coming out, introduce me. Pamela, would you like to travel to another world with me? Another world? Chino nodded and revealed his true identity. He told her that if she chose not to go, he would still leave behind enough power to protect her in this world and visit her from time to time. Of course, my love. Pamela agreed without hesitation. She had no intention of letting go of the man she had just found. Besides, if two lovers were apart for too long without any communication, it would only lead to inevitable problems. Considering Chino's appearance and strength, it was only a matter of time, but she didn't care. After all, her body was full of toxins, making pregnancy nearly impossible. She wouldn't be able to bear children for her beloved, even if she wanted to. So, when do we leave? We need to pick someone else up first. Who? Lucif. Lucif? You mean Lucifer? The devil? Hell. At this moment, what was once a land of molten lava had turned to scorched earth. The sulfurous storms had grown cold. The entire realm was filled with the cries of demons, as hell itself seemed to be weakening. Lucif, hell is collapsing. Sandman watched as Lucifer continuously drew power from the core of hell, his lips twitching in frustration. After handing over the keys to hell, Sandman had expected not to see Lucifer again for millions of years. Yet, unexpectedly, only a few years later, he returned and demanded to borrow hell's core. Of course, Sandman did not object. This realm had once belonged to Lucifer, but what he did not expect was, seriously, if you use it like this, it might not be able to recover. Lucifer finally stopped, beginning to mold hell's core into a new form. Sandman stared at the fiery orb, now only a third of its original size. While it might recover partially, the world's destruction meant it could never return to its former glory. Lucif, what exactly do you plan to do with this? Sandman asked, intrigued. A little gift for someone. Lucifer shaped the core into a bracelet and began engraving runes upon it. Who would dare use hell's core as a gift? An ungrateful little brat. Lucifer recalled the moment he was refused, his expression darkening. As the bracelet burned with infernal energy, Lucifer held the gem in his palm, a smirk forming on his lips. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chino and Pamela soared toward their next destination. Pamela's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Quote of the chapter. Power does not corrupt. Fear corrupts, perhaps the fear of a loss of power. John Steinbeck. Hey, are we going to hell? No, let's go to Gotham. Lucifer is everywhere in this world. Lucifer is a woman. Well, she's a beautiful woman. My god. Outside the Lux Bar, the city was wrapped in a night filled with sin and mystery. Chino pushed open the door and stepped inside. The bar was dimly lit, filled with the scent of aged wood and a mix of various alcoholic drinks. At the bar counter, Lucifer sat gracefully, holding a wine glass in one hand. A playful glint shone in her eyes, and the faint light cast a mesmerizing glow on her curves. Chino, you've arrived. Lucifer's voice was smooth and enchanting. Chino approached with Pamela by his side, nodding lightly. Lucif, I've been waiting for you. Pamela also gazed at Lucifer with curiosity. Contrary to the terrifying image of the legendary devil, Lucifer was breathtakingly beautiful. Her demeanor was noble and calm, her features were exquisite, and her body was elegantly proportioned. Every part of her seemed flawless, and for a moment, Pamela felt self-conscious. Lucifer's eyes flickered toward Pamela. So, this is the lover you've chosen? The green genius of all living things, not bad. Lucifer examined Pamela closely and smirked. But she's nothing compared to me. Clearly, I'm far more beautiful. Pamela's eyes widened in shock. This simple statement made it clear Lucifer had no intention of hiding her pride. Even as a woman, Pamela couldn't deny Lucifer's overwhelming beauty. Because of you, I refused. And because of me, Pamela accepted, Chino said as he held Pamela's hand. Pamela didn't fully understand what he meant, but she happily hugged Chino and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. TCH. My body alone isn't enough for you? You want my heart too? You're greedier than even the demons of hell, Lucifer pouted, but a hint of amusement flickered in her golden eyes. She had lost. Before, she had deliberately refrained from using magic to control Chino, but that didn't mean she hadn't considered using more primal means to influence him. Well, she had miscalculated. Pamela had fallen in love with Chino because he wasn't afraid of the toxins in her body. He accepted her fully, both heart and soul. Pamela, am I greedy? Of course not, my love. The two unconsciously began showering each other with affection in front of Lucifer, spreading an atmosphere of sweet romance. Lucifer furrowed her brow slightly and let out a small, annoyed snort. All right, that's enough, you two. Now then, I have a reward for you. Chino took the bracelet she handed him. What is this, Lucifer? The bracelet of hell. Wear it, and you'll understand. Chino immediately put it on. The bracelet shifted and transformed into intricate patterns that embedded themselves onto his wrist. In that instant, a message appeared in his mind. As he raised his hand, a black vortex materialized before him. A deep rumbling noise echoed, accompanied by the eerie sound of something sharp slicing through the air. From within the vortex, creatures began to emerge. Some demons were engulfed in violent flames, bouncing around as if trying to ignite the very air itself. Others were as massive as mountains, shaking the ground slightly with every step. Some were covered in razor-sharp blades, their cold metallic glint enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Pamela instinctively clung to Chino, her eyes wide with terror as she watched the demons step out of the portal. The demons advanced toward Chino, then, without hesitation, knelt before him and bowed their heads. We greet His Majesty, the Demon King. Chino gazed at the creatures before him, feeling the connection that bound their lives under his command. Lucifer, what is this? These are demons of hell. I used the foundation of hell to recreate its essence here. Lucifer spoke casually, as if she had just gifted him some ordinary trinket. I selected these demons personally. Almost every type is available. You don't need to worry about them most of the time, just keep them sealed in hell and summon them when necessary. If they die, they'll simply resurrect in hell. Thank you, Lucifer. I really like this gift. Chino examined the demons. This was only a fraction of them, a mere glimpse of their full strength. Well, of course. Otherwise, no one would desire my body or my gifts. That would be so embarrassing, Lucifer huffed. Lucifer, if I ever go to another world, I'll do this again. I won't refuse. Huh? I think you're quite beautiful too, but now I regret it. It's too late, though. As the conversation flowed, Pamela gradually relaxed. Her fear faded, replaced by curiosity. She observed the demons closely, eager to study them like mythological specimens. You may all return. I will summon you when needed. Yes, Your Majesty. The demons rose and began walking back into the vortex. Wait, Chino? Leave that one behind. Suddenly, Venom appeared and pointed at one of the demons. Pamela's eyes twitched in irritation, but something about this particular demon caught her attention. It was humanoid but constantly shifting, its form never settling into a single shape. Lucifer chuckled. A shape-shifting demon. They are among the weaker demons in hell, but they possess impressive transformation abilities and intelligence. Back when I ruled hell, I used them to manage things behind the scenes. Venom, what are you planning? I'm interested in its abilities. Let me copy them. You are not allowed to resist, Chino commanded the demon. Understood. The shape-shifting demon bowed its head, allowing Venom's black tendrils to invade its body. After a while, Venom retracted its appendages and returned to its original battlesuit form. Venom, don't disturb me. I need to process this. Oh, Chino muttered in dissatisfaction. Ever since arriving in the DC world, Venom had been acting a little strange. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Lucifer's golden eyes gleamed with excitement as a playful smile curved on her lips. May I ask your name? Venom ignored her. Chino turned to the shape-shifting demon instead. What's your name? The demon knelt before him and answered, Your Majesty, I do not have a name. From today onwards, you shall be called She, the demon who oversees Hell's order. A red rune appeared on Chino's fingertip and branded itself onto She's forehead. Yes, I am eternally grateful, Your Majesty. She trembled with excitement. She had merely stayed behind on a whim, never expecting to be personally acknowledged by the Demon King. Quote of the chapter: power is not given, it is taken. And once you take it, the real challenge is keeping it. After repelling all the demons, Lucif, let's go. Chino placed his hands on Lucifer and Pamela's shoulders. A streak of light flashed, and the three of them vanished in an instant. The next moment, an old man appeared at the scene. Lucifer felt a flash of light before she found herself standing in a vast desert. Strong winds lifted the gravel into the air, forming a yellow haze that resembled a flowing curtain. She extended her hand, grasping at the airborne gravel, feeling the tiny particles slip through her fingers. There was no divine presence. Ha ha ha, there is no such thing as God's world. Behind her, a pair of snow-white wings spread wide, radiant, and beautiful, with each feather glowing with a sacred light. As she flapped her wings, a powerful gust created a sandstorm, which dissipated into the sky in an instant, leaving behind only a luminous silhouette. Oh, where did Lady Lucifer go? Pamela asked while gazing at the sky. Let her seek her freedom. Chino, having gained a vision from Superman, knew that Lucifer had flown into space. Lucifer felt his gaze and blew him a kiss. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Fly wherever you like. Chino watched until she disappeared from sight. Hey, we caught a man. Chino twitched as he looked at the bound captive. Butler Frank. Young master, it's been a long time. Frank was suspended in midair, expressionless, showing no signs of resistance. If not for Pamela's combat experience, she would have been able to shoot Frank from several meters away. I'm sorry, housekeeper Frank. Pamela immediately lowered him. Realizing she had restrained the wrong person, her face was filled with embarrassment and apology. It's all right, madam. The title made Pamela blush. Pamela, how long have I been gone? Noticing the thick layer of dust on Frank, Chino knew he had been away for quite some time. 3 days, master. The time is almost the same. Frank, thank you for your patience. It must be boring staying here alone. As Chino patted the dust off Frank's body, a cloud of dust rose into the air. No, young master. During this time, people occasionally came to keep me company. It reminded me of my days in the military. Frank looked nostalgic as memories surfaced in his eyes. For the first time, Chino realized that the surroundings had been tidied up. There were no corpses, but the scent of fresh blood lingered. It seemed that remnants of the 10 Commandments occasionally showed up. Frank, let's go home. Tell me everything that happened after I disappeared. Yes, young master. Miss, the helicopter is parked in the back. Inside the aircraft, the rotors stirred the air with a deafening noise. The wind howled past the fuselage, and Chino soon understood the situation. Tony Stark and Ethan had found Frank. Upon learning that the young master was fighting, they threw him a satellite phone and rushed over in an armed helicopter. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Chino was already gone. So Frank decided to stay and wait for his return. Tony Stark made a phone call to someone, who picked him up and took him to a press conference. As expected, just like in the original timeline, Tony Stark shut down the weapons division. Hours later, they finally returned to the mansion. Surrounded by lush green mountains and a sea of greenery, the towering iron gate slowly opened, revealing a winding stone path leading to the grand estate. Wow, you're still rich. Pamela's eyes sparkled as she admired the mansion, her expression filled with awe. A rich man isn't necessarily considered a second-generation wealthy heir, Chino replied. Leading Pamela and Frank inside, Chino showed Pamela around. She was fascinated by everything, letting out occasional exclamations of surprise. The garden was filled with vibrant flowers competing in beauty, their fragrance lingering in the air. A fountain reflected a magnificent rainbow under the sunlight. Hey, this place is really beautiful. Chino smiled and said, this will be our home in the future. There were not many servants in the mansion, only a chef and Frank's team. Cleaning staff were hired periodically to maintain the place. After dinner, Chino soaked in a large bathtub, letting the warm water wash over his body, bringing a sense of relaxation. Hey, I'm joining you? It wouldn't be right if I didn't shine. 3277333538. Night. Exhausted from the day's events, the two fell asleep. In the dark, black tendrils quietly crept along Pamela's wrist, infiltrating her body. After gaining the ability of a shape-shifting demon, Venom continued to mold his body, ultimately taking the form of something Chino liked the most in his memories. However, since he did not know how to please himself after transformation, he searched for a template while they slept. Pamela turned out to be the lucky one. Ugh, you. No, it's fine. Feeling something off in her body, Pamela, thinking Chino was still unsatisfied, drowsily opened her eyes. She saw black tendrils coiling around her body. Just as she was about to scream, she lost consciousness. Luckily, Chino's ears are blocked, so let's continue. Confirming that Chino was still asleep, Venom proceeded with his research on Pamela, both inside and out. The room remained silent, with only the faint moonlight streaming through the window, casting a dim glow on the floor. The morning sunlight gently brushed against Pamela's face through the thin curtains. She slowly opened her eyes, the golden rays illuminating her features like shimmering silk. Stretching lazily, she noticed how her body subtly shifted with the motion. Was that a dream last night? Lifting the blanket, Pamela inspected herself. Nothing seemed unusual, except for the lingering traces of love from the night before. Recalling Chino's passionate embrace, she couldn't help but smile. Though her body had undergone changes, there were benefits. Her physique and skin had improved. Looking around, she spotted the clothes she had tossed to the floor last night and put them on. Moving to the other side of the bed, she noticed a small bulge under the quilt. Hey, it's time to wake up. No response after 2 nudges. Pamela smirked mischievously and slipped her fingers under the quilt, searching. Suddenly, she touched something soft. Confused, she gave it a gentle squeeze. How long are you going to keep squeezing? A cold female voice came from under the quilt. Freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes. Mahatma Gandhi. Pamela was startled and suddenly withdrew her hand, lifting the quilt. Wait, who are you? As the quilt was lifted, a woman with a warm body appeared before Pamela. The morning sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her, accentuating her alluring curves. Her skin was as white as snow, giving off a slightly cold appearance. I woke him up. Chino had been sleeping in someone else's arms, but the sudden rush of cold air jolted him awake. What's going on, Pamela? Hey, who is she? Seeing that Chino was still in the stranger's arms, Pamela was filled with fury. She clenched her fists, and anger burned in her green eyes. As Chino's mind gradually became clear, he realized that he was lying in the arms of someone unfamiliar. However, there was a familiar aura emanating from her, making him feel no sense of alarm. Demon sister. Chino looked at her face in shock. No, Venom. Venom sat up, her black hair cascading down like a silky curtain before her eyes. You are Venom. A shape-shifting demon with the ability to transform. Chino recalled the power Venom had copied just the day before. Do you like it? This character ranks #1 in your memories. Venom completely ignored Pamela's red-faced anger as she proudly displayed her perfect body. Every movement of hers was filled with seduction, making the air in the room grow hotter. I do like it, but why did you do this? Chino hurriedly glanced at her, feeling both nostalgic and bewildered. Of course, it's because I like you. Like me. Who told me to keep insisting that I'm your precious family? But over time, I started falling for you. So, what is your answer? Venom gazed at Chino with anticipation. But I have always treated you like a brother. Upon waking up, his brother had transformed into a beautiful woman. Oh, do you like this? Venom smiled, pulling Chino into an embrace, making his heart tighten. Like, will you still reject me? Don't reject me anymore. Good, then let's kiss. As she spoke, Venom was about to lean in. That's enough. Mistress, don't seduce my man right in front of me. Either get in line or back off. Pamela, enraged, rushed forward and slammed a poisonous vine onto the bed. The room instantly fell into chaos. Pillows were thrown to the floor, and the sheets became a wrinkled mess. I was the one who met Chino first. You are just a mistress. Venom flipped over, pinning Pamela to the ground. Fortunately, there was a carpet beneath them, preventing any injuries. The soft texture cushioned the fall, but the two continued their fierce struggle. Then he will be mine first. That's what I was asking you. Otherwise, do you think you can win in the back alley? You're still peeping, you pervert. You shameless woman? Take this outside. And so, the two beauties rolled around on the floor. Chino simply got dressed and watched. Neither of them took the fight too seriously. They had known each other for a long time, and in truth, this should have happened much earlier. As Pamela's nightgown was torn, Chino finally realized something was off. Venom, your body, it looks exactly like Pamela's. Chino was puzzled. Not only was the shape identical, but even the butterfly mark was the same, only the color was different. Venom, now pinned under Pamela, froze upon hearing this. Feeling a bit guilty, she muttered, that might just be a coincidence. Pamela stopped moving and carefully observed. Her face darkened as she recalled the dream she had the previous night. Damn it, I knew it. Even if I let you appear in my dream yesterday, you were still planning to steal my body. What do you mean, steal? I just used it for reference? I'm not like you. How dare you say that? Pamela was truly angry now. She manipulated her vines, sealing Venom's poison and exposing her soft, fair skin. You're really doing this? Be gentle. Venom didn't resist. After all, she was the one in the wrong. Chino covered his face, already understanding what was happening. His memories only contained the external appearance, not specific details, so Venom could only learn by observing others. However, since Venom was clearly not an innocent person, he decided to let Pamela take out her frustration. Wait, Pamela, I'll tell you a secret. I don't want to hear it. Pamela swung her vine again, aiming to strike until Venom's skin turned red. It's about Chino. If you add me into the equation, I can change the color back. Pamela immediately paused, and Venom let out a sigh of relief. Her body was feeling overly sensitive, and if the attack had continued, she might have actually lost control. Wait, Venom, you. This time, it was Chino's turn to panic. Pamela, noticing Chino's reaction, realized that Venom knew more than she did. Hey, Chino, go wait outside. I need to have a talk with Venom. Chino stared at the closed door, feeling a sense of helplessness as he waited outside. The hallway was lined with luxurious carpets, and the walls were decorated with beautiful oil paintings. Young master, even inside the mansion, you must still be mindful of proper etiquette. Frank's voice came from beside him. Frank eyed Chino, who was wearing nothing but a pair of large shorts. Pamela, open the door? I'm not even dressed yet. Chino knocked on the door. The door opened. Pamela stepped out, now wearing a long green dress, while Venom followed beside her in a black gauze dress. This time, she was wearing high heels that made her just a bit taller than Chino. Their skirts swayed like flowers in the breeze. However, Chino was stunned to see that Pamela's skin had now turned white. One wife, two experiences. Hey, my sister and I will go down first and wait for you. Pamela gave him a wave before pulling Venom along as they walked downstairs. Breakfast is ready, young ladies, Frank said, showing no surprise at the appearance of a second woman. Pamela felt the intense gaze on her back, and the corner of her lips lifted slightly. She liked it when a tall man stared at her. Chino finished dressing and went downstairs. Venom and Pamela were still waiting for him. Hey, try this fruit. Chino, eat some chocolate. Pamela's breakfast was more vegetarian, consisting mainly of fruit salad, while Venom, having a human body, could taste different flavors but still preferred chocolate. Chino had no choice but to accept both. After breakfast, Venom and Pamela went to watch television. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the doorbell echoed from outside. Frank opened the door to welcome a visitor. It's been a while, Chino. Are these two your wives? Hello, I'm Tony Stark. Just call me Tony. Dressed in a black suit, Tony introduced himself. Venom and Pamela nodded in greeting but otherwise ignored him. Oh wow, this is the first time I've been completely ignored. Tony Stark looked slightly embarrassed. Tony, how did you even find me? Chino asked. Ah, my friend, you saved the greatest genius of this century. Tony Stark exaggerated, clicking his tongue when he saw Chino's indifferent expression. Alright, actually, I came to give you a thank you gift. Chino took the document Tony handed him and examined it. 20% of Stark Industries shares. Love and war may seem different, but in the end, both are fought with passion. Please support me if you can. Chapter X, Rings of Power and Friendship. Don't even think about refusing. You saved me once, so this is the reward you deserve. Despite donating 1/5 of his shares, Tony still maintained a proud expression. Tony, why did you do this? Chino didn't seem pleased with the generous gift. Instead, she placed the document back on the table and gently pushed it toward him. I didn't say anything. Tony, you are a businessman. You are incredibly wealthy. No matter how rich someone is, they should never be ungrateful. Show appreciation to your savior, Chino said, her sharp eyes locking onto him. Except for those with the surname Lee. I guess I'm just not suited for these kinds of things, Tony admitted, his expression clouding over. That day, I saw a laser beam coming from Man's ring. I wondered if that ring belonged to you. Here they are. Chino pulled out 10 gemstone rings and placed them on the table. Yes, that's them. 10% of the shares are a token of gratitude, but I want to buy the remaining 10%, Tony said, his eyes fixed on the rings. I can't buy them all at once, but I can buy them one by one. Tony, do you know where these came from? Chino asked with a slight smile, shaking her head. What is their origin? These rings are masterpieces of an alien named Makluan. Each one possesses extraordinary powers. Tony, how much do you think one of them is worth? Chino picked up one of the rings, allowing the sunlight to reflect off its brilliant surface. Alien technology. If you hadn't told me, I, Tony Stark, would never have believed that there was something I couldn't obtain. Tony's eyes burned with curiosity, but then he let out a self-deprecating laugh. If this was truly alien technology, its value was beyond money. If its technology was fully deciphered, the benefits it would bring could lead to the creation of an entirely new military empire. And then, a red ring fell into Tony's hand. Aren't you selling them? Tony stared at the ring in his palm, his gaze unfocused. I'm not selling them, but I can give them to a friend. Chino smiled. She still had a good impression of Tony, whether it was his performance in the cave or his courage to become a pioneer in his past life's movies. These qualities defined him, and giving him a ring wasn't a loss. Tony clenched the ring tightly, his eyes filled with a mix of surprise and gratitude. Chino, your gift is too valuable. I don't even know what to say. Chino waved a hand dismissively. Don't be so formal, Tony. As you said, there's no need to worry too much between friends. Tony nodded solemnly. I will treasure this gift and do my best to unlock its secrets. But I am very curious, what special power does this ring have? Your ring is the flame ring. It contains a miniature star core that emits infrared heat, and its power can be controlled by the wearer. Also, when conducting research, be careful not to blow up New York, Chino warned with a serious expression. A miniature energy core, heat compression technology, spatial compression, and neural link technology. All of that packed into a single ring. Tony carefully slid the ring onto his finger and immediately understood how to use it. Oh, a half-meter wide fireball appeared in Tony's hand, floating in the air under his control. Its power was truly extraordinary. Pamela, Venom, and Frank's eyes were instantly drawn to it. Before Tony could enjoy it, a blue energy beam struck the fireball midair, turning it into ice before it shattered on the ground. Tony, don't play with fire in someone else's house, Chino scolded. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Tony looked slightly embarrassed. At that moment, Pamela approached and sat down on Chino's lap. These rings are really beautiful. Pamela's eyes sparkled. After all, few women could resist the allure of dazzling gemstones. If you like one, pick it. Take it first, and when we get married, I'll make you an even better one. Chino said it casually. Thank you, Smooch. Pamela kissed Chino on the cheek and happily picked a white ring, slipping it onto her middle finger. The cutting beam ring would perfectly compensate for Pamela's fatal weaknesses. Does it look good on me? You look good in everything. The two flirted as if no one else was around. Venom then approached, prompting Pamela to quickly move aside and sit behind Chino, acting as a cushion for his head. Venom sat on Chino's lap, lifting her slender, pale fingers. Pick one for me. Venom smiled softly. That one. Its color suits you best. Chino chose a black ring and slid it onto Venom's middle finger. The black light ring, it creates an area of complete darkness that absorbs all light, similar to invisibility cloaks, dark stars, or shrouds infused with dark energy. It's beautiful. You deserve a reward. Venom leaned in and gently kissed Chino on the lips. For that moment, time seemed to stop. Chino felt the softness of Venom's lips, and a warmth surged in his heart. After Pamela and Venom left, Tony spoke up. Don't you feel bad giving away rings that even billions of dollars couldn't buy? Tony was amused. Despite everything Chino having a woman on each side, he was still surprised at Chino's generosity. I don't feel bad at all. They like them, and that's enough for me. I see. You really are a man of love. But these rings are incredibly powerful. Aren't you worried they'll cause trouble? Tony shrugged. If any problems arise, I'll handle them. With his superhuman abilities, Chino could essentially walk unchallenged in this world unless he provoked the true powerhouses. By the way, the military has been acting strangely recently. They seem to be secretly capturing mutants, as if they're looking for someone. If you happen to run into them, it could be a hassle. Give me a call if you need help. This kind of military operation was classified, yet Tony was still willing to share it. Thanks for the heads up. With that, Tony also bid farewell and left. He had too much to do developing the Mark II suit, researching the rings, and hunting down traitors. Every task was crucial. The stock transfer contract remained on the table, indicating that Tony Stark had not taken back what he had given. Pamela, Venom, let's go out and have some fun. Chino suddenly realized he hadn't truly enjoyed himself since arriving in this world. All right. Of course. Pamela had been wanting to go shopping for a long time, so she was thrilled by Chino's suggestion. As long as she was with him, Venom didn't care where they went. Frank, do you have any recommendations? Chino asked. Master, I recommend the Manhattan district. It's lively, and since the ladies didn't bring anything, they can shop for clothes and other necessities. Then let's go there. Quote, true wealth lies not in what we keep but in what we give away. The three of them rode in a limousine toward Manhattan. Along the way, Pamela excitedly gazed out the window, looking forward to their shopping trip. Venom leaned quietly against Chino, enjoying this peaceful moment. When they arrived in Manhattan, they were struck by the bustling sight before them: towering skyscrapers, crowded streets, and a variety of stores lining the roads. Pamela couldn't wait to take Chino to a stylish clothing store. She eagerly picked out various beautiful outfits, occasionally asking Chino for his opinion. Chino patiently accompanied her, offering his own advice. Venom wasn't particularly interested in shopping, but Pamela's enthusiasm was contagious. Occasionally, she would hold up clothes to see if they suited Chino. It wasn't that their conversation was uninteresting, rather, it was about who had just approached them. Frank narrowed his eyes at the person and subtly placed his hand behind his waist. The individual simply shook their head and walked away. Even in America, people seemed lifeless. After buying clothes, the four of them decided to enjoy some street food. As they passed through an alley, Chino noticed a shadowy figure in the corner. A beggar? What if, instead, they were hiding in the alley to avoid being seen? What's wrong, miss? Pamela asked when she noticed Chino was distracted. There's someone in that alley, Chino said, jogging toward it. She walked over to a person lying motionless on the ground as if unconscious. Their clothes were tattered, a metal collar was fastened around their neck, and their face was covered in filth, making it impossible to see their features. The only thing visible was their green hair. Chino, I hope you're not planning to bring them home, Venom suddenly remarked. Stop making a fuss. It's not like I'm some malevolent ghost, Chino said, eyes wide with surprise. If you want to play hero, go ahead and pick them up, Pamela joked. You guys will look wonderful tonight, Frank said, standing guard at the alley entrance, ensuring no one entered. With a quick motion, Chino grabbed the metal collar and effortlessly removed it, tossing it aside. The person slowly regained consciousness after the collar was removed, but they were too weak to speak. You escaped from a mutant research facility. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Go to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, you'll be safe there, Chino said, pulling some cash from his pocket, nearly a few $1,000s. Venom, Pamela, let's go. With that, Chino spread his arms and exited the alley. The individual in the alley stared at the money on the ground, using the wall for support as they slowly walked away. As they strolled down the street, Venom suddenly asked, why the sudden kindness? Maybe it's the privilege of the strong, Chino replied. At first, I gained this power to protect myself, but now, I want to do something else to pass the time. Rather than being swept up in justice like Spider-Man, I want to be a mischievous devil who protects the downtrodden and remains kind at heart. If you want to show off, just do it. If not, don't waste my time, Venom said, grabbing Chino's arm. Haha, you really are sharp, Chino laughed loudly, as expected from someone who knew him best. Hey, who was that stingy guy you were talking about earlier? A friend? Pamela asked. He should be a friend. He's very interesting but also extremely suspicious. Thinking of Deadpool, Chino wondered if Wade had already undergone his experiments. Chino. A surprised voice called out from nearby. Chino turned around. Surrounded by two people stood George Stacy, who was likely with his wife and child. Good evening, Uncle George, Chino greeted politely. He didn't know them yet, but their future interactions would surely be good. Well, since I have the day off, I took Gwen out for some fun. Who are these two? George asked, looking at the two girls clinging to Chino. They seemed incredibly close, and both were stunning beauties. They are my lovers, Venom and Pamela, Chino said casually. Two lovers. George's mouth twitched. Up until now, Chino had seemed like an honest young man, but seeing him pull this off left him feeling a bit envious. The blonde girl beside him also widened her eyes in shock. Chino, have you really lost your memory? I'm Aunt Mary, George's wife stepped forward, disregarding how many lovers Chino had. Given the country's situation, it was understandable. My apologies, Aunt Mary, Chino said. Mary smiled gently and replied, it's all right, dear. I hope your memories return soon. The blonde girl stepped forward, staring at the two beauties clinging to Chino, her tone carrying a hint of resentment. You forgot me too. I'm sorry. For some reason, Chino instinctively apologized first. That's all you have to say? My name is Gwen. Don't forget it, Gwen declared, shooting a hostile glance at Venom and Pamela. I won't give up. George's face darkened slightly. Couldn't his daughter see what was happening? His precious cabbage was being surrounded. What did you do to my daughter? He asked. Dad, we're leaving, Gwen said quickly. Chino, come visit when you have time, Mary added before they left. Once the Stasis had walked away, Venom smirked. Looks like you've got another little sister. We should start sharing the burden, Pamela muttered, recalling how she almost broke her back last night. They arrived at a high-end restaurant and ordered their food. After a long day of shopping, the four of them finally sat down for dinner. Though Frank was technically a housekeeper, he felt more like family. Gazing out at the city lights, Pamela sighed. What a peaceful city. Unlike Gotham, where robberies and drug deals happened at every corner. In the very next second, a car flew past the window, and inside, a woman screamed in terror. A child was seated in the back. Without hesitation, Chino leaped out of the window, caught the car firmly, and gently placed it on the ground. You're safe now. Aya. The woman behind the wheel was still in shock. Her foot remained pressed against the accelerator, causing white smoke to rise from the tires. Chino had no choice but to lift the car. Hey, lady, shut up, he barked. Startled by his shout, the woman finally calmed down. Think about your child, he said. Thank you, she murmured, finally regaining her composure. She turned off the engine, embraced her daughter, and hurried away. Returning to the second floor. ×3. Chino, Venom, and Frank all turned to stare at Pamela. What kind of bad luck did her words bring? Pamela awkwardly chuckled. This was just a coincidence. Forget it. Let's go check it out. On a nearby street, a Gatling gun mounted on an armored vehicle spewed fire, releasing a hailstorm of bullets into the heart of the city. Standing there was a massive man, over 3 meters tall. His entire body was covered in iron-like muscles, his skin either green or gray. His grotesquely muscular physique was rough, layered with protrusions. His face was twisted in madness, eyes burning red with evil intent. His mouth was wide open as he continued to roar. Abhorrence had arrived. Quote, true strength is not measured by power alone, but by how one chooses to wield it. Atling, positioned inside the armored vehicle, desperately fired his weapon. The dense bullets shot out like a ferocious metal whip, aiming directly at the center of hatred. However, the moment the bullets made contact, they bounced off, scattering countless sparks into the air. Hatred did not care about the incoming rain of gunfire. His massive body stood firm, as immovable as a mountain. The bullets that struck his greenish-gray skin left faint white marks for only a brief moment before disappearing entirely. With heavy footsteps, he marched forward, shaking the ground beneath him. Bullets that should have been fatal were nothing more than the sting of a mosquito to him. As he moved, chaos erupted around him. Buildings crumbled from his collisions, and glass shattered into countless pieces. Innocent civilians screamed in terror, running for their lives. But many were crushed beneath falling bricks or caught in the debris. Some were even trampled underfoot by the monster. The streets became stained with blood. He roared in fury, swinging his massive arms. Without hesitation, he lifted a parked car from the roadside and hurled it toward the fleeing crowd. The car tumbled through the air, spreading even greater panic. Call a real opponent? Bring me the Hulk. His deafening roar reverberated through the city as if he intended to consume it with his rage. The battlefield had become pure chaos. Screams, sobs, and desperate cries echoed through the streets, turning the scene into a living hell. Look at me. Seeing that bullets were useless, nearby soldiers quickly prepared a bazooka and fired. Hatred sneered at the incoming missile, his contemptuous gaze glimmering. Instead of dodging, he arrogantly reached out, attempting to catch the projectile. The missile struck his bony chest, triggering a violent explosion of flames. Fire engulfed his body, but in mere seconds, his wounds healed completely, leaving him unscathed. The soldiers watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Hatred grinned menacingly, stepping toward them with overwhelming pressure. When he encountered vehicles blocking his path, he simply kicked them aside as if they were nothing. Inside a hovering attack helicopter, General Ross grabbed his radio and shouted, "Soldiers, fall back now." The troops responded immediately, retreating from the battlefield. "Lower me down," a calm but firm voice demanded. Bruce Banner turned to General Ross with unwavering determination in his eyes. Just as Ross was about to approve, a voice interrupted from behind. "General, someone else just joined the fight." Ross quickly looked down, his eyes scanning the battlefield eagerly. One of the armored vehicles had lost a wheel, causing it to slow down amidst the congested streets. Hatred easily caught up to it. Lifting his leg, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the armored vehicle flying like a ball. It soared through the air, tumbling in an arc before crashing down nearly 30 meters away. At that perilous moment, a white blur leaped onto the roof of the vehicle. She stood there effortlessly, carrying 2 soldiers in one arm while shooting a web with the other. The web latched onto a nearby street lamp, allowing her to swing down and land safely. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed into the ground, erupting into a massive fireball. "Get out of here." A young woman, clad in a black and white spider suit, glared at the monstrous figure before her. Be careful." The 2 rescued soldiers quickly scrambled to their feet and retreated. "Oh, a little bug dares to challenge me." Hatred grinned maliciously. He did not mind toying with this insignificant insect before the Hulk arrived. If you think you're strong, come and get me, you ugly monster. Gwen Stacy had been out with her family, enjoying dinner, when she was suddenly caught in this disaster. To be honest, she was not strong enough to take on such a massive foe head-on. A single attack from him could potentially cripple her. But she had no choice. Her gaze drifted toward the police officers evacuating the citizens. Among them was her father. If she did nothing, he would die. Taking a deep breath, Gwen locked eyes with hatred. All right, big guy, let's do this. She shot out her webs, clinging to a nearby skyscraper, and swung through the air. Moving swiftly, she weaved around Hatred, constantly pestering him. Irritated by her taunts, Hatred swung his enormous arms wildly, trying to grab the nimble little bug. Gwen skillfully evaded his attacks, occasionally launching webs to restrict his movements. You're way too slow, she taunted while dodging with ease. Hatred roared in fury, chasing after her relentlessly. Gwen used the environment to her advantage, darting between vehicles and buildings, forcing Hatred to destroy everything in his path. Her agility allowed her to dodge his devastating blows repeatedly. At one point, she landed on his back, shooting a web straight at his eyes. As he struggled and flailed in rage, she swiftly leaped away. Come on, dumb brute. Hatred bellowed in rage, blinded by her tricks, and charged after her. Gwen continued to swing between skyscrapers, creating obstacles with her webs to slow him down. Though Hatred plowed through them with brute force, Gwen took the opportunity to maneuver around him, leaping above his head and delivering a sharp kick. TCH, that didn't even tickle. Hatred grew even more furious, accelerating his charge. Gwen smirked as she ran. Come on, keep up, you big oaf. Her voice echoed through the streets as she successfully lured him away from the civilians. The farther, the better. Swinging around a corner, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Chino and his two lovers were standing right there? Why hadn't they left yet? Chino looked up and met Gwen's gaze. Behind her, the heavy stomping of Hatred grew louder. It was too late to escape. Chino, run. Gwen's voice carried desperation and determination. In that moment, she made up her mind. She dropped down from the sky, landing between them and Hatred. Her green sneakers scraped harshly against the pavement, leaving deep marks as she came to a halt, standing as a shield in front of Chino. Using her webs, she quickly reinforced the surrounding walls. In an instant, a massive web barrier was erected, forming a solid defensive line. But Hatred charged forward without hesitation, tearing through the webs as if they were nothing. His enormous fist swung down toward Gwen, crackling with raw power. She knew she could not dodge in time. Gritting her teeth, she crossed her arms in front of her chest, bracing herself for impact. Quote of the chapter. True bravery is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. Please support me if you can, idiot. Chino grabbed Gwen's slender waist and pulled her into an embrace. With his other hand, he clenched his fist, stepping forward to meet the loathsome fist of his opponent. The two fists collided, generating a powerful shockwave. Crack! A bone-breaking sound echoed. Instead, the larger figure was sent flying. Gwen stared blankly at the unbelievable sight before her. Gwen, are you an idiot? You tried to grab Casserole's giant fist with your tiny body. Do you think you're Toby Spider? A teasing voice whispered into her ear, warm breath seeping through the mask and tickling her skin. Gwen turned her head and met Chino's laughing eyes. Haha, it's not your fault. You went for it. But, who's Toby Spider? He's also Spider-Man, but the one with the best physique. There are other Spider-Men. Venom watched the two chatting happily. Chino, are we going to continue discussing this position? Gwen snapped out of her daze when she felt a warm hand squeeze her lower abdomen. Under her combat suit, she was only wearing underwear. Her face turned crimson in an instant, and she struggled to break free from Chino's arms. Humph, you delinquent. Gwen glared at Chino while adjusting her slightly disheveled combat suit. Sorry, Gwen. I pinched you unconsciously. Chino apologized, but he couldn't deny that the sensation had been pleasant. Ugh, I am not Gwen. You have the wrong person. Call me Ghost Spider. Gwen spoke in a rough voice. Got it, Spider. Chino smiled. Venom rolled his eyes at their interaction and said, can you two stop flirting here? Don't forget, there's still a huge unresolved issue. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from afar. Two massive figures stood face to face. At first, Banner had no intention of continuing, seeing Hatred being welcomed. But soon, Hatred, who had been stolen away, flew toward the armed helicopter they were in. Fortunately, the pilot was highly skilled and dodged in time. However, the powerful airflow from the giant body sent him tumbling. Hulk, you finally came out. Hatred stared at Hulk with excitement in his eyes. Defeating Hulk had become his obsession. Despite one of his hands being broken, he rushed forward without hesitation. Hulk! Hulk roared back, charging toward him. The moment their gigantic bodies collided, Hulk was sent flying. Hatred's broken hand was healing rapidly due to his powerful regeneration. His arm was already halfway recovered, allowing him to fight without hindrance. But Hulk was different. With excessive suppressants injected into him, he had barely managed to transform. From the moment they clashed, he was at a disadvantage. Chino and Gwen heard the explosion from afar. Immediately, they stopped their fight and looked toward the source of the sound. No, I want to stop them. Chino, will you help me? Though Gwen had only fought once, she knew their overwhelming strength would bring even greater destruction. All right, Venom, let's go. Chino gracefully bowed and raised his hand. Rather than heading into battle, it looked as though he was inviting a lady to dance. Venom smirked before shifting into a black substance, forming a Superman-like combat suit over Chino's golden armor. Pamela, we're heading out. With that, Chino leaped forward. Let's go, Gwen. We should help too, Pamela said. Gwen was still in shock from watching Pamela transform into her suit while remaining human. You'll understand once you become our sister, Pamela said with a mysterious smile. She had a good impression of Gwen, who was willing to risk everything to save them. No way, who wants to be your sister? The once lively and bustling streets of New York were now reduced to ruins. The roads were torn apart, asphalt ripped up, exposing the eerie mud and pipes beneath. The windows of the storefronts were shattered, with broken glass reflecting the dim light. Vehicles lay scattered, some destroyed, others consumed by raging flames, sending black smoke spiraling into the sky. Streetlights leaned precariously, electrical wires dangled close to the ground, occasionally sparking with a chilling crackle. Citizens ran frantically, crying out for help. Some lay in pools of blood, groaning in pain, yet there was no one to save them. Children, separated from their parents, sobbed helplessly amidst the chaos. The injured lay motionless on the ground, terror and despair reflected in their eyes. God, please save us. An old man, trapped beneath a collapsed building, could do nothing but gaze hopelessly at the sky. And at the heart of this destruction, Hatred and Hulk continued their ferocious battle. Each clash sent out massive shockwaves, worsening the devastation around them. Hatred's thick, muscular arm flexed as his broken hand fully healed. With a furious roar, he swung his fist at Hulk once more. Hulk refused to back down. His massive body tensed, green skin stretching as veins bulged. He clenched his fists tightly. At that moment of crisis, a sharp whistling sound rang through the air. Like a meteor, a figure descended rapidly from the sky. Boom! A burst of smoke exploded between Hatred and Hulk as Chino landed, arms spread wide, stopping both of their gigantic fists. The sheer force caused the ground beneath him to sink instantly. Enough. Chino's voice boomed like thunder through the ruins. This city is not your battlefield. Innocent lives should not be sacrificed because of your fight. The fleeing citizens halted, looking at Chino with eyes full of astonishment and hope. Silence fell over the battlefield. Chino lowered his head slightly and smirked. Venom, do I look incredibly handsome right now? I've been thinking about this line for a while. You do look very handsome. But whether people agree, well, that's another matter. Get lost, Bug. Hulk is unbeatable. Hatred had long been consumed by rage. In his eyes, only Hulk existed. Raising another fist, he swung once more. Hulk roared in frustration, showing his displeasure at Chino's interference. He too threw a punch toward Chino. TMD, you shameless fools. Chino's face darkened as he clenched his fists. He stumped his foot hard against the ground, sending another powerful shockwave through the battlefield. In the next moment, both Hatred and Hulk were sent soaring into the sky. In midair, Chino grabbed both of their massive fists and, like wielding nunchucks, swung them around at lightning speed. His strength was beyond imagination. Despite their enormous size and weight, Hatred and Hulk felt as light as feathers in his grasp. As Chino spun them around, the two giants roared, their eyes spinning from dizziness. Strength without control is chaos. True power is knowing when to stop. The residents on the streets of New York stood still, their mouths slightly open and eyes widened in disbelief and shock as they blankly stared at the sky. A young woman's handbag slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, but she didn't even notice. She simply gazed up at the sky in a daze and murmured to herself, how is this even possible? A small boy excitedly waved his tiny hands. Dad, look, it's Superman. However, his father remained silent, his face frozen in an expression of shock. Among them, only the reporters managed to capture the unfolding scene. Watching the scene on television, Tony couldn't help but laugh. Pepper, look at this guy, Chino. He's swinging those two giants around like they're nunchaku. Boss, the situation at the scene isn't looking optimistic. Pepper said, slightly flustered. It's fine. Chino's got this. Tony knew Chino's capabilities well. His ability to fly might not have surfaced yet, but as long as he wasn't dead, his healing ability remained intact. But still, I should go. There are villains to deal with, after all. SHIELD Level 8 Agent. Agent Carlson, who had just arrived at the scene, gradually regained his composure and spoke into his headset. Director, I've arrived at the scene. What are my orders? It depends on negotiations. Yes, sir. Carlson returned the energy gun in his hand to its holster. If negotiations failed, he'd send a bullet of hatred straight to hell. But for now, that wasn't necessary. SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury silently watched the live broadcast. A man playing with two monsters, each weighing dozens of tons, as if they were mere toys. Was this another Captain Marvel? So far, neither Hatred nor Hulk had gone on a destructive rampage, but cries for help still echoed from beneath the collapsed buildings. Amidst the chaos, Pamela stepped forward, revealing her unique abilities. With light and graceful steps, she walked toward the rubble of a collapsed building. Beneath the wreckage, trapped civilians desperately called out for help. Pamela closed her eyes slightly and raised her hand in an elegant motion. At her fingertips, a green glow shimmered. In an instant, thick, flexible vines sprouted from the ground, growing and extending rapidly as if they were alive. They moved with precision, maneuvering between the ruins, carefully lifting heavy stones, broken beams, and shattered columns. Pamela remained calm and focused, gently waving her fingers, guiding the vines with remarkable accuracy. As the vines worked tirelessly, the trapped civilians were gradually revealed, one by one. The vines carefully lifted them and gently set them down on stable ground. Pamela's long hair swayed in the breeze, her eyes filled with both concern and kindness. In that moment, she looked like a goddess of mercy, rescuing those in distress. The civilians who had been saved looked at her with awe and gratitude, as if witnessing the dawn of hope itself. Gwen, watching Pamela's graceful rescue efforts, couldn't help but gaze at her in admiration. Amazing ability, Pamela. But Pamela didn't stop even after finishing the initial rescues. She continued searching the surroundings, gently moving the wounded with her vines and carrying them away from danger. Once she had gathered the injured in a relatively safe area, she arranged them in an orderly manner. Pamela turned to Gwen and said, "Everyone has their own strength and value, and you protect the city in your own way." Gwen glanced at the injured people on the ground with concern. "Pamela, what do we do now? There are hundreds of injured people. The ambulances won't be able to transport them all." Moved by Pamela's efforts, Gwen naturally called her sister. "That's where Venom comes in." Pamela looked up at Chino, who was still in the sky, and shouted, "Chino, stop playing around. We need Sister Venom." Hearing Pamela's call, Chino's voice rang from above. "Give me 3 more minutes." And with that, he let go. Abomination and Hulk plummeted from the sky, their massive bodies pulled down by gravity, crashing toward the ground at terrifying speed. With a deafening impact, the ground shattered, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Boom, boom, 2 earth-shaking explosions echoed through the city. Chino slowly descended, his gaze fixed coldly on the 2 fallen giants before him. "Are you convinced now?" However, instead of an answer, he was met with the sound of retching. Abomination and Hulk, the moment they landed, began vomiting violently, their stomachs churning as they spewed out a foul, acidic liquid. It took them a moment to recover. I believe you now. I won't fight back." Abomination finally came to his senses and raised his hands in surrender. He and Hulk still had plenty of strength left, but this was unacceptable. Hulk does not accept this. Hulk's eyes burned with anger as he wiped the acidic vomit from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to stand up. Abomination, beside him, looked at him with admiration. Hulk refused to yield, truly impressive. "Stay put and don't run. I promise, I won't run." Abomination realized there was no point in escaping. If this man wanted him dead, he'd already be dead. It was better to stay honest. 12 punches were enough for Thanos to knock you out. I wonder how many I'll need. Chino clenched his fist and locked eyes with Hulk. Hulk, seeing the cold, murderous look in Chino's eyes, felt an unfamiliar emotion creeping in fear. Still, he tried to summon his rage and roared. "Ray-ah!" In an instant, Chino's figure vanished. A streak of motion blurred through the air, and the next second, boom! His fist slammed into Hulk's abdomen like a cannonball. The impact forced Hulk's entire torso to cave inward, bending like a crushed lobster. His thunderous roar was cut off abruptly, replaced by a pained groan. His eyes bulged, blue veins surfaced on his green skin, and his furious expression contorted in agony. The sheer force of the blow kicked up a thick cloud of dust, shrouding the battlefield in a smoky haze. Abomination was so terrified that he swallowed nervously. Hulk clutched his stomach and coughed violently, a wet, gurgling sound escaping his throat. Chino's punch was monstrous, so powerful that even the mighty Hulk couldn't endure it. "Are you convinced now?" Chino retracted his fist and looked at Hulk with icy indifference. Hulk stumbled backward, each step feeling heavier than the last. His legs trembled as if drained of strength. He clutched his stomach, his massive hand pressing against the aching wound, and his fierce face twisted in agony. Finally, Hulk couldn't endure it any longer. His legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees. His entire body trembled, sweat the size of beads rolling down his forehead. Ugh! A low whimper escaped his lips. For the first time, he felt this kind of gut-wrenching pain. Gone was his usual rage and madness, replacing it was deep-seated fear and helplessness. Hulk accepts. Quote of the chapter: "The greatest victory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall." Confucius. The battle nears its end. Both Hulk and Hatred had been defeated, returning to their human forms. Blinsky. Banner slowly opened his eyes, and as his vision cleared, he was shocked to see the man standing before him. Every time he woke up after losing control, he always found himself in an empty environment. But this time, he was still on the street, and his former enemy remained in front of him. "Ah, Banner, you're awake. Don't be tense." "I don't want to fight anymore," Blinsky said, finding a tattered cloth from the ruins and wrapping it around himself. Banner pushed himself off the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach. It was a rare sensation for him. "You don't want to hit me anymore? That wasn't how you were before. What happened?" Banner asked, his face filled with confusion. Blinsky shrugged helplessly and gave a wry smile. "What else can I do? When you meet a man with real power, you realize you're just a pawn." Banner's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Someone strong enough to overpower both Hulk and you?" "That's right. That man is unbelievably powerful. Even Hulk couldn't fight back against him," Blinsky admitted, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Banner let out a sigh. "At least the chaos is finally over." Blinsky exhaled deeply. "It's good that it's over. I don't want to lose control like that ever again." "Have you really changed?" Banner glanced at him skeptically. Blinsky nodded seriously. After experiencing all of this, I finally understand that power isn't meant to be used for destruction at will. Banner scoffed. I hope you remember what you're saying today. Don't worry, Banner. From now on, I have no hatred left in me, Blinsky said with firm resolve. Seeing the genuine regret in Blinsky's expression, Banner chose to say nothing further. He had planned to leave, but if the military wasn't retreating, then he wasn't going anywhere just yet. That man told us to stay here and not leave. You should listen, otherwise, you might really die next time, Blinsky warned. Where is he? I'll talk to him myself. Blinsky pointed in a direction, and Banner started walking toward it. Meanwhile, Chino approached Pamela. The onlookers kept their distance, standing a few dozen meters away as they watched. Pamela, what's the situation? 76 people have suffered severe injuries or permanent disabilities, 176 have minor injuries, and 89 are dead, Pamela reported. Chino looked at the hundreds of bodies lying on the ground and felt a headache coming on. Chino, can you save them? Gwen couldn't hold back and asked the question. Let me think first, Chino muttered as he consulted his mind. Venom, treating this many people at once would consume too much energy, wouldn't it? Just a little, but then it won't work. The problem isn't just us. No, what I meant was, I know, it's beyond our capability. We should send them to the nearest hospital. Can you survive if we do that? Chino was about to use his super speed to rush the injured to the hospital when a tentacle extended from his Superman suit and smacked the back of his head. Pamela and Gwen were startled, thinking a fight had broken out. You idiot, listen to me until the end? Lucifer gave you access to hell precisely to check if any demons with healing abilities exist there. Chino rubbed the back of his head, momentarily stunned. Then, realization dawned on him. Right? Why did I forget about hell? Chino's eyes lit up. If the burden on Sister Venom is too much, should we send them to the hospital? Pamela shared Chino's thoughts. Some things were more important than strangers or even family. Gwen was a little disappointed, knowing Chino had done his best, but once these people were hospitalized, at least half of them would die. No, I just have another solution. Chino looked at the red tattoo on his wrist, raised his hand, and waved it, opening a portal. Then, in an arrogant tone, he spoke. You maggots, move faster. If His Majesty returns and finds the palace still unfinished, I will lose face in front of him. Humph, glaring at me? You bullied me before, didn't you? Get the whip. Slap. Ah, if His Majesty sees my masterpiece when he returns, will he reward me? Perhaps with a perfect night together? He. The surroundings fell into silence. Chino frowned, glancing at the glowing lines on his wrist. Did he open the wrong door? Is the sun here? Your Majesty? Ah. The sound of chains rattling echoed as a small head emerged from the portal. When Chino saw the glow in those eyes, he started walking forward. Standing before him was a petite girl with snow-white skin and delicate features, as if she had stepped straight out of an anime. Her long black hair was tied into twin ponytails. She wore a tight-fitting black leather jacket that clung to her body like a second skin. The collar was cut low, revealing just enough of her chest to hint at her curves, and her slender collarbones were accentuated. A belt with metallic studs cinched her waist, emphasizing her slim figure. The leather jacket ended just at the upper thighs, exposing her fair, well-shaped legs whenever she moved. Beneath this bold attire, she retained a playful yet charming aura, possessing a unique allure that made people unable to look away. My greetings to His Majesty, the Demon King. Why do you look like this? This is my own modification. If Your Majesty is not satisfied, I can revert it. Yuichi responded seriously. When Chino nodded, she smiled with satisfaction. No, it's fine as it is. As Chino glanced around, his eyes suddenly met Gwen's mask. She remained silent, but he could feel the judgment in her gaze. Pamela, on the other hand, studied the leather jacket and made a mental note to buy one in a few days. Don't look at me like that. I didn't ask her to dress this way, Chino weakly explained. Gwen just chuckled. Yuichi secretly smirked. She was certain that she had made the right choice. After all, His Majesty was still a man, and among 100 souls, she had selected the most beautiful form possible. Lowly, leather jackets, and twin ponytails, these were the most popular elements. Using them as a reference, she had adjusted her appearance to its current form. Hey, stop getting excited so easily. If I weren't restraining you, you'd be waving a flag in front of hundreds of people right now. Venom sighed. She now fully understood whether it was big or small, this guy had no preferences. Thank goodness. If he really started acting up in front of this many people, we'd have to exile him to another universe. Are there any demons in hell who specialize in healing? Healing? Your Majesty, do you wish to save them? Yuichi had long been paying attention to the humans on the ground. In normal times, she would have asked others to bring them to hell as food. Well, if there isn't one, forget it. No, there is one. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. Yuichi hurriedly leapt back through the portal. This was the first task His Majesty had given her. How could she disappoint him? And if none existed, she would simply create one on the spot. Chino, you're a demon of hell. Gwen finally realized that the boy she liked was a demon. Quote of the chapter. True power is not in destruction, but in the ability to protect and heal. Are you scared? Gwen blushed as she looked at Chino's handsome face. It was impossible for a demon king to appear so beautiful. I am not afraid. The wounded people lying on the ground thought to themselves, you're not afraid? The one who saved us wasn't an angel but a devil. If he doesn't heal them, they'll have to pay with their souls as compensation. At that moment, Banner and Blinsky arrived. Hell is real? This is a portal. Banner's eyes were fixated on the dark portal. Having 7 PhDs, Banner felt an irresistible attraction toward this phenomenon. He completely ignored Chino's presence and, still muttering technical jargon, observed the portal with great focus. What's wrong with him? Chino glanced at Blinsky beside him. He originally intended to tell you to leave, but now he has probably forgotten all about it. Blinsky shrugged. Chino then asked, what do you plan to do next? I will likely be sent to a military tribunal and locked up in a lab as an experiment, Blinsky said with a bitter smile as he looked at the devastated streets around him. He wondered what he had been thinking when he followed orders to attack civilians. Chino looked at him and spoke, why don't you come with me? The world will soon face multiple crises where your strength will be needed. I can make you strong enough to truly defeat the Hulk. You must have realized it by now. The longer a fight drags on, the stronger Hulk becomes. Even without me, you will eventually lose to him. Chino had begun recruiting. Though he had many subordinates among the demon race, bringing them into the human world in large numbers would cause chaos. However, he had another idea, one that might actually work. Hearing Chino's words, a flash of desire appeared in Blinsky's eyes. His rationality had returned, but his obsession had not faded so easily. Blinsky stared at Chino and asked, can you really make me stronger? Can you really help me defeat the Hulk? Chino raised his chin slightly and said with full confidence, of course. I have that ability. As long as you follow me, I will grant you even greater power. Blinsky remained silent for a while, deep in thought. Eventually, he clenched his teeth and said, all right. I'll trust you for now. Chino smiled. Don't worry. I never break my promises. At that moment, movement came from the portal. Mora, hurry up. A lazy yet melodious voice echoed from the portal. Xiaoxi, why did you call me? I had only been asleep for a week. His Majesty the Demon King requires your abilities. Damn it, why is the Demon King even eating something like that? Oh, is Xiaoxi jealous that I was born into the Lun clan? Jealous? I can change too. Hurry up already, His Majesty is waiting. Banner, who had finally snapped back to reality, cautiously observed the portal leading to hell. From within, a demon was about to appear. The first figure to step out was a petite girl 11-chan. Seeing Banner blocking the doorway, she frowned. If you don't want me to drag you into hell, step aside. Aya. Banner immediately moved out of the way. This is a demon? Why does she look like a child? Behind she, the portal trembled again. The first thing to emerge was an enormous chest. The exaggerated size seemed to compress the very air around it. Then, a tall figure slowly stepped forward. She was a tall woman with long, red hair that lazily draped over her shoulders, her expression tinged with drowsy indifference. With every step she took, her chest moved like waves. Whether it was the wounded lying on the ground or the citizens watching the broadcast, all were left speechless. This demon was overwhelmingly powerful. Photographers, with sharp instincts, instinctively focused their lenses on the demon's chest. Despite her relaxed posture, her features were delicate yet possessed a careless charm. Her thin, arched eyebrows gave her an aloof look, and her half-lidded phoenix-shaped eyes carried a lazy allure. Atop her head, 2 curved horns marked her as a demon. As she stepped out of the swirling portal, the surrounding people seemed frozen as if caught in an enchantment, unable to avert their gaze from her. She walked forward and gracefully knelt before Chino, bowing her head in submission. The gourmet of His Majesty the Demon King, Lun Clan's Mora, has arrived to heal the wounded. At that moment, the abyss within her ample chest was directed toward Chino. They're 2 sizes larger than Pamela's. Phew. Stand up first. Chino inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling a murderous aura from nearby. Pamela stared at Mora in shock. Yes, Your Majesty. Mora stood up. Your Majesty, Xiaoxi said you needed my abilities. Mora asked in an alluring voice. Chino cleared his throat and forced his gaze away from her eye-catching features. That's right. There are many injured people here who require your healing. Mora gave a small nod. Your Majesty, the abilities of the Lun clan come with a side effect. What kind of side effect? Well, for light injuries, it may take a few months. For severe injuries, it could take nearly a year. Temporary impotence? Chino glanced at the wounded. If you've heard the terms, do you still want to be healed? Most of the injured remained calm and immediately agreed. After all, if they weren't treated, they might not survive. Even if they did, the cost of medical treatment was far beyond what most could afford. Begin, Mora. Mora nodded and raised her hand. A green light instantly enveloped the injured. As the radiant glow surrounded them, wounds began healing at an astonishing speed. Though some still had fractured bones, smiles gradually appeared on their faces. Just as the injured were celebrating their recovery, a sudden commotion arose. Screams erupted from the crowd as soldiers armed with rifles surrounded the area, forcing the civilians to evacuate. Soon after, General Ross arrived. Hand him over to me now. Chino smirked. Did you not see the demons I summoned? How audacious of you to try and take someone from a demon. Ross laughed. Huh? Demons? They're just mutants. If you leave it to me, I'll make sure you're free to go. He knew mutants came in various forms, and it was always the psychic-powered ones that were the most feared. But believing that someone could suppress both Hulk and Abomination simultaneously? That was absurd. Chino narrowed his eyes. Aren't you afraid that I'll just kill you here and now? Ross smirked and pointed at the cameras. See that? It's being broadcasted nationwide. If you kill me, the entire country will view this as a direct attack from mutants. You'll have nowhere to run. Chino's enhanced hearing picked up the voices from across the nation. Mutants must die. Monsters like that shouldn't exist. Lock them all up. A flood of malice and hatred surged into Chino's ears, but he simply laughed. Ross frowned. Why are you laughing? Chino crossed his arms and said loudly, because there is another option. Ross narrowed his eyes, sensing danger. What option? Chino's eyes glowed with a demonic light as he declared, simple. I'll just destroy this country first. Quote of the chapter: those who fear monsters fail to realize they were the ones who created them. Alright then, everyone, come forth into this world and introduce yourselves. Suddenly, a massive portal appeared in the sky. It looked like a giant mouth ready to swallow the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura. Hoo. At that moment, demons surged forth from the portal. They came in all shapes and sizes, some with razor-sharp fangs, others covered in heavy scales, and some possessing enormous wings. These demons fell like meteors, striking the ground with such force that cracks formed, and dust billowed into the air. The journalists and cameramen who had not fled captured the scene faithfully. Those watching television from their homes were frozen in disbelief, their eyes locked onto the screen. The grotesque faces and the overwhelming presence of the demons were transmitted through the cameras, instilling terror in the hearts of the viewers in an instant. A world once filled with noise and chatter was now suffocated by an eerie silence, broken only by the low roars of demons and the ragged breathing of terrified people. Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters. Logan watched the shocking scene unfold on television, the cigar in his mouth slipping from his lips and falling to the ground with a dull thud. His eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered under his breath, "You are a demon, and you're making us steal things for your amusement." Sheen, standing beside him, noticed Logan's unusually intense reaction and asked, "Logan, do you know him?" Logan frowned, his voice low and restrained. "Well, he's the one who invited me here in the first place." Cyclops, standing nearby, pressed his fingers against his visor and, with a cautious gaze, eyed Logan suspiciously. "You're not a demon, are you? You scumbag." Logan seemed deeply unsettled. Ever since he had first encountered this mysterious man, an unshakable sense of unease had gripped him. At that moment, Professor X interjected, his voice calm and reassuring. "Logan, he is not a demon. I saw him a long time ago." Sheen hesitated before asking, "Professor, should we step in and help?" Professor X kept his gaze on the television screen and responded slowly, "Observe first. Do not act recklessly." SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury stared at the massive army of demons summoned by Chino, then let out an expletive. His one good eye burned with anger and shock. This man is even more terrifying than Captain Marvel. He actually commands an entire army of demons. He barked into his communicator, "Coulson, I don't care how you do it, but get me on the phone with that demon." There was a long silence before Coulson's voice came through, filled with helplessness. "Director, I can't move right now." "Why not?" "Because there's a demon over 2 meters tall staring right at me." Coulson's voice trembled. "Damn it." Nick Fury cursed again. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his pager. He wanted to use it, but by the time Captain Marvel arrived, the country might already be history. Meanwhile, General Ross stood at the scene, his face pale as he watched demons continuously emerge from the sky. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his lips trembled, and his legs involuntarily shook. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. The confidence and arrogance he once had completely vanished in this moment. "So, do you still think they're fake?" Chino smirked, his tone playful. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his cape and turned around. "Chino, are you really planning to go to war with this country?" Gwen asked in a hushed voice, her eyes filled with concern. "Of course not. I'm just giving them a little scare. I have no interest in ruling a nation," Chino declared, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings. At that moment, time itself seemed to freeze, and a mysterious note appeared before Chino. Chino read the message carefully. "Don't worry. We are not here yet. However, you have drawn Mephisto's attention." Chino fell into deep thought. It was not yet time to meet. Had the time stone shown something? Or had he done something in the future? Originally, he had planned to use this opportunity to bring out Guyi and ask him some questions. However, Guyi had not shown up. Instead, he had caught Mephisto's attention. Time resumed its normal flow. Gwen looked at the note in Chino's hand and asked, "When did that note appear?" "Bald guy." Chino clenched his hand, and the note vanished without a trace. Gwen chose not to ask further. Well, Chino and I are friends, after all." A confident voice rang out, silencing the crowd. Tony Stark strolled through the chaos and approached Chino, clapping him on the shoulder. With a grin, he joked, "Man, I didn't think you were actually a demon. Guess I better start preparing for my trip to hell." Chino raised an eyebrow. "No problem." Tony positioned himself between General Ross and the surrounding soldiers, then quietly asked, "Chino, do you want to rule this world?" "No, I have no interest in that. Just managing hell is already a hassle. I'm merely saying goodbye to a world that annoys me." "Good. Then will you play along with me?" "Sure, I owe you one." Tony glanced at the demons surrounding them before turning back to Chino and speaking loudly, "Come on, give me some face. Send these demons back. Otherwise, this guy is getting sent to a military tribunal." Chino remained silent for a moment, then cast a glance at General Ross and the soldiers before nodding. For your sake, I'll let it go this time. At Chino's command, the demons dissolved into black smoke and returned through the portal, leaving only she and Mora behind. General Ross let out a sigh of relief, while the soldiers around him visibly relaxed. Being surrounded by demons was an unbearable pressure. The people watching from their televisions worldwide never expected that a playboy would end up saving the world, and with such ease. Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters. So this Chino guy has that good of a relationship with Stark. Logan muttered, lighting another cigar and taking a puff. Logan, if we get the chance, let's pay him a visit. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Obadiah Stana slammed his bottle onto the table, his eyes wide in disbelief as he watched the live broadcast. What the hell is Tony doing with that demon? At this moment, a tiger had led a demon into its den and no one knew how it would end. However, most people could see that this so-called Demon King had no intention of ruling Earth. Instead, he had issued a warning. Yet the fact remained he commanded a vast demon army. Governments and major organizations immediately began gathering information on mythical entities and Chino himself, while issuing strict orders to avoid provoking the demons. Tony, on the other hand, knew he owed Chino a big one. Quote of the chapter: "True power is not in domination but in knowing when to hold back." Tony took out his phone, dialed a number, and tossed it to General Ross. The general, who had just started to regain his composure, brought the phone to his ear. "General, you have been relieved of duty. Prepare yourself for a military tribunal." Ross's expression shifted abruptly. "Mr. President, you do not have the authority to remove me from my position." On the other end of the line, the president's voice was cold. A new emergency meeting was held. "This decision has the unanimous approval of all members of Congress. We have all been watching your actions closely." General Ross's face turned pale as he stared at the distant cameras. His lips trembled, and he was at a loss for words. "This country almost became history because of you, General Ross. But now, we have a team." The president issued a new order. "Understood." Ross responded weakly, as if all his strength had drained from his body in an instant. His grip on the phone loosened, and his hand fell limply to his side. "How did you inform the president?" Chino asked. "Because of you, of course. You summoned a demon in public and displayed such overwhelming power. Who would dare to anger you now? In the past, hell was just a myth. But now, thanks to you, it has been proven real. Many people have already lost hope of going to heaven. All they can do now is pray that their suffering in hell will be lessened," Tony explained. Chino hadn't expected hell to be perceived in such a way. "Chino? Chino?" A worried voice called out. Uncle George ran toward Chino. "Mary just called me. Gwen is missing. She might be nearby. Can you find her?" George had tried calling Gwen, but she wasn't answering. Now, his only hope was Chino. Even though Chino was now recognized as the Demon King, it wouldn't hurt to understand the boy's character. Hiding quietly behind Chino, Gwen froze when she heard the conversation, afraid of being discovered. "Gwen? Uncle George, don't worry. I saw her when I arrived. I asked my butler, Frank, to take her to my mansion. I didn't inform you because I wanted to focus on saving people," Chino reassured him. "Good, I'll go find Mary." Gwen's sudden disappearance must have terrified her. George let out a sigh of relief and then added, "I can't keep worrying about you anymore, but at least let Gwen graduate before making me a grandfather, okay? I understand, Uncle George. Goodbye." After saying farewell, Chino suddenly reached out and grabbed Gwen's wrist. "Where do you think you're going?" "Home, of course," Gwen replied, slightly panicked. "At this hour, you should be at my mansion. You don't want your uncle and aunt finding out about your true identity, do you?" Fine." In truth, she had no objection to staying. However, Chino already had 2 lovers, and staying there would be embarrassing. "Gwen, sleep with me tonight." Pamela was delighted that Chino had officially become hers today. "All right, Sister Pamela." At that moment, President Xi spoke up. "Your Majesty, if you don't mind, shall we return now?" "Of course. You all worked hard today. Is there anything you want?" Chino asked. "Serving your Majesty is our greatest honor," she responded, knowing very well that his position was granted by Chino himself. "Oh, the Lun family wants to order some wine. Can they?" Mora asked directly. "Sure. I'll have it delivered tomorrow." After seeing Xi and Mora off, Tony approached. "Chino, are all demon women in hell that fierce? I'm starting to look forward to going there." Chino gave him a blank stare. "You really have no self-preservation instincts, do you? The demons won't let you off so easily. Don't act all innocent. I heard everything. Including the first 2, that makes 3 now." Tony raised an eyebrow, his expression teasing. "Well said. You're not picky at all, are you?" Chino glared at him. "Stop talking nonsense. Things aren't the way you think they are." Tony grinned. "Hey, no need to explain. I don't know who this girl is, but the other 2 were absolute top-tier beauties. Enough about me. Did you find the traitor?" Chino changed the subject. "No, you found them but refused to acknowledge it. Only a handful of people could have interfered with your private arms deals. With J.A.R.V.I.SS help, it would be easy for Tony to investigate a few people and confirm his suspicions. Give me some time." Tony sighed. He knew the answer, but he wasn't ready to accept it yet. "Take this as insurance." Chino thought for a moment and then printed a red mark onto Tony's palm. "Whoa, what is this?" I'm not really into tattoos, Tony said, inspecting his palm carefully. The line at the center had already faded. If you're ever in danger, this mark will send me your coordinates. I'll come and save you. The world is becoming increasingly dangerous. I don't want to attend your funeral someday, Chino said. The hell mark allowed him to open a vortex gate and rescue the marked individual in times of crisis. When there was no immediate battle, he didn't want to flaunt his superhuman abilities. Otherwise, the world would become too fragile like a sheet of paper. It's a pretty stingy mark, but thanks. Tony knew that as long as this mark existed, his friend would have his back even when things went south. You're welcome. After bidding Tony farewell, Chino took Gwen and Pamela back to the mansion. Blinsky and Banner followed, settling into a house next to the mansion. Initially, Banner wanted to leave, but Chino claimed he could separate him from the Hulk. Whether it was true or not, Banner wanted to try. That night, Gwen sat in the bathroom, lost in thought. She had visited the mansion before but had never spent the night. So much had happened today. There were many things she wanted to ask Chino, but she didn't know where to start. And why had these monsters, which defied all common sense, suddenly appeared in this world? She only wanted to use her powers to fight crime, not battle supernatural creatures. As Gwen struggled with her thoughts, she suddenly heard the door open. Who's coming in? Pamela. Startled, Gwen shrank back into the bathtub, only to see Pamela standing there, casually holding a silk handkerchief. But before Gwen could react, she felt a sudden dizziness and blacked out. Pamela, now letting her red hair flow freely, revealed her voluptuous figure, smooth thighs, and the mature allure of a grown woman. It was something a young girl like Gwen simply couldn't compare to. I thought my beloved had come to sneak in, Pamela chuckled before stepping into the bath herself. And no. Gwen, regaining her senses, hugged her chest, flustered. Seeing her reaction, Pamela giggled. Relax. He's not the type to sneak in so casually. Tonight, it's just us sisters, Venom sisters. Power does not corrupt men, fools, however, if they get into a position of power, corrupt power. George Bernard Shaw. When Gwen heard this, she couldn't help but ask, Venom is also your lover? Pamela nodded with a smile and said, yes. Gwen frowned and asked again, Sister Pamela, why are you so exceptional? Are you planning to share that with others? Leaning against the bathtub, Pamela spoke slowly, Gwen, I am not exceptional. I am a monster. Gwen, slightly confused, responded, you don't look any different from other monsters, but you possess special abilities. Why do you consider yourself a monster? Pamela let out a bitter smile and said, my professor injected me with a drug. My body became filled with toxins so potent that mere seconds of contact could kill a person. He was the only one who accepted me without fear. Venom compressed the toxins within my body, allowing me to live a normal life. That is why I want to share his love with others. This love is precious to me, and I don't want to lose it. Gwen listened to Pamela's words with a mix of sympathy and admiration. And, Pamela continued, I cannot naturally create life on my own. But Venom has promised me that he can use my cells, my precious cells, to nurture life. As she spoke, Pamela gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, a hopeful expression on her face. Hearing this, Gwen felt a complex mix of emotions. She felt sorrow for what Pamela had been through, yet she admired her courage and determination. After taking a shower, the two lay on the bed, sharing stories of their past. Their bond grew even deeper. Sister Pamela, is that ring on your finger an engagement ring? Gwen had noticed the gemstone ring on Pamela's hand, and even while bathing, she never took it off. This? No, my beloved said that if it were, he would give me an even better one. Pamela gazed at the ring in her hand and smiled softly. Her dear Tony had spoken those words, and if she wanted, she knew he could give her thousands, even billions, of rings. Gwen hesitated for a moment. Sister Pamela, this ring, it feels a little dangerous. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Pamela glanced at Gwen, surprised by her keen perception. It's not your imagination. This ring has a special ability, it can fire a cutting laser beam. Gwen's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth formed an O shape, and she exclaimed in disbelief, what? This little ring can actually emit a beam of light? That's unbelievable. A hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Pamela chuckled. Don't be jealous. There are 7 more. Gwen huffed and turned her face away stubbornly. I don't want his rings? Who would even want them? But the slight blush on her cheeks betrayed her true thoughts. Pamela smiled knowingly. She recognized this as nothing more than a young girl's pride, something pure that should not be tainted. She patted Gwen's shoulder lightly and said, all right. But who knows what the future holds? Gwen bit her lip lightly, saying nothing, but she couldn't stop her imagination from running wild. What's that movement? Suddenly, Gwen's spider sense tingled with an unusual sensation. Pamela answered, Venom and my beloved are making love. Hearing this, Gwen's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly pulled the quilt over herself. Pamela couldn't help but tease her. Oh, Gwen, you're so shy. From under the quilt, Gwen's muffled voice protested, Sister Pamela, stop joking. Pamela chuckled. Haha, all right, I'll stop. Yet, Gwen still refused to come out from under the quilt, leaving Pamela shaking her head helplessly. After more than 10 minutes, the noises from the adjacent room finally stopped. Gwen peeked her head out from under the quilt, looking confused. Was Chino that fast? Pamela, equally puzzled, furrowed her brows and muttered, no, last night it clearly took several hours before he was satisfied. Did he get forced out this time? The two exchanged glances before quickly looking away in embarrassment. A while later, there was a knock at the door. Pamela, can you help me? Venom has fainted. Chino's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He had no idea how Venom functioned, and after a while, the symbiote had simply passed out. Unable to get up or even sit properly, he had no choice but to seek Pamela's help. Gwen, looks like you'll have to sleep alone tonight. Pamela, still in her pajamas, walked out. From outside the door, a seductive voice echoed, well, my love, let's return to our room. We have plenty of time tonight. Hearing the sounds from the adjacent room, Gwen clutched her head. How was anyone supposed to sleep like this? After some thought, she quietly climbed onto the balcony, sneaked over to the neighboring one, and found a hidden corner to observe. Chino woke up in the warmth of a fragrant embrace. Venom and Pamela were exhausted, sleeping deeply despite the surrounding noises. Getting up, he stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the morning sunlight. Suddenly, he felt something wet under his foot. Crouching down, he noticed a small puddle of liquid. He gently touched it with his finger, pulling at the viscous strands. He was all too familiar with this substance. Looking towards the neighboring balcony, he noticed the door wasn't completely shut. A sneaky little spider was here last night. Chino smirked knowingly. He already knew exactly who it was. Without disturbing Pamela and Venom, he walked downstairs. Gwen was already eating breakfast. Seeing Chino approach without saying a word, she continued eating as if nothing had happened. Chino sat down across from her and greeted, "Good morning, Gwen." Gwen, without thinking, replied, "Morning, Chino." However, after saying it, she felt embarrassed. Her face turned slightly red, and her eyes darted around, unable to meet his gaze. Chino, noticing her reaction, smirked and deliberately asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Gwen nearly choked on her food, stammering, "It was fine." Chino chuckled, shaking his head before returning to his meal. Gwen hurriedly finished her breakfast, ready to leave. She was utterly embarrassed. Last night, she had gone crazy. She had actually spied on Chino and Pamela. Wait, what is it? Gwen watched as Chino approached her, taking her hand. In that moment, Gwen's mind became a chaotic mess. Is he about to propose? He already has 2 lovers. Isn't that too greedy? Do I want to accept? Wait, what am I thinking? There's no way he's proposing, right? But, if he does, what should I do? If I accept, it seems too easy. If I reject, I might regret it. Chino left a red marking on her palm and said, "This will let me know if you're ever in danger." Noticing her slightly strange expression, Chino asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Gwen pulled her hand back and hurriedly replied, "No, it's nothing. I wasn't thinking about a ring or anything." The moment the words left her mouth, she felt deeply embarrassed. How could she blurt out something so humiliating? Quote, "Sometimes, the heart whispers secrets the mind isn't ready to admit." Chino fell into deep thought. Seeing Chino's hesitant expression, Gwen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and her eyes slightly dimmed. However, just as Gwen was secretly feeling hurt, Chino suddenly reached into his pocket, took out a blue ring, and said, "Tornado ring. I believe this ability suits you best." Gwen stared at the ring in Chino's hand, standing still for a moment without reacting. Seeing her adorable expression, Chino smirked slightly and teased, "Should I put it on for you?" Snapping back to reality, Gwen snatched the ring from his hand and huffed, "I don't need you to." Humph. Then, she dashed out the door. Just as she was about to leave, she hesitated and stopped in her tracks. Then, she turned around, ran back, planted a kiss on Chino's lips, and blushed deeply. "Don't overthink it. This is just a thank you," she said. Without looking back, she ran away, while Chino stood there with a smile. "Let's create another ghost spider with this ring and make a fortune." As Gwen ran out of the mansion, she couldn't suppress her smile and slowly crouched down near the gate. She carefully slid the ring onto her middle finger and admired it, grinning like a child who had just received their favorite toy. "Hehe, I actually have a ring now," Gwen murmured to herself, showing no intention of taking it off. After a while, she snapped out of her daze as if waking from a dream. She looked around and, realizing no one had noticed her, quickly wiped the joyous expression from her face. Standing up, she composed herself and walked away calmly. However, her light, bouncing steps betrayed her excitement. Once Gwen had left, Frank emerged from around the corner with Blinsky and Banner. His usually cold face showed a hint of relief. Banner sighed and said, "That reminded me of my time with Betty." Blinsky, however, looked confused and asked, "What's so great about women? Strength is all that matters." Neither Banner nor Frank bothered to respond. Frank simply said, "Let's go. The young master is waiting." Yesterday, the young master had arranged for them to meet in the morning. The 3 of them walked towards the mansion. Banner looked slightly melancholic, lost in memories of the past. Blinsky, on the other hand, had a firm expression, as if continuously reinforcing his pursuit of power. Frank remained calm, focused on meeting Chino as soon as possible. "Young master, we have arrived." Frank and the others entered the hall and saw Chino sitting on the sofa. They greeted him in unison. Chino waved his hand, signaling them to sit. "Frank, how did the wine purchase go yesterday?" "Young master, everything has been arranged. It should arrive this afternoon." "What do you think about yesterday's battle?" Guns and cannons are useless against them. Master, do you think their appearance was a coincidence or something inevitable? Since Frank didn't possess any special abilities, Chino had sent him home the previous night to watch the battle unfold on television. To those beings, human weapons were nothing more than toys. Blinsky and Banner also turned to Chino. Their appearance is inevitable. In the future, more people like them will emerge. Banner, now visibly agitated, retorted, impossible. I was an accident. How can so many Hulks appear in this world? His voice grew sharp with frustration, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his face was filled with shock. As he thought about the future of Earth, a world filled with Hulk-like monsters, his emotions surged even further. His body began turning green. Before he could lose control, a large hand pressed him down to the ground. It was the despised Blinsky. Calm down, Banner. Don't lose it here. Blinsky commanded. Hulk. Banner, no. Hulk had emerged, but suddenly, his gaze locked onto a pair of crimson-red eyes. Hulk, be quiet. My lover is sleeping. The atmosphere tensed, and for the first time, fear flickered in Hulk's eyes. Under that blood-red gaze, he actually stepped back. Banner gasped, his face drenched in sweat. This was the first time he had managed to control Hulk's transformation without causing destruction. Chino watched the scene in silence. Frank wore a grim expression. He had not expected to bring back two monsters last night, so he had arranged for them to stay in the adjacent room. The hall fell silent, with only the sound of Banner's heavy breathing echoing in the air. After a while, Banner gradually calmed down and, looking exhausted, slumped onto the ground. I'm sorry. I got too worked up. It's not a problem. Chino turned to Frank with a serious expression and said, as I mentioned, their appearance is not a coincidence but an inevitability. I won't say much about the Hulk, but there are definitely many people out there with various superpowers. Frank, do you wish to gain extraordinary power? Frank remained silent for a moment before answering, whether now or later, I believe I already have the strength to protect my family. Chino waved his hand, and a portal appeared in the center of the room. Come with me. Without a word, Frank followed, and Blinsky glanced at Banner before stepping inside. Banner hesitated, worried that it might be a trap. But as the portal began to slowly close, he clenched his teeth and ran inside just before it vanished. When Banner opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark palace. There was no one in front of him. Where had they gone? Is this a trap to capture me? Shocked, he instinctively took a defensive stance. Banner, what are you doing? Blinsky's voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw Chino, Frank, and Blinsky all looking at him in confusion. Clearing his throat, Banner said, Ahem. I was just demonstrating some Chinese martial arts. Your Majesty, you've brought a fool here. She looked on, unable to comprehend which unlucky demon had been forced to sign a contract with such a man. Have all the demons I arranged for arrived? Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, She's expression grew serious. Beneath She's throne of black metal, an open square was filled with elite battle demons of various shapes and sizes. Some were colossal, with muscles like steel and bodies covered in tough, glistening scales. Others had bat-like wings, with feathers as sharp as blades. Some had demonic heads, eyes burning with fire, and mouths spewing black smoke. Your Majesty, as per your command, all elite warriors of the Battle Demon clan are assembled. With that, she knelt on one knee. Quote of the chapter. The only thing stronger than fear is hope. As she dropped to one knee, the gathered demons each of different forms instantly followed suit, as if receiving a unified command. For a brief moment, it felt as though an invisible wave rippled across the entire square. The towering demons, massive as mountains, bent their knees with a deep, resonating thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Those with bat-like wings folded them neatly and bowed their heads. The demons with large heads and eyes that burned with fire dimmed their flames slightly and knelt in reverence. In unison, a thunderous cry echoed through the air, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. The deafening roar exploded like rolling thunder above the square, reverberating endlessly, shaking the very space itself. Their synchronized movements were not just a display of discipline but an unmistakable sign that Chino was their sole ruler and absolute faith. This grand spectacle deeply instilled the onlookers with a sense of Chino's supreme authority and dominance. Sitting cross-legged on the throne, Chino gazed down at the kneeling demons. Needless to say, the feeling was immensely satisfying. Frank, if you choose one demon to make a contract with, you will gain its abilities. However, the cost will vary. Frank snapped out of his daze and walked forward, looking down at the countless demons staring back at him. Each one was incredibly powerful but possessed unique traits. Suddenly, Frank spotted a demon wielding a flaming sword. Master Shi, what kind of demon is that? She glanced at it and answered immediately. That is an enchanting demon. Its ability is to imbue weapons with magical enhancements. Among demons, it is not considered particularly powerful. That's the one I choose, Master. Frank's eyes gleamed with excitement. He felt that weapon enchantment suited him perfectly. At Chino's gesture, the enchanting demon stepped forward. If you desire my power and sight, the price is 10 souls per day. Before the demon could finish speaking, a whip cracked sharply behind him several times. Ack! The enchanting demon let out a high-pitched shriek, his body trembling uncontrollably. She's voice was cold. I'll give you one chance to correct your wording. The demon, now terrified, glanced at the raised whip in Shi's hand and immediately changed his tone. 1 soul per day, no, 1 soul every 10 days. His voice quivered with fear, his eyes filled with absolute terror towards she. She, seemingly satisfied, lowered the whip and noticed Chino's curious gaze. With a casual smile, she explained, "Your Majesty, don't be misled by his pitiful screams. He is fine. The whip only strikes his soul." Chino nodded without asking further questions. He had entrusted the management of demons to her, and he had no reason to interfere. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that she's attitude toward these demons was a bit peculiar. Chino looked at Frank and the enchanting demon. "Now that the price is settled, proceed with the contract." Frank nodded. Souls were nothing to him. There were plenty of scum lurking in dark alleys. The enchanting demon produced a parchment from thin air, the contract already inscribed with the agreed-upon terms. Frank pressed his palm against it, and in an instant, a strange power enveloped both him and the demon. As light flickered, Frank felt an unfamiliar energy coursing through his body. Runes etched themselves onto his arm. The contract completed, the enchanting demon returned to his place. Frank drew his pistol from his waist. At that moment, a vivid, serpent-like flame slithered along the gun's barrel. Under the blazing fire, the pistol began to morph. Its once sleek contours twisted into something more savage. The barrel thickened, intricate demonic patterns emerging along its surface as if alive. The muzzle widened, resembling a snarling mouth, exuding a terrifying aura. Frank gripped the transformed firearm a hand cannon feeling the immense power coursing through it. A grin spread across his face, a hint of savagery flickering in his eyes. Find me a demon with high defense. Chino, intrigued, watched closely. The gun's transformation closely resembled that of Ghost Rider's hellfire-infused weapons. Mountain, step forward. She's choice brought forth the largest demon present. Standing 5 meters tall, its body resembled solid black rock. Without its glowing eyes, one might have mistaken it for an actual mountain. She introduced him casually. This is a mountain demon. Its strength and defense are top tier, though its speed is somewhat lacking. The mountain demon pounded his chest and scoffed. "Come, little human, show me what you've got." His deep, rumbling voice shook the square. The enchanting demon had often chipped pieces off his body to forge weapons while he slept. A single piece took half a day to break. What could a mere human's tiny weapon possibly do? Without hesitation, Frank aimed at the mountain demon and pulled the trigger. A thunderous explosion rocked the square. From the gun's muzzle, a blazing projectile shot forth, streaking straight toward the mountain demon with unmatched force. Before he could react, the demon was struck head-on. With a deafening boom, his colossal body shuddered violently before crashing to the ground. The sudden scene left the surrounding demons in stunned silence. As the dust settled, Frank's hand cannon was still smoking. His excitement only grew stronger. The mountain demon groaned, pushing himself up, unharmed save for a few fallen rocks from his chest. His defense was intact, but the sheer impact had toppled his massive body. The mountain demon was in disbelief. An enchanting demon can produce such power. His gaze drifted hungrily toward Frank's weapon. "I want it." She chuckled. "No, that's not the enchanting demon's power. That's just the weapon itself." Yuya, another demon, was equally shocked. What a terrifying weapon. The mountain demon's disbelief deepened. "So this is the product of human ingenuity? And I possess such strength now." Chino smirked, watching Frank. "Butler Frank, you seem very pleased with your new ability." Frank couldn't suppress his grin. "Yes, Master Shi, thank you." She smiled slightly, her voice warm. "You're very polite, Butler. We all serve His Majesty." She knew Frank was responsible for Chino's daily affairs in the real world. If he lent Chino his strength, he would never be at a disadvantage. Chino then said, "Frank, when recruiting people, prioritize retired soldiers. Even disabled veterans will do." Frank nodded. "Yes, Master. I happen to know plenty of good candidates." Chino planned to form a magic-enhanced firearm unit that would far surpass his previous military force. As for potential traitors, he could take back their abilities at any time. Quote of the chapter: "Power is neither good nor evil. It is the wielder who decides its fate." Unknown. Do demons exist that can split a human into two? Banner looked at Xi Jinping expectantly, knowing this was the right question to ask him. "They do," she nodded. Before this moment, she had already understood all the abilities of demons from hell. "Clan demon, come forth." Moments later, 2 identical demons appeared before them. "Your Majesty, this is the clone demon. Its ability is duplication. As long as one exists, the other will not die. However, its flaw is that it can only split into one additional body," she explained. Upon hearing this, Banner could hardly wait to sign a contract with the demon, but Chino reached out to stop him. "Frank will be my butler, and Blinsky will be my subordinate." "Banner, explain to me why I should help you. I will also be your subordinate. I have 7 PhDs. That's much better than someone who only knows how to fight out of hatred." With the hope of finally escaping Hulk right in front of him, Banner was willing to seize anything that could help him achieve that. Blinsky's mouth twitched. 7 PhDs? Wow, truly impressive. After thinking for a moment, Chino nodded in agreement. Seeing Chino approve, Banner immediately rushed toward the clone demon, eagerly shouting, "Sign the contract right away." The clone demon spoke in unison, "The price of my power is that you will only be able to eat half of what you would normally consume in the future. Of course, you can have someone else eat the rest for you." Learning from past lessons, Banner did not dare question the excessive cost. "I agree." In an instant, a mysterious power surged. The contract was successful. A triangular pattern appeared on both of Banner's palms, glowing with an eerie light as if signifying the contract's power. Banner took a deep breath and activated his newfound ability. It felt as if an invisible force was pulling at him. His hands instinctively stretched to both sides. At that moment, he felt his body slowly splitting apart. An indescribable sensation of being torn apart spread throughout his entire being. As Banner divided, he glanced to his right and saw a face identical to his own. However, that face was filled with confusion. The other Banner stared into his eyes, seemingly understanding the situation, and suddenly roared. No. But just as he was about to successfully split, an overwhelming force grabbed hold of him, preventing him from continuing. Then, without warning, a tremendous force yanked them both together, slamming the two Banners into each other uncontrollably. With a loud bang, Banner felt dizzy from the impact. His body staggered backward before he fell to the ground, his face filled with pain and frustration. Desperately, Banner turned his head and flailed his arms wildly, producing loud PA sounds as he struck the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted in anger, "What is going on? Come out." But no matter how hard he struggled or how furious he became, it was all in vain. Hulk would not come out. "Banner, stop, please," Chino shouted. Understanding that Hulk was refusing to separate from Banner, Chino's wrist lit up. For the first time, he used the permission of Hell. In Hell, he had the ability to extract souls at will. With a wave of his hand, Banner's body collapsed motionlessly to the ground. His and Hulk's souls emerged, connected by a thin thread of silk. The thread glowed mysteriously, as if representing the complex and inseparable bond between them. "This is truly fascinating. The soul contains two distinct wills," she remarked, slightly surprised. "No wonder he chose the clone demon. Couldn't it just be two different personalities? There aren't many people like that, but they do exist," Blinsky commented. "A demon wouldn't mistake this for mere dual personalities," she replied. "Rather, it's more like two separate states of consciousness coexisting in the same body. These cannot simply be classified as two souls or mere multiple personalities. Instead, they are in a unique state of symbiotic existence. This kind of soul is rare in Hell. It's a type that even demons desire to collect," she sighed regretfully. Blinsky glanced at the demon below, his eyes filled with greed every time he looked at Banner. If not for his master's presence, he would have charged forward already. Banner, still in his soul form, stared at Hulk with rage and demanded, "Why did you stop me? Why did you appear? Why did you ruin my life?" Despite holding 7 PhDs and once being respected everywhere he went, the emergence of Hulk had cost him everything. His lover abandoned him, he lost his job and assets, and in the end, he was left with nothing. Banner, weak, dead. Hulk, strong, protect, separate, not possible, protect, Hulk muttered in fragmented sentences, his voice devoid of anger. Banner's eyes widened in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. He had never expected that to be the reason. He had always seen Hulk as the source of his misfortune, but he had never once considered the true intention behind Hulk's existence. At that moment, Banner's anger dissipated like a flame extinguished by the wind, replaced by deep contemplation and confusion. "Hulk, don't you want to go outside? To taste food, make friends, and experience everything in this world? Think, but..." "Banner, important," Hulk hesitated, a trace of desire flashing across his face. "Actually, let me explain how the clone ability works," Chino said, beginning to elaborate. Banner listened carefully, his gaze toward Hulk filled with complexity. It seemed that he had misunderstood Hulk for a long time. "This way, you can protect Banner even better," Chino concluded. "Hulk, cheating. No. Hulk, agrees, separate," Hulk finally responded. Seeing Hulk agree, Chino waved his hand, sending Banner and Hulk's souls back into their bodies. Banner slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and used the cloning ability once more. This time, there was no resistance, and everything proceeded smoothly. The invisible force within Banner resurfaced. This time, there were no unexpected pulls or blocks. His body slowly split apart. Though the tearing sensation remained, Banner clenched his teeth and endured it. Finally, Banner and Hulk successfully became two separate beings. Though Banner stood there pale-faced, he couldn't hide his joy. Hulk stretched his body, his expression filled with excitement. "Hulk, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you before," Banner said. He never expected things to go this smoothly. All he had to do was have a proper conversation with Hulk. Hulk looked at Banner and let out a hearty laugh. "Banner, it's okay. From now on, their relationship would not be as bad as before." Chino was also pleased to see the two of them standing together. "Buy one, get one free." "Blinsky, you've been watching for a while. Have you made your choice?" Chino asked, turning to Blinsky with a questioning look. Blinsky met Chino's gaze and declared firmly, "Master, the only thing I want is the strongest demon. Only the strongest power can defeat Hulk." Quote of the chapter: "Understanding is the first step to acceptance, and only with acceptance can there be recovery." J.K. Rowling. Hulk is invincible. Upon hearing this, Hulk roared in anger. If Banner hadn't stopped him, he would have already started fighting. Chino, hearing this, turned to She and said, "Summon the strongest one." She looked a little embarrassed and replied, "Your Majesty, I have not yet completed the ultimate training, so I may be somewhat unrefined." Chino became intrigued upon hearing this. For the Western capital, which could command demons, this was no simple feat, it only made him more interested. It's fine. Just call them. Chino spoke with curiosity. Suddenly, in the center of the square, a 10-meter-tall black box appeared out of nowhere. The box emitted an eerie aura, as if the surrounding air was being compressed. The demons around them showed fear on their faces and immediately backed away. The next moment, with a dull grrrk sound, the black box slowly opened. Inside the box lay a small demon, curled up and asleep, its face completely hidden. The demon slowly opened its eyes. They were like burning red flames, filled with violence and madness. It looked at she and spoke, "If you have the courage to release me, does that mean you have found the power to suppress me?" Its voice was hoarse, low, and filled with endless menace. She remained expressionless and said, "Barcelona, His Majesty is looking for you." His Majesty. Barcelona turned his gaze toward Chino, his eyes filled with doubt and provocation. A smirk of contempt curled at the corner of his lips. "Your Majesty, are you truly strong?" "Of course." As soon as Chino spoke, his figure instantly vanished from his throne. Without warning, Chino appeared in front of Shi and struck him with a violent punch. Bang! A loud noise echoed as a dark shadow was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust into the sky. "Why do you not fear death?" Chino was slightly confused. He could clearly feel that this demon's life and death were entirely within his control, yet the demon remained extremely arrogant. As the smoke gradually cleared, the short-statured demon stood up. His body had become noticeably stronger, his muscles hard like rock. Barcelona spoke, "It's not about avoiding death. As long as I take enough damage, I can overcome death itself." Chino's lips twitched. He turned to Shi with an expression of speechlessness. Has this guy always been so arrogant? Could he really kill and erase one of the 5 great creator gods? He wasn't sure. She sighed and explained, "This man is an abused demon. He possesses the ability to absorb physical damage and transform it into his own strength and speed." Chino frowned and asked, "Shouldn't there be a limit to this ability?" She nodded and replied, "The limit is his own endurance. His strength can indeed grow indefinitely, but his stamina cannot support it forever. Even so, there is no demon in hell who can defeat him head-on. However, Your Majesty, I have yet to train him. If you want to subdue him now, you must first defeat him." Hearing about this ability, Blinsky's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared intently at the demon below. "Fine. If you want me to serve you, defeat me first," Barcelona said provocatively. "All right, I'll see what you're capable of. But you wait your turn." Chino was starting to grow more interested. Just as he was about to end the conversation, he suddenly felt an unusual stirring deep in his chest. Venom was calling him. Chino opened a portal and left. Barcelona, who had been excited about an impending fight, was left stunned. After a moment, his expression twisted into rage. "What do you think of battle? Fine, I'll just feast on some appetizers first." As he said this, his gaze turned toward the other demons. He was just about to charge at them when a red light crushed him, rendering him immobile. This was the power of hell. She looked down at Barcelona and spoke coldly, "If you wish to wait, then wait." Barcelona gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! How does a weak demon like you have this kind of power? He had always viewed demons like she as mere playthings or subordinates for the truly powerful ones. But now, he was forced to acknowledge that she had surpassed him. "I simply intended to kill her before she could react, but I never expected to be blocked like this. The strong prey on the weak. In the past, you were strong, so you acted recklessly and bullied the weak. But now, I am strong, and everything should be reversed. Isn't this the rule you all established? The rule of you so-called powerful demons." At this moment, Shi's eyes became cold and sharp, as if 2 glacial lights were scanning the demons around her. The surrounding demons lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. They felt a deep fear from just her presence. Frank, Blinsky, and others stared at Shi with slight surprise. The obedient girl who stood before Chino was, in the eyes of the demons, a terrifying existence. Wherever her gaze fell, demons trembled in silence. Unaware of the situation unfolding in hell, Chino reappeared in the living room of his mansion. Inside the living room, Venom and Pamela stood facing a man with a warm smile. Chino looked at them and asked, "Venom, what's going on?" "There's a guy with a really long name," Venom replied. The man smiled amicably and said, "Hello, Chino. I am Agent Phil Cowlson of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I have a few questions for you." He maintained his signature warm smile, his eyes sincere and friendly. It was as if he was not an agent on a mission but an old friend visiting for a casual conversation. His entire demeanor exuded an undeniable charm. Chino looked at Cowlson and sighed internally. He really is the perfect village chief for Marvel's new B-town. His social skills are maxed out. "Cowlson, I'm a little busy right now. Can you wait until I'm done?" Chino said. "Of course. If you need our help, let us know. We have plenty of experience handling troublesome matters," Cowlson said hesitantly. Chino smirked. "There's a demon who refuses to obey orders and needs some training. Want to come with me?" For a moment, Cowlson's smile froze. A faint sweat appeared on his forehead. His mind raced as he considered the possible consequences of accepting this invitation. After a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Despite his best efforts to appear composed, the slight tremble in his lips betrayed his inner tension and unease. Chino turned to Venom and Pamela. "Are you coming too?" Go ahead and check it out, Pamela said. Yeah, I'm coming too, Venom added. One by one, Chino and his group vanished from the room. Before stepping through the portal, Carlson took a deep breath, adjusted the invisible camera on his chest, and made the sign of the cross. For world peace, may I be blessed. Then, he stepped into the portal. Quote of the chapter. Power without control is chaos. True strength lies not in endless growth, but in knowing when to stop. Nick Fury of SHIELD stood in silence, staring at the grim scene before him. Meanwhile, when he averted his gaze, Carlson had already appeared in the plaza. The sky was dark. In the distance, erupting volcanoes spewed molten lava, swirling like an all-consuming inferno. Beneath him, demons gathered in dense numbers. Their terrifying faces made Carlson's breath hitch. Pamela could feel the lifelessness of this world. As the master of all things green, she instinctively loathed this place, yet she endured. Chino looked at Barcelona, who lay motionless on the ground, and without surprise, he calmly said, "Let's go." Hearing this, Xi Jinping lifted his suppression on Barcelona. Barcelona immediately stood up, defiance still burning in his eyes. "Your Majesty, I will not run this time." Chino smiled slightly. "I just need you to hold your ground for a while." Just as he was about to take action, Venom suddenly appeared. His body morphed into golden Superman-like armor. "Venom, what is this corpse?" Chino was slightly surprised. "Your Majesty, you should be wearing something more dignified for this moment. And I, of course, want to stay by your side. After all, we are one." Venom's voice echoed in Chino's mind. "Poison." The golden armor gleamed under the reflection of the crimson sky, making Chino appear even more majestic and powerful. The demons around him couldn't help but stare. Even Barcelona's eyes widened momentarily in surprise before arrogance returned to his face. Pamela sat on her throne, watching the battle unfold. She hesitated for a moment but ultimately said nothing. "Let's charge first." Chino's eyes glowed red. A searing heat vision shot out, its devastating energy warping the air as it burned straight toward Barcelona. Barcelona spread his arms wide, choosing to take the attack head-on without fear. But the power of the heat vision was too overwhelming. In an instant, he was slammed into the ground. The heat was so intense that the surrounding earth slowly melted into flowing magma. Carlson, tense, recorded everything through the invisible camera on his chest. Suddenly, she turned his head and looked directly at him. For a split second, Carlson felt his heart stop. But she quickly turned away again. Carlson exhaled in relief. He had been sure he had been caught. As he continued recording, his mind worked quickly. The Demon King has Superman-like abilities: super strength, flight, heat vision. His fingers subtly pressed a small device in his pocket. If he made it back, these vital details would be transmitted to SHIELD automatically. Chino's heat vision lasted a full minute before he finally stopped, feeling a slight dryness in his eyes. Venom immediately helped him repair his optic nerves. Looking down at the molten ground, Chino said, "How long do you plan to lie there?" In the next moment, an unscathed arm suddenly emerged from the magma, pushing through the flowing lava as it pulled its owner up. Incredible strength. "Your Majesty, this is the first time I've felt power this immense." Barcelona's deep voice rumbled through the battlefield. He now stood at nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant. His muscles burned with intensity, exuding an oppressive aura that made hearts race. Carlson held his breath at the sight, continuing to record. "What are you waiting for, then?" Chino descended from the sky. "The power to consume everything. Have you digested it?" "I'm fine." The moment those words left his lips, Chino suddenly appeared before Barcelona, throwing a powerful punch. Barcelona's veins bulged as he clenched his fist and met the attack head-on. As their fists clashed, a visible shockwave erupted from the impact, compressing the surrounding air into a violent explosion. Barcelona's arm muscles swelled, and with a fierce expression, he caught the punch with one hand. "This little strength isn't enough to make me submit. Then you'll just have to endure this." Chino's punches came like the wind, each blow packed the force of 1,000 pounds, causing the very air to tremble. Barcelona refused to fall. His massive fists were like iron hammers, shaking the ground with every counterattack. Bang! Another violent clash. Chino's fist met Barcelona's, and the resulting shockwave lit up the battlefield. Their speed increased, fists colliding in a blur, sparks flying with every impact. Every clash generated powerful gusts of wind, sending debris and dust spiraling into the sky. Boom! A devastating punch sent them both skidding back. Yet, without hesitation, they regained their footing and charged at each other once more, continuing their relentless battle. "Happy, Barcelona, you're really strong." Chino laughed, his voice echoing throughout Hell Square. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He wasn't using any special abilities, just pure physical strength. The sensation of his fists landing on flesh thrilled him. "Ha ha ha, ever since I gained Superman's power, I've never met someone who could match me like this." His golden armor shimmered under the intense battle, every movement exuding unparalleled strength. "Stop joking around, you bastard." Barcelona roared, his eyes turning blood red. His heart burned with rage and frustration. No matter how much damage he absorbed or how much power he gained, Chino always stayed ahead. This realization filled him with deep humiliation and fury. With a wild roar, Barcelona charged at Chino again, his muscles tensed like steel, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground. Chino effortlessly responded to the assault, as if this brutal battle was nothing more than a game to him. The surrounding demons watched in shock, awe, and fear. Though Chino had claimed the demon throne before, his absolute power was now undeniable. As the battlefield crumbled under their blows, Xi Jinping ordered the distant mountain demons to reinforce and repair the land. Hulk watched the fight, stomping in excitement, letting out a roar. Blinsky, watching closely, believed with all his heart that this kind of power could defeat the Hulk. Frank Castle, gripping his small pistol, mused that a well-equipped team with magical weapons might stand a chance against such foes. Carlson, however, stood frozen in despair. Watching the destruction unfold, he couldn't help but wonder, can we really defeat enemies like these? Pamela, unfazed by the chaos, gazed at Chino with unwavering trust. Shi Ya, staring intently at Chino, showed clear reverence in her demonic eyes. Quote of the chapter: "The strongest warriors are not those who never fail, but those who rise stronger after every fall." The battle grew even fiercer as Chino and Boss's figures clashed repeatedly across the Grand Plaza. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. As Chino launched a swift and powerful punch, he spoke in a calm yet commanding tone. "Is your strength reaching its limit?" "Not even close." Bossa roared in defiance. However, Boss's body was already showing signs of damage. Deep wounds crisscrossed his bulging muscles, and his rate of power growth had slowed. Every time he countered Chino's relentless attacks, it became increasingly difficult for him to keep up. Yet, he gritted his teeth and fought back with everything he had, refusing to be overwhelmed. Chino frowned slightly. His clenched fist suddenly tightened as he gathered an unparalleled amount of force. Then, with devastating momentum, he struck Bossa directly in the chest. A deafening boom echoed through the battlefield as Bossa was sent flying like a shooting star. His body crashed into the ground, tumbling and bouncing violently, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and sending shattered stones in all directions. Rumble. With a thunderous impact, Bossa's body finally slammed into a distant wall. The entire structure trembled, and cracks spread across its surface like an intricate spiderweb. As Bossa lay defeated, the entire crowd of demons erupted into cheers. Their voices boomed like rolling thunder, shaking the very foundations of the Hell Plaza. "Long live His Majesty! His Majesty is invincible!" The demons chanted in unison, their cries filled with awe and reverence toward Chino. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chino's mind. It was Venom. "This guy's ability is quite useful. I can copy it." Even though Bossa had been suppressed by Chino, his power was impressive. His ability to absorb damage alone made him nearly invincible in a short-term battle. This ability was limited by the user's own physique. But if someone like Superman had it, their power would be unimaginable. With such an ability, a single punch could likely shatter the Earth itself. Indeed, his potential is extremely high. Venom's copied abilities did not have growth potential. For example, he couldn't gain Kryptonian physiology, which would allow someone to grow stronger simply by absorbing sunlight. However, he could combine different abilities in unique ways to maximize their effectiveness. Bossa slowly pulled himself out of the cracked wall. Step by step, he walked toward Chino, then dropped to both knees. "Your Majesty, I concede." His deep voice carried sincerity, and his head bowed low, all arrogance gone. Demons followed the law of strength. As long as someone was stronger, they would submit without hesitation. The reason she had failed to subdue Bossa before was because she had used the power of hell itself, rather than her own. "In that case, I command you do not resist what comes next." "Yes, Your Majesty," Bossa responded obediently. Chino placed a hand on Bossa's shoulder. At that moment, Venom slithered down from Chino's arm, rapidly entering Bossa's body to replicate his ability. The surrounding demons fell silent, watching the scene unfold with bated breath. Moments later, Venom had successfully copied the ability. Chino removed his hand and nodded in satisfaction. "Rise, Bossa." Bossa stood up, his gaze now filled only with loyalty and admiration. Chino then turned his attention to Blinsky and gestured for him to come forward. "Blinsky, step up." Blinsky quickly walked over, his eyes full of anticipation. "You will form a contract with Bossa." Blinsky looked toward Bossa, but Bossa merely scoffed. Without hesitation, he named his condition. "If you want my power, you must last 10 minutes against me in combat." "Fine," Blinsky agreed without hesitation. But before he could react, Bossa delivered a powerful kick, sending Blinsky flying through the air. "Pathetic human," Bossa sneered. Since Chino had brought Blinsky, Bossa wouldn't kill him, but the blow was enough to keep him down for a while. "I hate that move the most." With a furious roar, Blinsky forced himself up, his body rapidly transforming. Within seconds, he had become Abomination, his monstrous form filled with rage as he charged at Bossa once more. "Interesting," Bossa muttered, now genuinely intrigued. In the next instant, the two clashed violently. Chino, no longer concerned with their battle, floated back to his throne. Just as he sat down, Pamela threw herself into his arms and kissed him deeply. Frank and Banner instinctively looked away. Meanwhile, Hulk remained fixated on the fight below, his eyes filled with excitement. She, on the other hand, stared at the couple with a mixture of jealousy toward Pamela and admiration toward Chino. Once Pamela finished her passionate kiss, Venom, now back in his humanoid form, also leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Chino's cheek. Chino smiled warmly, his gaze filled with affection as he embraced them both. Meanwhile, the battle between Bossa and Blinsky intensified, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Yet, for now, Chino turned his focus away from them, instead relishing the warmth and tranquility of the moment. Seated on his throne, he held Pamela and Venom close. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, several stone chairs rose from the ground. Take a seat, Kino said casually. She immediately chose the seat closest to Kino on the left. Frank attempted to take the rightmost seat, but Coulson moved faster, securing the spot before him. Frank shot him a sharp glance before reluctantly sitting beside him. Banner picked a random chair and sat down as well. Hulk, wants, fight? Hulk muttered eagerly, his gaze locked on the battle below. He looked at Kino expectantly, his expression almost pitiful. Kino chuckled and turned to She, find some demons who can take a good beating and let him have fun. Minotaur demon, step forward. She commanded. From the crowd, a towering minotaur-like demon emerged. Its massive physique was nearly equal to Hulk's, its crimson eyes gleaming with battle lust. Kino had plans for She. He wanted to train her as the steward of Hell. After all, he wouldn't stay in Hell forever. Hulk, fight! Hulk roared excitedly. With a powerful leap, he dove toward the Minotaur demon, and their brutal battle began. The demons in the audience widened their eyes in excitement. To them, there were only two great pleasures: sleep and combat. Breaking the silence, Coulson finally spoke. Your Majesty, what is your true purpose in coming to the human world? Kino glanced at him, then replied indifferently, you are not a demon, so you don't need to call me Your Majesty. Just call me Kino. As for my purpose, I have none. I'm just here to enjoy life. Coulson frowned in doubt. You expect me to believe that? Kino smirked. What else do you expect? Destruction? Conquest? If that were my goal, I'd be sitting in the White House by now. Coulson had no response. Just then, gurgle. A faint growling sound filled the air. Pamela blushed and held her stomach in embarrassment. It's already noon. I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving? Kino chuckled. She, bring out Hell's finest cuisine. She nodded and left for the palace's kitchen. Quote, power without control is nothing but destruction. True strength lies not in conquest, but in knowing when to hold back. She quickly brought out 2 plates and carefully placed them on a stone table. Pamela leaned in for a closer look, and her face immediately turned green. She almost threw up. One plate was filled with fist-sized worms that were still wriggling, glowing with an eerie green light. The other plate contained red fruits, but they emitted a sinister red glow, making them look extremely unappetizing. Kino frowned and asked, is this your food? She nodded seriously and replied, demon worms and fire fruits are the primary sources of food for demons. These are the only foods that weak demons can obtain. Stronger demons choose to devour souls, which not only satisfy their hunger but also enhance their power. Kino sighed and rubbed his forehead. Frank, go prepare some proper food. Make sure every demon has a good meal. Yes, young master, Frank responded before leaving Hell, having gained permission to travel freely between Hell and the mortal world. With a sudden thud, she dropped to her knees, bowing her head. I have disappointed your majesty. Please punish me. Stand up. This is not your fault, it is my problem, Kino said as he reached out and helped She to her feet. As he observed Hell's desolate environment, a thought arose within him, awakening an instinct imprinted deep in his soul. Pamela, let's transform Hell. Let's turn this place into a real world. Upon hearing Kino's words, Pamela's eyes instantly lit up. The discomfort she had felt from seeing the food earlier vanished, replaced by pure excitement and anticipation. Yes, she exclaimed joyfully, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, her entire being brimming with determination and energy. She had once considered retreating to a secluded place to create her own plant kingdom after becoming a monster, but after meeting her beloved, she abandoned that idea. Transform Hell. Coulson looked utterly incredulous. He slowly turned to gaze beyond the plaza, where volcanoes spewed thick smoke into the dark sky, and rivers of lava flowed freely across the land. That's impossible, he muttered, shaking his head. The idea sounded like pure fantasy. Young master, if it's just creating a small oasis, it is possible, Banner interjected. For plants to grow, 4 major factors are required: sunlight, oxygen, water, and soil. We have oxygen here. Sunlight can be artificially generated. As for the terrain, the mountain demons could modify it. Water can be transferred from Earth, and plants can be cultivated here. Among Banner's 7 doctorate degrees, geology and meteorology were included. Kino had done him a great favor, and now, he was seriously considering ways to make this work. Banner, I don't want just a small oasis. I want an entire world. Banner stroked his chin, studying the infernal landscape with a focused gaze before shaking his head. Young master, this would be an incredibly massive undertaking. If you want Hell to become a self-sustaining ecosystem, you must modify its geological structure, create a soil layer, and control the weather. Ideally, it would need all 4 seasons, along with proper plant cultivation and humidity regulation. These are all significant challenges. As he spoke, Banner began sketching a simple diagram on the ground, his expression serious and focused. The plant problem is easy to solve. Pamela, show them what you can do. Pamela sat up from Kino's embrace, her hands glowing with a soft green light, radiating warmth and vitality like the dawn of spring. Tiny specks of green light appeared across the blackened plaza. Within moments, small sprouts emerged from the barren ground, growing rapidly before everyone's eyes, their tender leaves unfurling. In the blink of an eye, flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, dazzling and magnificent. Grass spread across the plaza like an emerald carpet, lush and dense. A gentle breeze carried a sweet floral fragrance through the air. The previously dark and oppressive scene was now filled with life and energy. The demons stood frozen, staring at the grass beneath their feet in utter disbelief. Their eyes were filled with wonder, as if witnessing a miracle for the first time. Even the battle between Hulk and the Minotaur demon came to an abrupt halt. Hulk curiously reached out and gently touched a delicate flower at his feet, a puzzled expression on his face. The Minotaur demon sighed in relief upon seeing Hulk lose interest in the fight. This guy just keeps getting stronger the longer he fights, terrifying, he thought. He took a deep breath, inhaling the refreshing scent of nature. Unable to resist, he grabbed a handful of grass and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes widened in delight. Delicious, he shouted before plopping onto the ground and devouring the grass with great enthusiasm. Seeing this, Hulk hesitated for a moment before plucking a flower and taking a bite. He immediately frowned and grumbled, not good. The surrounding demons, intrigued by the Minotaur's enthusiasm, hesitantly sampled the plants. Some were overjoyed, greedily shoving mouthfuls into their mouths, while others spat it out in disgust, finding the taste unbearable. For a moment, the plaza was filled with chatter and commotion. Bossa knocked out Abomination with a punch and tossed a parchment on the ground before walking toward the grass. He lay down, gazing at the red sky above. No creature could truly despise the scent of nature, not even demons. His eyes held a trace of nostalgia, as if recalling fond memories. Long ago, he had visited the human world, seen forests, and tasted delicious food. He had never forgotten that experience. Coulson and Banner were still in shock, staring at the grass beneath their feet. Coulson reached out, running his fingers over the blades of grass. Is this an illusion? He muttered in disbelief. Banner crouched down, examining the leaves carefully before shaking his head. No, this is real life. She knelt and gently stroked the grass, her expression dazed. Life, appearing in hell. This has never happened before. Her eyes shone with a mixture of joy and uncertainty about the changes to come. Pamela stopped channeling her power, slightly out of breath. Darling, this grassland will last for at most a week before it begins to wither. That's fine. This is just the beginning. Banner adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Young master, even with such abilities and with demons assisting, this is at least a century-long project. That's why I plan to start a company and recruit people. I think those mutants would be perfect. They seem like they'd be great at farming, Kino said with a sly grin, recalling Storm's ability to control the weather. No, you can't recruit the mutants. Coulson instinctively objected, his face full of concern. Kino raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Why not? Don't humans despise mutants? Wouldn't they rather see them rot in hell? I'm doing you a favor. Coulson sighed helplessly. That's not the kind of going to hell I meant. Kino's eyes gleamed with interest. Coulson, why don't you join me? Coulson gave a wry smile and shook his head. Mr. Kino, I'll end up in hell sooner or later, but there's no need to rush it. A barren land is only a challenge waiting to be conquered. Kino solemnly said, no, in the future, you will sacrifice yourself to save humanity. You will only go to heaven. Hearing about the way he would die, Coulson was momentarily stunned before saying, then I am truly honored. A complex emotion flashed through his eyes. There was contemplation about his unknown fate, surprise at Kino's evaluation, and a hint of comfort. Kino smiled slightly. So, I want to intercept you. How about making a deal with this demon king? What kind of deal? Coulson asked curiously. After your first death, your soul will belong to me, and you will serve me. In return, I will answer one question for you. First death? Will I experience multiple deaths in the future? Coulson couldn't help but sigh at how troublesome his life seemed to be. Any question? That's right. There are very few things in this world that I don't know. As a free bonus, I'll tell you something. Captain America is still alive. Kino placed a parchment on the table. Captain America? Hearing that his idol was not dead, Coulson's face was filled with disbelief and excitement. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The news that Captain America was still alive was simply too shocking for him. His gaze was fixed on the parchment. Should he really sell his soul? While Coulson was struggling with his decision, Frank led a group of people driving 3 heavy trucks through the vortex gate, followed by the manor's chefs. Taking a deep breath, Coulson finally agreed to the deal. He resolutely placed his hand on the parchment, which instantly ignited in a raging flame, leaving a mysterious black mark on his palm. So, what do you want to ask? Captain America's whereabouts, how Nick Fury lost his eye, your cause of death, or the future crises Earth will face? Kino teased. I want to ask, how did you obtain this hell? Coulson had already noticed that Kino seemed unfamiliar with hell, as if he had only recently become its ruler. You're courting death. She's eyes flashed with intense killing intent, as if he was ready to act at any moment. Pamela manipulated vines that sprouted instantly beside Coulson, their sharp tips aimed at his heart, ready to strike. Venom, though a bit surprised, remained calm and continued sitting on Kino's lap. Banner watched the scene unfold, wondering if he should step back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Coulson, however, stared intently at Kino, showing no sign of retreat or fear. Kino gently pinched Pamela's soft waist and said, relax, everyone. This isn't really a secret. He turned to Coulson and answered, this hell was a gift from Lucifer Morningstar as a token of appreciation. Hearing the name Lucifer Morningstar, everyone present was taken aback. Coulson, in particular, looked extremely serious. Satan? Banner curiously asked, "Young master, what does Satan look like?" A very beautiful woman. As Kino spoke, an image of Lucifer appeared in his mind. Having tasted the pleasures of the flesh, he couldn't help but feel a bit stirred at the thought of Lucifer's appearance. Satan is a woman. Banner exclaimed in shock. This guy almost slept with Satan, Venom remarked. Feeling a slight movement on his lap, Venom rolled his eyes and used his body to shield Kino from embarrassment. "Didn't I reject her?" Kino said helplessly. "And then, my dear, you chose me instead." Pamela hugged Kino and kissed him. "By the way, you all should avoid saying Lucifer's name too often. She can hear it, and she may not be as easygoing as I am." Suddenly, a pale, delicate hand emerged from the void and delivered a sharp flick to Kino's forehead. With a loud thud, Kino's head jerked back, and his mind went blank. A dazed expression took over his face as he struggled to process what had just happened. My dear." Banner and the others instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes widening in shock. Despite their efforts to hold back, it was obvious they were stunned by what had just happened. She really heard it. She quickly lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, not daring to look any further. "That's what you get for running your mouth." Venom sighed helplessly, slipping off Kino's lap and carefully placing his head on his own thigh. Pamela, full of concern, gently caressed Kino's forehead, her eyes filled with worry and affection. Lucifer withdrew her hand from the void. Originally, she had intended to check why this little guy was calling her, only to find out they were gossiping about her. Not only that, but they had also called her petty. "All right, let's move on." Lucifer's gaze turned cold as she looked at the celestial beings before her. The gods of this world time to conduct some research. Explorers fled toward the stars without looking back. It took Kino quite some time to recover from the flick's impact. He sat up, rubbing his forehead with a helpless smile. "Well, that was." Kino shook his head and looked at everyone. "We should really avoid mentioning her name too casually in the future." Carlson was still shaken. He hadn't expected Satan to so easily hear their conversation and take action in response. Meanwhile, the manor's chefs had started cooking. The sounds of clattering pots and pans mixed with the sizzling of ingredients frying in the pan. Before long, the delicious aroma of food filled the square, making mouths water. All the demons unconsciously began to drool as they stared intently at the chef's hands, eyes brimming with desire. As for the chefs, cold sweat dripped from their faces. Despite their trembling bodies, their hands never stopped moving. Why did they agree to come? The answer was simple. Frank had paid them a lot of money. "Hold steady, stay calm. Once we finish cooking, each of us gets $50,000. The head chef whispered to his colleague, who nodded repeatedly, his movements steadying under the influence of financial motivation. Kino stood up and loudly announced, "Today marks my first day in hell. To celebrate, I'll treat all demons to a feast. Line up properly, everything except humans is on the menu." His voice echoed across the square. The demons were momentarily stunned before erupting into excited cheers. "Amazing." They immediately started rushing to form a line. Some pushed their companions aside, while others tried to squeeze ahead, causing complete chaos. Kino frowned and shouted, "Stay in line. Anyone who disobeys won't get to eat." With that, the demons finally calmed down, obediently queuing up while their eyes remained fixated on the cooking food, their mouths still dripping with drool. True power is not given, it is earned through trials, choices, and sacrifices. Power is not revealed by striking hard or often, but by striking true. Honor de Balzac. Blinsky slowly regained consciousness. Having just completed his contract, he was eager to challenge Hulk to a battle. However, when he turned his head, he was met with an unexpected sight. Hulk happily shoveling fried rice into his mouth, exclaiming, "Tasty." Hulk wants more. Beside him, Banner was busy refilling Hulk's plate, serving one portion after another. Blinsky observed the scene and reconsidered. Now was not the right time, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Meanwhile, Carlson bravely wandered among the demons, attempting to gather intelligence. However, very few paid him any attention. Chino allowed him to continue and even instructed the demons to openly discuss the powers granted by the contracts. With Nick Fury's personality, it was only a matter of time before he tried to infiltrate this place. When that happened, Chino would have the perfect opportunity to poach some of S.H.I.E.L.D's talent. Scanning the area, Chino noticed something peculiar. There were only male demons present. Curious, he asked, "Are there no female demons? Where is Mora?" She, munching on roasted meat, responded, "The female demons are in His Majesty's harem." Harem. Both Pamela and Venom looked equally surprised. Chino sighed, "I don't recall asking you to set up a harem for me." "Well, since human emperors have harems, I thought, as a human, you should have one too," she replied sheepishly, her voice growing quieter with guilt. "I don't need one. Pamela and Venom are enough for me. Bring the others out so we can all eat together," Chino stated firmly, his expression resolute. Venom, pleased with Chino's response, giggled and teased, "Not bad. Tonight, I'll wear a maid outfit for you." Pamela immediately chimed in, "Venom sis, what about me? You too, of course." Venom grinned mischievously. Listening to the conversation, Chino's resolve strengthened. A mere harem was nothing compared to a wife who understood all of his preferences. As a group of female demons emerged from the palace, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The lush green grass and vibrant blooming flowers filled their usually indifferent eyes with wonder and curiosity. Some couldn't resist and lined up for food, while others were drawn to Hulk's massive physique. So strong, a female demon exclaimed in admiration. Here, let me feed you, another one offered, holding a plate of food up to Hulk's mouth. Demons admired strength, and Hulk's colossal body captivated them. Hulk, unbothered by the attention, simply opened his mouth and devoured whatever food was handed to him. Banner could only stand helplessly by as Hulk became the center of attention. Hulk likes this place. Hulk beamed, thoroughly enjoying himself. No one was attacking him, and there were no annoying cannons, just food and friendly faces. You're called Hulk? I'm Milan, a sultry demon woman introduced herself, running her fingers along Hulk's muscles with admiration. I'm Dara. Want to be friends? A bold, younger demon asked, climbing onto Hulk's shoulder. Hulk likes friends. Happily stuffing his face, Hulk reveled in the joy of being adored. Chino watched the lively scene and chuckled. Hulk is pretty popular in hell. She nodded. Your Majesty, they are succubi. Do you want me to warn them? Succubi? Do they mean any harm? They wouldn't dare. But they do absorb men's energy, making them feel fatigued. Let them be. Hulk's stamina is practically infinite. Who knows? Their feeding might even help calm his rage. Chino waved dismissively. At that moment, a heavy weight suddenly pressed down on Shi's head, forcing her to lower her neck. Your Majesty, I want a drink, a sleepy Mora mumbled, her voice carrying a lazy, flirtatious tone. I brought some. Frank. Chino called out. Frank nodded, retrieving a crate from the vehicle and setting it on the table. There's half a truckload left, all kinds of alcohol, he added. Excited, Mora grabbed a bottle of vodka, effortlessly popped it open with one hand, and took a massive swig. That's the stuff, she sighed in satisfaction. Shi's forehead twitched with irritation. Mora, how long are you going to use my head as a cushion? Oh, it's you, Shi. You're just too short, I didn't notice you. Mora answered nonchalantly, showing no remorse. Chomp. Shi bit down on Mora. Ow, that hurts. Mora yelped, suddenly wide awake as she tried to pry Shi off. I'm sorry, if you keep biting, it'll come off, she pleaded. Chino watched the exchange with curiosity. Noticing his gaze, Pamela hesitated before whispering something in his ear, her face turning red. Really? Chino's voice rose in shock. SHHH. Venom sis too. Pamela glanced at Venom, blushing deeper. I don't mind, Venom replied casually, completely unfazed. Finally managing to pry Shi off, Mora wiped the sweat from her forehead and noticed Shi's lingering gaze toward Chino. You interested in joining? Mora teased. Absolutely not. Shi retorted, her face flushing as she looked away. Shi, we're demons. If you want something, you take it. That includes the Demon King, Mora said seriously. Shi's expression turned complicated as an internal struggle played out on her face. Venom glanced over and sized up Shi. A lowly type? Not bad. She had no issue with Chino forming a harem. After all, thanks to his memories, she also enjoyed women. As the banquet ended, the once lively square grew quiet. Chino and his companions prepared to return to the human world. However, Hulk was reluctant to leave. Hulk stays. Good food, good drink, good fights, good friends. Banner sighed. Hulk, stop it. But there was no convincing him. Seeing Hulk's unwavering determination, Banner ultimately relented. With the privileges granted by Chino, he could return whenever necessary to check in. Blinsky also chose to stay without hesitation, his gaze locked onto Hulk. I still have unfinished business with Hulk. Chino nodded and turned to Shi. Keep an eye on them. If they get out of hand, order Barca to put them in their place. Yes, Your Majesty. Chino thought for a moment and then added another authority to Shi's hell sovereignty, allowing her to leave hell freely at will. From now on, call me Young Master. Let me know if anything happens. Yes, Young Master. Shi's lips curled up into an involuntary smile, and her usually calm eyes gleamed with joy. She understood very well that by granting her this authority, Chino was truly treating her as one of his own. Returning to the real world, the sunlight outside had softened, indicating that it was now afternoon. Carlson had long since left, most likely in a hurry to report today's shocking findings. Frank wasted no time either. He was already busy preparing to recruit personnel and transport supplies to Hell. There was so much to do that he even pulled Banner in to help. Chino looked at Venom and Pamela with a knowing smile and said, It's getting late. Let's get some rest. Pamela and Venom exchanged glances before rolling their eyes at Chino in playful annoyance. Of course, they knew exactly what he was thinking. Director, I'm back, Carlson said, walking briskly into the office. He placed a tablet on Nick Fury's desk and handed over a document. Nick Fury's face darkened as he stared at the screen, watching the terrifying demons of hell, the overwhelming power of the demon lords, and the information about the demonic contracts. His expression grew even grimmer. Wait, what is this saying? Nick Fury suddenly asked. On screen, Chino was explaining the origins of hell, yet the audio that played was in a completely incomprehensible language. Carlson also noticed the anomaly. To him, everything sounded exactly the same as when he had been there. Frowning, he picked up the document and compared it with his previous notes. Pointing to a particular line, he asked, Director, what do you see here? Nothing. It's just blank. Nick Fury's frown deepened. He knew Coulson was meticulous with his work and would never make such a simple mistake. Coulson already had a theory. Director, I can only say one thing, those myths are real. Nick Fury's pupils contracted. He instantly understood. Hell was given to Kino by a divine being, and there weren't many entities in existence capable of such a feat. Nick Fury remained silent for a long time. He reached for a pager but hesitated before setting it back down. This pager could summon Captain Marvel, but in this situation, even she might not be of much help. Coulson, do you think his words are trustworthy? A demon lord who doesn't want to rule the world but instead wants to reform hell. Fury's voice carried deep skepticism. I believe he can be trusted. He was once human, Coulson answered. If he ignored Kino's status as a demon king, Kino actually came across as a polite and well-mannered person. And besides, Coulson added solemnly, we have no choice but to believe. There is no force on Earth capable of stopping him. Nick Fury tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, lost in thought. Coulson, maintain open communication with him. Meanwhile, I'll assign someone to infiltrate his group. If we can obtain demonic power. Understood, Director, Coulson acknowledged. As he reached the door, Nick Fury's voice called out again. For the sake of humanity, I appreciate your efforts, Coulson. It's not a problem, Director, Coulson replied before walking out with firm determination. DC Universe. In the DC world, Kino trekked through the vast, snowy mountains. If someone were to ask why he had come here, the answer was simple: he was out of money. Back in the Marvel Universe, he spent his days playing video games with Pamela and Venom, occasionally flirting with Gwen when she visited. They indulged in delicious food, drove luxury sports cars, and traveled the world. It was the kind of life he had never even dared to dream of in his past life. However, reality struck hard. His $50 million had dwindled to just $5 million. There was no way around it. To realize his vision of a paradise, he needed to recruit people, buy supplies, machines, and even land to establish businesses. The money was simply not enough. Although he still had a 20% stake in Stark Industries, the large-scale reconstruction of Hell required a massive amount of resources and manpower. And Hell itself had no special resources to generate income. He had to go out and make money. And who had the most money? The wealthy. And what did they value the most? Life. So, he set his sights on the Lazarus Pit. The legendary revival pool of the DC Universe could extend life, restore youth, and even bring the dead back to life. There was just a tiny drawback, a bit of a side effect. But that wasn't an issue. Marvel and DC had no shortage of genius scientists who could improve it. And if they couldn't, he could always dilute it. For this trip to the DC Universe, Kino had only brought Venom with him. Pamela was busy cultivating plants with stronger vitality to adapt to the environment of Hell. We're here, Kino murmured as he gazed up at the castle atop the snowy peak, the headquarters of the League of Assassins. He turned his eyes to the snow-covered ground and called out, "Can someone inform your leader that I'm here?" Silence. "Give me a turn later. It's been a while since I've had some action." Venom's voice echoed in Kino's mind. "Haven't I been giving you enough exercise?" Kino quipped. "Want me to show you just how much energy I have right now?" Venom retorted with a menacing tone. "Forget it, we have important business to handle," Kino quickly responded, knowing all too well how bold Venom could get in such matters. As he continued forward, shadows suddenly leaped out from the snow. A group of assassins clad in white ninja garb surrounded Kino, and without hesitation, a volley of throwing knives shot toward him. "I gave you a chance," Kino said flatly. As soon as the words left his lips, Venom's black tendrils surged out, covering Kino's body and blocking the flying knives with ease. Seeing that their projectiles were ineffective, the assassins swiftly drew their katanas and lunged at Kino like a white whirlwind, their eyes devoid of fear. Venom let out a cold laugh. Her fists moved with lightning speed, cutting through the air with sharp wind currents. A series of dull thuds echoed as the first wave of assassins was sent flying. Their bodies arced through the air before crashing into the snow, the crisp sound of breaking bones mingling with the crimson stains spreading across the white landscape. The once pristine snowfield was now splattered with blood, creating a stark yet striking contrast. As Venom effortlessly took down another attacker, she scoffed, "I don't get it. It's the modern era, and they're still using melee weapons." Kino chuckled. "It's for the sake of the plot. Otherwise, how would Batman win if the League of Assassins were armed with rifles?" Venom snorted. "That's just dumb. I don't know what these people are thinking." As she spoke, another assassin attempted to restrain her with chains, only for Venom to yank him in and crush his skull with a single punch. Quote of the chapter: "The rich fear death more than anything else. And that is why they will pay any price to escape it. Venom is my wife, just kidding, it's Mukdong. This is the legacy of the League of Assassins. Cold weapons are more suitable for assassination." A chilling voice echoed through the air. The moment the assassins heard this voice, they all stopped in their tracks. Venom, however, paid no heed and shot two more in the head. Seeing that the assassins had frozen in place, he lost interest and finally stopped his attack. He then looked up at the black-haired middle-aged man standing at the mountain peak. "Ra's al Ghul. It is I. What brings you here?" Ra's al Ghul gazed at Venom with a scrutinizing expression. "My name is Kino. I've come for you. How about becoming my subordinate?" Kino revealed his human form. Initially, he had only come to take the Lazarus Pit. But upon seeing Ra's al Ghul, a new idea took root in his mind. She was responsible for overseeing the demon's missions and territory expansion, which currently only required clearing land. Frank was overwhelmed with work handling Hell's resource transportation, managing a new company, recruiting retired soldiers. Even Banner had been roped in to help with various matters. Cowlson had not died yet, meaning he couldn't be used for now. Thus, Kino set his sights on Ra's al Ghul. The man had both wealth and manpower, and with 700 years of experience, he could handle most affairs. He was an invaluable asset. Ra's al Ghul's eyes instantly flashed with a murderous intent. In a swift motion, he drew a martial arts blade, its cold gleam reflecting in the dim light. You want to take over the League of Assassins? Do you have the skill to back that up? Kino watched Ra's al Ghul charge at him and sighed inwardly. Has this guy soaked in the Lazarus pit so many times that his brain is fried? However, Ra's al Ghul's so-called 700 years of martial arts training was completely useless against Kino. In just a few moves, Kino sent Ra's al Ghul flying, his body crashing into the snow-covered ground, sending white powder into the air. Seeing their leader fall, the surrounding assassins did not hesitate. They immediately rushed forward, blades gleaming with deadly intent. This time, Kino took action himself. Instead of killing them, he controlled his strength precisely, knocking them all unconscious. Let's make a deal. Do you have any wishes? I'll fulfill them for you. In exchange, the League of Assassins will belong to me. Kino spoke, his eyes locked onto Ra's al Ghul. A wish. Ra's al Ghul's expression twisted into something maniacal. My wish is to exterminate humanity and create an ideal world. I see. So, if I give you a world without humans, you'll be able to build a paradise from the ground up. What a coincidence? I have a similar dream. Kino's eyes gleamed, feeling like he had found a kindred spirit. A kindred spirit, my ass. You two are completely different. And what if I am? Do you have the power to make it happen? Ra's al Ghul challenged. While the latter part of Kino's statement seemed off, the first half was intriguing. Our deal is simple. I give you a world without humans, and you get to rebuild it as you see fit. In return, the League of Assassins is mine. As soon as Kino finished speaking, a rune appeared on Ra's al Ghul's palm. What is this? A small thing. Don't worry about it. Now, let's head to your new world. The moment Kino's words fell, a strange, glowing portal suddenly appeared beneath Ra's al Ghul. Before he could react, he was sucked inside. Kino followed close behind, and in the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared. Ra's al Ghul felt as if he had merely blinked, and the next moment, he found himself standing at the edge of a volcanic crater. The ground beneath his feet was covered in molten lava, its fiery glow illuminating the surroundings. In the distance stood a massive black palace, and colossal figures as tall as mountains roamed the land. Wherever they stepped, the lava receded. The mountain demons were clearing the lava. This is hell. Ra's al Ghul couldn't help but exclaim, momentarily dazed. However, his 700 years of experience allowed him to regain his composure quickly. That's right. A world without humans, just as you wanted. You can now start from scratch and build your ideal paradise. And I also have a dream transforming hell into a land of beauty and prosperity. Kino waved his arms with excitement, as if he could already see the bright future ahead. Ra's al Ghul twitched. The same dream? If his dream was to start anew, Kino's dream was straight up starting in hell. This guy is even crazier than I am. Don't bother trying to resist. Our contract is sealed. Contract? Ra's al Ghul looked at his palm. The once dim rune now glowed brightly before disappearing. All of a sudden, his subconscious desire to kill Kino vanished without a trace. The only thought that remained in his mind was loyalty. Master, who exactly are you? His voice was now filled with reverence. I am the Demon King of this hell, Kino. The Demon King personally came to claim the League of Assassins. Is this an honor? Ra's al Ghul asked himself. The answer was yes. Faced with such an overwhelming existence, being chosen by him was a fortune beyond measure. Lowering his head, Ra's al Ghul dropped to one knee and declared, Master, Ra's al Ghul pledges his loyalty to you. Kino and Ra's al Ghul returned to the real world. The assassins, who had regained consciousness, immediately lunged at Kino with murderous intent, their eyes filled with hostility. Stand down. From this moment on, Master is the new leader of the League of Assassins. Ra's al Ghul's voice rang out like thunder. The assassins hesitated for a moment but quickly sheathed their weapons. Moving in perfect unison, they knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, Greetings, Master. Kino watched this display and couldn't help but admire Ra's al Ghul. Say what you want about him, but his command over his organization is truly top-notch. You should teach she a thing or two. Kino turned to Ra's al Ghul. Yes, Master. Ra's al Ghul replied obediently. He had now completely devoted himself to Kino. Why don't you just learn it yourself? Because I'm lazy. Kino answered without hesitation, sounding perfectly justified. Ra's al Ghul, take me to the Lazarus pit. Kino ordered without further delay. Ra's al Ghul nodded and led Kino into the fortress. The castle's interior was damp and shadowy, its corridors winding and filled with hidden traps. After navigating the maze-like passageways, they finally reached the underground depths. Before Kino stood a pool of shimmering blue liquid, its surface rippling with an eerie glow. However, his attention was drawn to the two people beside it. A well-built woman carefully scooped a small amount of the pool's water, pouring it over a healing salve before gently applying it to the wounds of a small child sitting before her. The child's face remained emotionless, not making a sound, as if utterly numb to the pain. It was clear that such wounds were a regular occurrence for him. The overuse of the Lazarus Pit's waters could drive a person insane. But when used in controlled amounts, it became the greatest healing medicine in the world, perfectly allowing for training to resume the next day. And the injuries on the child? They had been inflicted by the very woman tending to his wounds. Quote of the chapter, those who seek power must first learn discipline, or else they will be consumed by their own strength. Talia sharply sensed the subtle movements in the area. She turned her head instantly, locking her gaze onto Kino. Her eyes were filled with vigilance and doubt. This place allowed no one to enter except for her father, Ra's al Ghul, and herself. Father, who is he? She asked coldly. My master, the new leader of the League of Assassins, Ra's al Ghul answered calmly. Talia was stunned. It was inconceivable that her arrogant and fanatical father would submit to someone else. He had to be under some kind of control? Without a second thought, Talia lunged toward Kino, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Ra's al Ghul quickly stepped in to block her attack. Within just a few exchanges, he had her subdued and unable to move. Kill him, Damien. Talia shouted to her son. Without hesitation, Damien struck out with the small dagger in his hand, aiming directly at Kino. At that moment, a black tendril shot out, swiftly knocking the dagger from Damien's hand before lifting him into the air. Then, a black monstrous head emerged from behind Kino, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth as it growled menacingly, I love eating tender little children. Damien's face turned deathly pale. His small body trembled uncontrollably as fear overwhelmed him. Instinctively, he turned his head toward his mother, Talia. Despite his rigorous training in the League of Assassins, he was still just a child. Faced with such an overwhelming terror, his inner fragility and reliance on his mother were laid bare. Venom, don't scare him so much, Kino said. I won't. He is, after all, Batman's son, Venom muttered before placing Damien back on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the floor, Damien stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Venom, who had reverted to human form. His small face was stiff with fear. He didn't even resist when Venom playfully pinched his cheek, much like a frightened little rabbit, allowing himself to be handled without protest. This kid is so obedient. Kino, can I keep him? Kino sighed helplessly and replied, do you think he's a pet? Just because he's cute, you want to take him home? I'm taking the entire League of Assassins with me. This little guy stays with his father. Bruce Wayne raising a child? That's a disaster waiting to happen, Venom scoffed, recalling the fate of previous Robins, each one more rebellious than the last. But Alfred is there, and we can send his mother too. That way, the whole family can be reunited, Kino said, unwilling to take on the responsibility of raising someone else's child. Poor kid, neither of his parents is normal, Venom muttered sympathetically while patting Damien's head. It was rare for Venom to show such sentiment, likely a result of being in human form. Damien, still bewildered, couldn't understand their conversation. He only hoped that the strange, terrifying creature would leave soon. If you really like kids, we can have one ourselves, Kino suggested. Not now. I don't have full control over genetic manipulation yet. If I have a child, I want them to be perfect, Venom firmly replied. Although Venom could give birth, she wanted a child who carried both Pamela's and Kino's genes. It was something she had already planned for. Meanwhile, Talia remained pinned to the ground, unable to move. Who are you people? She growled furiously. Kino ignored her question and walked directly toward the Lazarus Pit. He activated his enhanced vision, but the thick, luminous blue liquid obscured his sight, preventing him from seeing its true source. Ra's al Ghul, order all assassins to return to the castle and remain on standby. No one is to act without my command, Kino instructed without turning back. Yes, my master, Ra's al Ghul responded respectfully. Once all the assassins had returned to the castle, Kino displayed his immense strength. Grabbing Ra's al Ghul with one hand and Talia with the other, he picked up Damien as well. Then, with a single powerful leap, he soared into the sky. Talia's mind reeled in shock. Superman? But Superman is supposed to be dead, or does he simply have flight abilities? She stared at Kino in disbelief. Damien remained silent and motionless. His obedience made Kino glance at him twice. This little boy really was well behaved. He had also inherited the striking good looks of both his parents. Kino almost considered keeping him. Upon reaching the mountain base, Kino gently set them down before looking up at the towering snow-capped peak. Then, he braced himself and charged straight into the mountain, leaving behind a massive crater. What is he doing? Talia turned to Ra's al Ghul with confusion, but instead of answering, he remained silent, as if already understanding his master's intent. A deep rumbling sound echoed as the earth trembled violently. The entire snow-covered mountain began to rise into the air. Talia's eyes widened in disbelief. She watched in pure shock as Kino effortlessly lifted an entire mountain. Ra's al Ghul twitched at the corner of his mouth, mentally sighing. Master truly meant it when he said he would take the entire League of Assassins with him. Even Damien's small mouth hung open in awe. To him, this power was beyond human capability. His young mind was shaken to its core. Kino carried the colossal snow mountain, walking step by step into the depths of hell. Once inside, he found She and quickly gave her instructions. She, place this mountain here for now. Arrange things accordingly. She nodded in acknowledgement, and Kino immediately left. Returning to Ra's al Ghul, Kino stated, you have 5 days to handle your affairs. After that, you will come with me. Ra's al Ghul nodded respectfully. Then, Kino grabbed Talia and Damien once again and, in a flash, took off toward Gotham. As they traveled, Kino began contemplating. I should find a way to acquire spatial teleportation abilities. That would make things far more convenient. Just then, he felt something wrapping around his leg. He assumed Talia was afraid of heights and ignored her. However, when he felt a soft touch on his chest, he looked down. Talia's lips curled into a seductive smile, her delicate fingers lightly tracing his chest. What are you doing? He asked. Isn't it obvious? Why don't we find a hotel for a more intimate conversation? Her voice was soft and alluring. Her gaze met Kino's without hesitation, filled with undisguised desire. She wanted a child with Superman's strength. If her child inherited even half of his power, conquering the world would be effortless. Your child is right here, Kino said, his eyes darkening slightly. Ignore him. Or, if you prefer something more thrilling, he can watch, Talia purred. She thought Kino hesitated because of Damien, so she pressed herself even closer, fully confident in her ability to seduce any man. But what she failed to realize was that Kino was far from ordinary. Quote, power is not about strength alone. It is about control, purpose, and knowing when to wield it. Damien was still nervous about flying and confused about their unknown destination when he heard the commotion nearby. He turned his gaze, his youthful face filled with confusion, not understanding what his mother was doing. You are the first person to make me angry since I transmigrated, Kino suddenly said, his voice suppressing a deep fury. Not good, Talia thought to herself, realizing she had made a mistake. She had acted too hastily, failing to understand this man's temperament before making a move. Now, she was in serious trouble. Without hesitation, Kino pushed his hand forward, sending Talia plummeting through the sky like a kite with its string cut. Mother. Damien let out a terrified scream, his voice filled with fear and helplessness. He watched, wide-eyed, as his mother rapidly fell from the sky. His small body trembled uncontrollably. Venom. From behind Kino, a black tendril suddenly extended, swiftly reaching out and precisely grabbing Talia, suspending her in midair. Kino, you cannot kill a child's mother right in front of him. I'm sorry, Damien, Kino sincerely apologized. He had indeed lost his temper. Mother is fine. Damien looked at his mother, who was now safely suspended, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet, his gaze still carried fear toward Kino. This man had almost killed his mother. Why are you so angry? You have seen plenty of similar scenarios in those books. Venom found Kino's outburst incomprehensible. After all, it was not human. Even though it knew everything about Kino's memories, it could not understand human ethics and morality. Those are fiction, so I can treat them as such. I may be lustful, but I am not depraved, Kino patiently explained. I don't understand. You were happy to try different things with me, just like in those books. You might understand when you become a mother. If she tried to seduce me anywhere else, I wouldn't care. If the atmosphere was right, I might even go along with it. But not in front of her child. Kino looked down at Damien, who had lowered his head in his arms. The boy was truly frightened this time. Kino sighed and increased his flight speed toward Gotham. Damien, still clutching at his mother with his eyes filled with lingering fear, couldn't comprehend Kino's words, but he remembered them deeply. The sky over Gotham was heavy with dark clouds, pressing down on the city like an oppressive weight. Even though it was still daytime, Bruce Wayne had not left the manor. Instead, he was in his study, deeply engrossed in research. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced through the silence. Frowning, Bruce quickly pulled up the surveillance feed. On the screen, he saw the mysterious man who had once replicated Superman's abilities, this time carrying a child in his arms while a bound Talia dangled behind him. Has he been with the League of Assassins this whole time? Bruce pondered. He had been searching for this man's whereabouts for a while now, yet the man had appeared on his own. His expression darkened as his mind worked rapidly, considering the man's intentions and potential actions. Kino looked up at the camera and spoke. Bruce, I have business with you. Can we meet? Bruce remained silent for a moment before finally replying, I'll be in the reception room. Kino, holding Damien and dragging Talia along, strode into the manor. When he entered the reception room, Bruce was already seated, waiting. Alfred stood nearby, preparing tea. Without hesitation, Kino placed Damien into Bruce's arms. Here, your son, Damien. Bruce instinctively caught the boy, his eyes widening in surprise. He subconsciously looked at the child's small face. Clink. A teacup shattered on the floor. Alfred's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Damien. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to Bruce as a boy. Kino chuckled. Butler, can I get some better tea this time? Of course, sir. Alfred responded with a smile, his tone noticeably warmer than before. Bruce sat there, holding Damien in his arms. His emotions were complicated: shock, concern, surprise, and a sudden sense of responsibility. Any plans he had for testing Kino had been disrupted. As for the child's mother, there was no need to guess, it was undoubtedly the bound Talia. Bruce's posture stiffened slightly, his hands unsure of where to settle. This was the first time he had met his son, and the unfamiliar yet intimate feeling left him at a loss. His gaze remained on Damien until he noticed something. Damien was secretly glancing at both Talia and Kino with fear in his eyes. It was a look of terror, as if he had not yet recovered from his earlier ordeal. Alfred, take Damien away for now. We need to talk, Bruce said, taking a deep breath and trying to steady himself. Yes, sir. Alfred gently picked up Damien, preparing to leave. But Damien clung tightly to Bruce's clothes, whispering, "Mother." Bruce looked at Kino, silently seeking his approval. Kino sighed and turned his back to Talia before releasing the tendrils. "Be quiet and leave with them," he instructed. Talia stood up, glanced briefly at Bruce, and then walked out. Alfred followed, carrying Damien. "Apologies. Almost killing his mother in front of him, that was my mistake." Bruce's pupils contracted, his mind flashing back to a dark alley, where the lifeless bodies of his parents lay in a pool of blood. Pain and anger surged through him. "What do you want?" He forced himself to suppress his emotions, his tone cold and direct. "I came here to deliver the child, and also to see you." Kino spoke calmly, retrieving a small vial of blue liquid from his pocket and placing it on the table. "Lazarus Pit. You've taken control of the League of Assassins," Bruce observed. His eyes locked onto the vial, his expression grave. He knew exactly what it was. He had even used it once himself. But there was a more important issue at hand. "More or less. I want you to create a serum using this as the core. It doesn't have to be as potent, just a weaker version will do." Kino sipped his tea nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "I can do that. But I need to know, who are you, and what exactly do you want with this?" Bruce's gaze remained sharp, agreeing to the deal but maintaining his vigilance. Quote of the chapter: "A father's responsibility is not to give his child everything, but to show him what truly matters." Bruce stared intently at Kino, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through any disguise. He was searching for even the slightest clue in Kino's expression, demeanor, or actions. However, the result left him deeply puzzled and frustrated. This man seemed to have appeared out of thin air, no past traces, no background to investigate. Bruce silently speculated. Could he be an alien? A being from a distant galaxy who had arrived on Earth with an unknown purpose? Or perhaps, like Diana, he had been living in some isolated place, untouched by the outside world? This uncertainty made Bruce uneasy. He was used to being in control, accustomed to seeing through the darkness and uncovering the truth. But Kino's presence was like a thick fog that clouded his vision, making it impossible to find a direction. Kino met Bruce's gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Do I make you uneasy? Apart from copying Superman's powers, I have never done anything bad in this world. In fact, I even helped you find your son." Bruce's eyes grew sharper. "This world? So, you're from another world?" Kino nodded and admitted, "That's right. My name is Kino, and I come from the Marvel Universe. In the future, a villain of unimaginable power will erase half of all life in the universe. That's why I came to your world, to seek enough strength to protect myself." Bruce frowned upon hearing this, doubt filling his eyes. "If I remember correctly, Marvel is just a comic book company. Are you saying you came out of a comic book?" Kino nodded again. "Something like that?" Bruce's gaze became even more intense. "So, you learned my identity from those comics as well?" Kino answered calmly, "Your universe is called the DC Universe." "I see. Then I must be one of the main characters in this story." Bruce's voice remained steady, his expression composed. Despite learning that his world might just be a comic book, he showed no sign of panic or distress. Kino looked at Bruce, admiration flashing in his eyes. "That's right. In your universe, you are indeed an incredibly important figure. In every Gotham, there is always a Batman who fights against crime. Most of the time, that Batman is Bruce Wayne, but in some worlds, it's your father, and in a few, even your brother." Bruce frowned. "I have a brother in another universe." Kino nodded seriously. "Yes. In one universe, Thomas Wayne Jr. killed you and your parents, becoming Gotham's Owlman." Bruce's expression grew complicated, as if trying to picture this alternate version of himself and his family. It's hard to imagine that something like that could happen in another universe. "Can I travel to your universe?" Kino shook his head. "Everyone in this universe can leave, except for you. Why? You have a deep connection with a certain being, one I currently can't defeat. If you leave this world, Gotham itself might be destroyed," Kino explained. Barbados saw Bruce Wayne as the key to opening a gateway to the positive matter universe. If he disappeared, no one could predict the consequences. "I understand." Kino stood up, preparing to leave. "I've answered your questions. I'll come find you in 5 days. After Kino left, Bruce sat motionless on the couch like a statue, his brows furrowed in deep thought. A connection with a powerful figure. One that indirectly affects Gotham's crime rate. What exactly is their goal? These questions kept circling in his mind, yet he couldn't find an answer. A father's realization. Just then, a knock on the door pulled him out of his thoughts. "Master Bruce." Bruce snapped out of his daze, realizing that night had already fallen. "Come in, Alfred," he said, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. Alfred entered with Damien, who had changed into fresh clothes. The boy's face still held traces of unease and confusion. Standing before Bruce, Alfred's expression was serious as he spoke. "Miss Talia has already left. But you should take a look at this." Alfred gently rolled up Damien's sleeve, revealing an arm covered in scars both old and new, crisscrossing in a shocking pattern. Bruce's eyes darkened as he took in the sight, a flicker of pain flashing through them. "Does it hurt?" His voice was deep and gentle as he carefully traced his fingers over the scars, as if trying to erase the suffering they represented. Damien looked up at the man before him, his expression conflicted. His mother had told him that this was the strongest man in the world, that as his son, he had to become strong enough to defeat him. But this man, he had so many weaknesses. and the emotions in his eyes so unfamiliar, yet not unwelcome. This feeling left Damien confused, shaking the foundation of what he had always believed. It doesn't hurt anymore. Alfred spoke up. Master Bruce, while bathing Damien, I noticed something. Bruce listened intently, his gaze unreadable as he looked at Damien. Damien, what do you think of that man from before? He's strong and terrifying. But do you hate him? No, I see. Bruce silently came to a decision. A time to relax. Meanwhile, Kino had randomly teleported into a bustling city. The moment he landed, Venom's familiar figure appeared beside him, affectionately clinging to him. Venom, for the next 3 days, let's enjoy our exclusive time together, Kino said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Kino, why here? Why not Gotham? Gotham is too oppressive and dangerous. It's not the right place for us to relax, Kino chuckled, shaking his head before taking Venom's hand and blending into the lively crowd. After obtaining a human form, Venom had also gained a sense of taste. Though food provided her no real nutrition, her curiosity pushed her to try the flavors Kino loved. The two of them strolled through the city, sharing bites of food from different stalls, one after the other. A satisfied smile adorned Venom's delicate face, while Kino gazed at her with a look of pure adoration. Behind them, a young man watched in admiration, silently thinking to himself, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. This guy is seriously lucky. Quote of the chapter: the strongest relationships aren't built on perfection, but on understanding and shared experiences. As Kino and Venom strolled leisurely down the sidewalk, a deafening roar of an engine suddenly erupted from the distance. This was immediately followed by intense gunfire and the terrified screams of pedestrians. Kino looked up and saw a black car speeding wildly down the street like an untamed beast. At this insane speed, it would crash into innocent bystanders in mere seconds. He had finally taken a honeymoon trip, and he did not want this unexpected chaos to ruin his moment. Just as he was about to take action, a dazzling streak of yellow lightning flashed beside him. In the next instant, the entire world seemed to freeze in place. The expressions of fear on the pedestrians' faces were suspended mid-scream. The incoming vehicle was frozen in its reckless charge. Even the bullets that had been fired into the air hung motionless. The only ones unaffected were Kino, Venom, and the naked man standing beside them. It was the Flash Barry Allen. Hastily, he zipped into his red suit at an astonishing speed before he began moving people away at blinding speed. When he reached Kino and Venom, Barry nervously wiped his hands on his suit, staring at Venom with a hint of admiration. I envy you so much. When will I ever find a girlfriend? Barry sighed. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Kino and Venom's arms only to grasp at empty air. There's no need for you to bother with us, Kino replied casually. Barry looked up, making eye contact with both of them. His eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had ever met someone who could keep up with his speed. Caught off guard, Barry unintentionally withdrew from the speed force. The screams of terrified pedestrians resumed. Barry snapped back to reality, realizing he had not finished evacuating the people. He was about to re-enter the speed force when his stomach growled loudly. He hadn't eaten lunch, and his energy was drained. I'll take care of it, Kino said, stepping forward. Facing the incoming vehicle, he simply raised his foot. Boom! The car's airbags deployed instantly. The driver inside desperately stepped on the gas, but the tires screeched against the pavement, producing thick white smoke. Barry stood to the side, watching in utter disbelief. Although he could also stop a car, this level of raw physical strength was simply overwhelming. The car finally came to a complete stop. The next moment, the doors were violently pushed open, and 2 armed robbers jumped out. Their bloodshot eyes burned with rage. You ruined our job. Die, one of them shouted. They raised their guns and fired wildly at Kino. Kino calmly extended his hand. A series of afterimages flashed in the air as he effortlessly caught every single bullet. Within seconds, he had compressed them into a single metallic sphere. I will only say this once, Kino stated coldly. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. Instead of surrendering, the 2 robbers sneered and cursed even louder. Huh? What can you do to us? If you've got the guts, come at us. They swiftly changed magazines, preparing to fire indiscriminately at the crowd. Before they could pull the trigger, Kino appeared right beside them, moving so fast that only a blur was left in his wake. With minimal effort, he bent their gun barrels and lifted both men by their throats. Aren't you afraid of death? Kino asked, his eyes as cold as ice. The robbers scoffed. You superheroes never kill, one of them mocked. If you have the guts, do it. They smirked, feeling triumphant. Even though Superman had died, plenty of superheroes had emerged. Each had their own abilities, but none dared to kill, following in Superman's footsteps. At most, they would end up in prison for a few days before getting out. Kino, however, smiled in response. I never said I was a hero. What? You're not a hero. The realization finally dawned on them. Fear crept into their voices. Today, I'm on a date, so I won't kill you, Kino said slowly. Just as the robbers were about to breathe a sigh of relief, his voice turned ice cold. But whether you survive in hell is up to you. Their faces drained of color. Wait, let's talk. Before they could finish, Kino let go. A portal suddenly appeared beneath them. In the blink of an eye, both the robbers and their vehicle vanished. When the robbers finally hit the ground, the sharp pain snapped them back to their senses. Haha, I knew it. We're not Their laughter abruptly stopped. Their eyes widened in horror. They found themselves in a massive gladiator arena, completely surrounded by grotesque demons. The demons eyed them curiously, as if inspecting a pair of fresh, intriguing prey. "Boss, I think we're in hell," one of the robbers stammered. "Is this a hallucination?" the leader wondered. Before he could test that theory, a massive green figure suddenly rushed toward them. Splat! In an instant, they were reduced to nothing more than a bloody mist. "Hulk is angry," the Hulk roared, rising to his full height. Noticing the car that had appeared with the robbers, he reached out, splitting it cleanly in half. With one half in each hand, he smashed the pieces together, producing a deafening boom. "Come on, Hulk. Is that all you've got?" the abomination taunted. He had noticed the robbers but paid them no mind. "Hulk. Unstoppable." The Hulk bellowed, launching himself forward like a moving mountain. The abomination stood his ground, enduring a brutal flurry of Hulk's punches. He staggered backward but grinned. His exposed ribs began regenerating at an alarming rate, muscles bulging and swelling as if filled with air. The previously sunken skin stretched taut over his growing mass, radiating a terrifying sense of power. "My strength is increasing," the abomination roared. With a single kick, he sent the Hulk crashing into the wall. Then, he lunged forward, pinning Hulk down and unleashing a relentless assault. Each strike shattered the rocky walls behind them, sending lava pouring out. If not for the fact that this arena was reinforced by a mountain demon, it would have crumbled long ago. Despite his current advantage, the abomination knew he had little time. If he failed to knock out the Hulk before his strength peaked, he would lose. "Hulk, fight back. Abomination, crush him." The surrounding demons cheered for their favored fighter, their voices shaking the entire arena. At the highest seat in the stands, Sakya observed the match. Beside him was an empty throne. This gladiator pit had been the young master's idea. Since demons were overflowing with energy, this gave them a place to vent their frustrations. And in the future, if the crowds grew, they could even charge for admission. So far, the plan was working well. The demons had become noticeably more obedient over time. Meanwhile, Hulk's massive hands suddenly seized the abomination's arm. The abomination immediately felt an unstoppable force locking him in place. His arm was completely immobilized. He knew he had missed his chance. With a violent headbutt, Hulk sent the abomination tumbling to the ground. The arena erupted in cheers. "Hulk! Hulk!" The chants echoed through the entire pit. Hulk raised his arms triumphantly, relishing in the crowd's adoration. He liked this place. Moments later, the abomination regained consciousness and reached out a hand. Hulk grabbed it and pulled him up. "You beat me again," the abomination admitted. "You really are strong, Hulk. Unstoppable." Though they had once been mortal enemies, fighting for so long had made them grow closer. Quote, "Justice is not about being a hero, it's about doing what must be done." As Kino watched the robber, who had just arrived in hell only to be utterly annihilated, he raised an eyebrow. What a stroke of bad luck. It was a random selection, yet the guy ended up in the gladiator arena. After a brief moment of shock, the bystanders quickly refocused their attention on Kino's actions. They showed no concern for the robber's disappearance. Instead, they excitedly snapped photos. "Hello, can we have a chat?" Kino smiled at Barry. I'm going to be late for work. Maybe next time." Barry responded nervously, his eyes darting around as he desperately searched for an excuse to escape. "I advise you to think carefully." Venom reached out and grabbed Barry's shoulder, exerting a force that made it impossible for him to break free. "All right. I know a really good burger joint." Barry sighed in defeat, lamenting his misfortune. His body was already weak from a lack of calories, and now, facing two people who could match his speed, he had no chance of running away. He had no choice but to comply. Moreover, he felt heavier, more exhausted than before. Was it just his imagination? As Venom retracted its hand, Kino noticed that the core on his chest displayed the image of the Flash, with a faint electric current flickering around the symbol. Speed Force acquired. Kino's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Speed Force was arguably the easiest overpowered ability to obtain in the DC universe. Although Kino had acquired it, since Barry Allen was the source of the Speed Force, it wasn't infinite in the Marvel universe. He would have to return to the DC world to replenish it each time he used it up. But that wasn't a big issue. When they arrived at the burger joint Barry had mentioned, it was still empty at this hour. Kino generously offered to pay for everything. Barry didn't hesitate and ordered a mountain of burgers. Meanwhile, Venom casually ordered a chocolate sundae. As Barry devoured his meal, Kino took a bite of his own burger and nodded in approval. "It's quite good, juicy and flavorful." After consuming enough food to feed 5 people, Barry finally leaned back in his chair, patting his stomach with a satisfied sigh. Kino looked at Barry and teased, "So, Barry, are you feeling safer now? No more worries about running out of energy and being unable to move?" Barry scratched his head awkwardly. "How did you know?" Kino's smile deepened, his gaze turning reflective. "Because I've been in your situation before, being kept under the watchful eye of someone much stronger than me. Even if they had no malicious intent, it felt like I was a puppet, no longer in control of my own fate. It's not a pleasant feeling." Under the warm glow of the restaurant lights, Kino's face showed a hint of bitterness, a memory resurfacing in his mind. Venom rolled its eyes internally and muttered to itself, "Here we go again with Kino's dramatic monologues. I didn't mean to. It's just..." Barry stammered, feeling guilty even though he was technically the one being held captive. Kino felt a pang of conscience. Was it really okay to bully the future Justice League's innocent speedster like this? It's fine, Barry. It's human nature. I was just interested in your abilities and wanted to have a chat. Kino smiled sincerely. My abilities? Well, I got them on a rainy night. Trusting Kino's goodwill, Barry openly shared the story of how he gained his powers. Venom blinked in disbelief. This guy has zero sense of self-preservation. He just spilled all his secrets, weaknesses included. Kino and Barry continued their conversation, discussing names, power development, world affairs, and even their favorite cars. Barry, for the first time, felt truly comfortable. Someone could finally keep up with his speed, and he no longer had to hold back. His wariness completely faded. So, what exactly are your powers? Barry finally asked, his curiosity piqued as he glanced between Kino and Venom. Kino smiled and slowly extended his hand toward Venom. Venom understood immediately. It extended its own hand, interlocking its fingers with Kino's. Then, a fascinating transformation took place. Venom's body, as if possessing a will of its own, morphed into black organic tendrils, crawling up Kino's arm and spreading across his body. Oh my god. Barry jumped up from his seat, eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly shocked. But within moments, his astonishment turned to admiration as Kino's transformation completed, revealing a sleek, golden armor. Wow, that's insanely cool. Barry couldn't take his eyes off Kino's dazzling armored form. Then, something clicked in Barry's mind. Wait a second, does this mean your girlfriend isn't human? And what's that symbol on your chest? Kino chuckled. Venom isn't human. She's an alien symbiote. As for my powers, you should be able to recognize this emblem. An alien? But an alien girlfriend. Barry struggled to process Kino's unconventional taste. Kino smirked and draped an arm around Barry's shoulders. Venom can transform into any woman. No matter your taste, cute and innocent, seductive and alluring, or elegant and noble, she can become your dream girl. And best of all, she can stay 18 forever. Barry was struck by a metaphorical lightning bolt, his heart racing. After all, what man could resist the allure of an eternally youthful, shape-shifting girlfriend? He leaned toward Kino's chest and eagerly asked, Venom sis, do you have any sisters you can introduce to me? No, get lost. Venom snapped impatiently. It was used to people seeking out symbiotes for power, but this was the first time someone wanted one as a girlfriend. Oh, Barry's enthusiasm instantly deflated. Kino burst into laughter. Don't worry, Barry. If the chance arises, I'll help you find one. Thanks, Kino bro. Venom quietly settled back onto Kino's body. Though it could exist independently, as a symbiote, it felt most comfortable staying with Kino. Here, it found warmth, perfect synergy, and an unexplainable sense of belonging. Kino bro, are you from Superman's planet? Barry asked curiously. Ever since the Kryptonian invasion, the world had learned that Superman wasn't the only one of his kind. No, but I did get my abilities from Superman, Kino answered calmly. So, does that mean you'll become the new Superman? Barry's eyes shone with anticipation. No, I'm not a hero, and I have no intention of becoming Superman. Quote, power does not make a hero. Choices do. Barry asked in confusion. Why? With such an ability, shouldn't you be using it to save the world? Kino withdrew his gaze, looking at Barry before speaking slowly. Everyone has their own way of using power. I just want to live my life the way I choose and protect what I consider important. Barry nodded in half understanding, lost in thought. Besides, Barry, do you really think the existence of Superman is a good thing? Kino's words carried deep meaning, his eyes reflecting profound and complex emotions. Of course. Superman has saved the world twice and countless families along the way, Barry replied without hesitation. This was the belief held by most people in the world. But both of those world crises were directly related to Superman. And when he died, crime rates skyrocketed exponentially. Before his death, Superman did many good things fighting criminals, eliminating natural disasters. However, in doing so, he also diminished human potential and self-reliance. The collapse of police departments is the clearest example of this. Kino's tone was calm but carried a weight that made one reflect. From this perspective, Lex Luthor and Bruce Wayne were right to seek Superman's end. He had protected humanity too well. If one day he failed, human malice would overwhelm his kindness. No one can remain purely good forever. In the end, villains would continue pushing his limits until he became a ticking time bomb. Then, are we wrong in everything we do? Shouldn't our powers be used to help others? Barry felt a growing sense of confusion. Ever since he gained superpowers, he had believed it was his duty to help others and fight against evil. This sense of mission drove him to use his abilities to protect the city and its people. No, in the future, countless superpowered criminals will emerge. Heroes will be necessary, but there must be a balance between them and ordinary humans. Kino's expression was serious. Future threats, alien invasions, incursions from parallel universes would not be problems that ordinary people could solve. Then, what should I do? Barry looked at Kino, hoping to find answers. I don't know. I'm not a hero. You should just be thankful I'm not committing crimes, Kino answered irresponsibly, a mischievous smile on his face. Barry was speechless. After raising so many deep questions, Kino had no real answers himself. But in the future, you can ask someone else. He should know how to balance things with ordinary humans. Who? Barry's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Batman. Then I should go to Gotham and find him. Barry had heard of Gotham's Dark Knight. He will come to find you. Barry was skeptical but had no better option at the moment. He could only place his hope in this mysterious Batman. Kino looked up at the darkening sky and said, Barry, it's getting late. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving. Kino, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know, Barry said sincerely, his eyes filled with determination. Of course, I have something important to do, with Venom. Something only adults would understand. Kino smirked playfully, stabbing Barry right in the heart with his words. All right. Kino, will we meet again? Barry asked with slight disappointment but held on to hope. Of course, Flash. See you again. With that, Kino's figure moved slightly before shooting into the sky like a rocket, vanishing into the endless night. Goodbye, Kino. Goodbye, Venom, Barry murmured as he watched them disappear. Now I understand a little why you like that foolish boy. A whisper echoed through the night sky. This isn't foolishness. This is sincerity. Sincerity never goes out of style. It's just that some people don't deserve it. 5 days later. During this time, Kino and Venom traveled to various breathtaking locations for their honeymoon. They spent their days immersing themselves in the beauty of nature, while their nights were reserved for more private activities. Venom wholeheartedly fulfilled Kino's every desire. Though her face remained unchanged, her body could shift effortlessly. Sometimes, she appeared as a lively young girl, other times as a mature and enchanting woman. Each version carried its own unique charm. Her wardrobe was just as varied, ranging from elegant evening gowns to cute skirts and a variety of swimsuits that dazzled the eye. Kino couldn't help but sigh. The smartest decision of my life was stealing Venom. His face was filled with satisfaction and happiness, his eyes full of affection for Venom. Even if you say that, I have no more rewards to give you. Your existence is the greatest reward for me. If you had this kind of sweet talk in your past life, you wouldn't have stayed single for so long. That's because I hadn't met you yet. Kino soared through the sky in his hoodie, flirting with Venom. Gotham, Wayne Manor. Kino landed at the front door, standing tall as he reached out to press the doorbell. Previously, he had always stormed into the manor aggressively, but this time, he was here as a proper guest. Ding dong. Good morning, Mr. Kino. Alfred opened the door quickly, but his expression was complicated. Good morning, Butler Alfred. Kino greeted him with a smile but quickly noticed Alfred looking at him with a strange, almost resentful gaze. Butler Alfred, I admit I was a bit rude before when I barged in, but I'm not here to cause trouble this time. You don't need to look at me like that, Kino said, confused. No, I'm just surprised you came so early. Alfred sighed helplessly before turning to lead the way. His steps were steady but carried a sense of urgency, as if he wanted to finish his task as soon as possible. Isn't it good to be early? As a butler, shouldn't you be punctual? Kino asked. He remembered that once, when Bruce had partied too hard and overslept, Alfred had simply thrown his breakfast away. This time, I would have preferred you to be late. In fact, I wouldn't have minded if you postponed your visit for a few days. Alfred's voice carried a trace of helplessness and reluctance. Alfred led Kino to a room. We're here. Master Wayne is inside. Kino was filled with curiosity, not understanding the situation. But as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he quickly slammed it shut again. What's wrong, Mr. Kino? I think I might be hallucinating. Quote, sincerity is the key to trust, but only those who value it can truly unlock its power. Please support me if you can. Kino pushed the door open once again, and the scene before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. It was a spacious kitchen, and Bruce Wayne stood at the stove, wearing a neatly pressed suit and an apron, skillfully preparing breakfast. You're here. Do you want some breakfast? Bruce asked calmly and naturally, without turning his head. Yes, I'll have some. Thanks. Kino composed himself and walked over to sit at the dining table, but his gaze remained fixed on Bruce's busy figure. Watching Bruce's faint smile at the corner of his lips, Kino felt a moment of surreal disbelief. Did I travel to another parallel universe? Kino murmured to himself, his face full of disbelief. Clearly not Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Kino rubbed his eyes, confirming once again that what he saw was real and not an illusion. He could never have imagined that Gotham's Dark Knight, the legendary Batman, Bruce Wayne, would have such a domestic side. Bruce soon placed a meticulously prepared Western-style breakfast in front of him. The sandwiches were arranged neatly, and the egg yolk of the fried eggs glowed with a perfectly enticing color. As Kino took a bite, satisfaction appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but praise, impressive, Bruce. You actually have these skills. I studied culinary arts at Le Cordon Bleu. It's a world-renowned culinary institution. You are the third person to taste my cooking. Bruce spoke without looking back, his hands still busy tidying up the kitchen. Who were the first and second? Kino asked curiously, still chewing his food. Alfred and my daughter, Damien. Bruce's voice was steady and calm. Oh, daughter. Kino was so shocked that he nearly choked on his food. His eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Alfred walked in, bringing Damien along. Dressed in a casual suit, the small figure now carried a livelier aura, far removed from the cold and distant demeanor she initially had. Seeing Kino, Damien walked directly over and sat beside him. You delivered me, yet you didn't even bother to check. Bruce, still focused on preparing breakfast, placed a plate of food in front of Damien, thoughtfully including a glass of milk. How was I supposed to check? Strip her down? If Talia had even left her with long hair, I would have noticed something. Kino sighed helplessly, recalling how Damien had charged at him shirtless when they first met. Who would have thought it was a little girl? That's not how it was written in the comics. Mother said long hair was inconvenient for assassination missions. Damien spoke expressionlessly, her young face carrying a maturity and coldness that didn't match her age. The adults in the room all stiffened upon hearing that. Their expressions darkened as they exchanged glances. Kino shook his head and continued eating. It wasn't his child, so whether it was a boy or a girl didn't matter to him. I need your help with something. Bruce removed his apron and sat across from Kino, his expression serious. What is it? Just say it. Kino replied casually. I want you to be Damien's godfather and take her with you. Kino's hands froze, and the kitchen fell into silence, the only sound being Damien's utensils lightly clinking against her plate. Too much trouble. I refuse, Kino stated without hesitation. Take a look at this first. Bruce took a folder from Alfred and handed it to him. Kino opened it and found a document, a medical formula. It was a healing serum. While he couldn't understand most of the technical jargon, the summary at the bottom explained everything. It removes the insanity effect of the Lazarus pit while retaining its healing properties, though not as potent as the original. It can heal most injuries except those to vital areas. This was part of our previous deal, Kino noted. Look further down, Bruce prompted. Kino flipped the page, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a bold title. Wayne Enterprises 20% stock transfer agreement. Wayne Enterprises was a business giant, not only in Gotham but also globally, with extensive and deep-rooted influence. Owning 20% of its shares was a massive fortune. Kino's lips twitched. This felt eerily familiar. Why do you billionaire geniuses always like giving away stocks? You mean Tony Stark, Iron Man? Bruce raised an eyebrow. He had read some Marvel comics recently. Yes. I already have this serum and 20% of Stark Industries shares. Plus, I've taken control of the League of Assassins. I don't lack money. Kino folded his arms, looking indifferent. It's not about money. With Wayne Enterprises technology and resources, we can set up production lines for advanced weapons and medical laboratories. As long as you provide the blueprints and formulas, we can manufacture anything in the shortest time possible. Bruce's tone was sincere. Damien continued eating her breakfast silently, as if none of this concerned her. She didn't seem to care that she was being treated like a product up for negotiation. We agree. Before Kino could respond, Venom appeared in its humanoid form, picked up Damien, and rubbed against her affectionately. A soft, fragrant human child. Venom exclaimed excitedly. Damien stiffened and cast a pleading look at Bruce. Bruce simply observed Venom for a moment before choosing not to interfere. Alfred's expression was complicated, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Seeing this, Damien lowered her head, her small fists clenched tightly to hide the disappointment in her eyes. Fine, I'll agree. Kino finally relented. It was rare for Venom to show such an intense liking for anything. Bruce nodded at his response and then turned to Alfred. Alfred, please help them pack. Alfred acknowledged the command and led Venom and Damien out of the room. As their figures disappeared, the room fell into silence. You should know that the Marvel Universe isn't exactly safe. Why do you want me to take your child there? Kino frowned, looking at Bruce with confusion. Bruce remained calm as he answered, yet you still chose the Marvel Universe over the DC Universe. His words made Kino pause. That means the DC Universe is even more dangerous than the Marvel Universe. Or, you believe that no matter what crisis arises in the Marvel Universe, you can survive. Kino remained silent for a moment. Indeed, whether it was the Hell Bracelet serving as a refuge or Lucifer from the Marvel Universe as his trump card, he always had a way to stay alive. You're right. In the Marvel Universe, no matter what happens, I may not be able to save the world, but I can keep myself and those around me alive. That's enough. I just want her to live an ordinary, carefree life. Quote. Sometimes, protecting someone means letting them go where they can be free. Outside Wayne Manor, Damien stood quietly beside Venom, her small frame appearing stiff. In a short span of time, she had been abandoned by both of her biological parents. The fact that she neither cried nor threw a tantrum was a testament to a strength far beyond that of a child her age. Her little face was tense, her eyes filled with both stubbornness and confusion, as if she was desperately suppressing the emotions within her. She stood like a small, silent statue so still that it was heartbreaking. Alfred's eyes reddened as he gazed at Damien, his heart heavy with sorrow. Behind him, the towering Wayne Manor stood solemnly, its ancient walls seeming to sigh in lament at the impending farewell. Having served the Wayne family for decades, Alfred had come to see Bruce as his own son. And now, after finally having a granddaughter, she was to be sent away at such a young age. Bruce clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. To say he didn't care for his daughter would be a lie. In the past 5 days, Batman had not once donned his cowl. Aside from the first 2 days spent buried in his work on the serum formula, the rest of his time had been dedicated to Damien. However, Gotham was a dark and decayed city, a place filled with danger and chaos entirely unsuitable for a child's growth. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Kino had sent 10 shipping containers to hell and couldn't help but marvel at Bruce's meticulous planning. Every aspect of Damien's future had been accounted for, from transportation to even the smallest accessories. Nothing was overlooked. Looking at Bruce's awkward expression, Kino chuckled. Bruce, why do you look like that? Do you think I won't bring your daughter back someday? Bruce frowned, his expression filled with doubt. You can travel between worlds that easily. Kino shrugged. As easy as taking a few steps. Bruce was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. He had prepared himself for a lifetime of separation, even instructing Alfred to be cold toward Damien, severing emotional ties to prevent her from longing for them or resenting Kino. But Alfred ignored his orders. Taking a few steps forward, he knelt in front of Damien and spoke gently. Miss Damien, when you get there, be good and listen. Don't be mischievous. If you're ever wronged, be sure to tell Mr. Kino. Remember to eat on time, get plenty of rest, and wear warm clothes when it's cold. Don't catch a cold. And don't neglect your studies. Even if your environment changes, knowledge is the most valuable treasure. Also, don't shoulder everything on your own. If you face difficulties, seek help. People will like you. Damien looked at Alfred, confusion in her eyes. She hadn't had to train these past few days, nor had she been injured. She didn't have to drink those awful nutrient concoctions anymore, and she could even eat sweet little cakes every day. Her father, though cold on the surface, read her bedtime stories every night and took her out during the day. Why are you abandoning me? Is it because I'm too weak? Damien's voice trembled. Was that why mother abandoned me too? Her small fists clenched tightly, her eyes welling up with tears as she fought to keep them from falling. Miss Damien. Alfred's tears slipped down his wrinkled face. Bruce froze, his lips trembling as he tried to speak, but no words came out. Kino sighed and nudged Bruce forward. I'm only responsible for looking after her. Don't expect me to give her fatherly love, I'm still just a kid myself. Bruce took a deep breath and knelt down, meeting Damien's eyes. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Damien, it's not because you're weak, and I'm not abandoning you. I love you very much. But this world is full of danger, and I can't always protect you. By entrusting you to Uncle Kino, I'm ensuring that you grow up in a safer place, away from the darkness and conflicts here. I'll always think of you. When things are better, I'll come for you. Kino, seeing the moment unfold, quickly took out his phone and recorded it, his face carrying a mischievous grin. This is one of Batman's rare vulnerable moments. I have to save this for the memories. Venom rolled its eyes and returned to Kino's body. The human child was hers now, there was no need to rush. Father. Damien was momentarily stunned by Bruce's words before she reached out and wrapped her arms around him, burying her small head in his chest. Once Damien had calmed down, Kino spoke. All right, let's go. He picked up Damien and held her in the crook of his arm. Bruce fixed Kino with a piercing gaze. Kino, who is the enemy? Kino narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you want to know? The truth might leave you in despair. Bruce was silent for a moment before speaking with unwavering determination. I am Batman. Kino sighed, pulling out a mind ring. Then drop your resistance. This isn't something I can say outright. Bruce immediately recognized it as the ring that had controlled him last time. A trace of caution flickered in his eyes, but he still allowed his mind to relax. In an instant, an overwhelming flood of information surged into Bruce's consciousness. Visions of the Dark Knights, the mysterious and powerful X-Metal, the hidden court of owls lurking in the shadows, and at the root of Gotham's evil Barbados. Kino had transmitted the entire Dark Knights Metal event directly into Bruce's mind. It took Bruce a long moment before he slowly opened his eyes, his face pale. He took the handkerchief Alfred handed him and wiped the blood trickling from his nose. So this is my enemy. How do you feel? Kino asked. Bruce's gaze burned with fury. I want to kill him. Kino smirked. A word of advice: treat this information as intelligence, not as an inevitable future. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Bruce nodded. I know. Well, you're Batman, after all. See you? As Kino ascended into the sky, Bruce watched him disappear before turning away, his mind still processing everything. Back in the Batcave, he sat at his desk, surrounded by files and equipment. Opening his computer, he began to draft a series of plans. Justice League Contingency Plan. His fingers typed swiftly, adding new details to the document. Court of Owls Dismantling Plan. Every word was laced with cold precision. Anti-Batman Plan. A countermeasure for the Dark Knights. And Anti-Kino Plan. Recalling Kino's ability to replicate powers, Bruce's expression darkened with determination. In the dim light of the Batcave, his shadow stretched against the walls, a massive, looming bat, ready to strike. Quote, the greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, it is the illusion of knowledge. Stephen Hawking. High in the sky, Damien looked down cautiously, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. What's wrong, Damien? Kino asked, noticing her tense expression. For the past few days, I've felt like someone was watching me from behind, Damien replied. Having inherited Bruce's talents and undergone a year of brutal training, underestimating her would be a mistake. That would be Talia. She's been lingering around Wayne Manor the whole time, Kino said casually. He truly couldn't understand that woman. She claimed to love her child, yet she had no qualms about using her as leverage. If she didn't love Damien, why did she keep following her like this? So, Mother didn't abandon me, Damien said with a small smile. Godfather, where are we going next? She asked, her spirits restored now that she knew neither of her parents had truly abandoned her. We are going to find Ra's al Ghul, your grandfather. He is the most valuable asset I have gained in this world, Kino said with a smirk. Managing a company, training an armed force, and building an organization would all require Ra's al Ghul's expertise. Godfather, can I become stronger? Damien asked, her eyes filled with longing. Still thinking about that? Didn't Bruce already explain everything to you? Kino chuckled. Damien shook her head. Father is facing a powerful enemy. I want to help him. Kino looked at her determined expression and sighed. A daughter truly was more considerate than a son. The male version of Damien had stabbed his father in the back more times than he could count. Of course. One thing is certain, you'll be stronger than your father. But first, you must grow up happy and healthy. Only then will you be able to help him, Kino said with a gentle smile. I will train every day, drink milk, and study hard, Damien declared, her childish voice echoing through the sky. Such a good girl, Kino murmured with affection in his eyes. She is, isn't she? Then we should have a daughter too. Sure, and maybe a son as well, so we can steal 2 rich heiresses. Agreed. Let's have 2. When they arrived at the snowy mountain where the League of Assassins was stationed, a massive army of assassins awaited them. They stood in formation, as countless as a swarm of black ants. Venom swiftly formed Kino's Superman battlesuit, enhancing his imposing presence. Kino descended slowly from the sky, his golden cape billowing in the wind. The armor he wore gleamed under the sunlight, radiating an aura of indomitable might. Greetings, Master. Ra's al Ghul knelt on one knee, his voice resolute and filled with reverence. Behind him, the assassins followed suit, bowing in unison. Greetings, Leader. Their voices roared like a tidal wave, shaking the snow-covered ground and causing loose ice to fall from the cliffs. Seated in Kino's arm, Damien's eyes widened in shock at the overwhelming sight before her. An army of assassins knelt in perfect formation, their imposing aura making her small heart pound rapidly. Her tiny mouth fell open in awe at the grand spectacle. Rise, Kino commanded, breaking Damien's daze. Ra's al Ghul, report the situation. All combat personnel of the League of Assassins are assembled. We have sufficient resources to sustain our operations for the next 100 years. Some of our commercial and undercover operatives have been recalled, while the rest remain embedded as per your previous orders, Ra's al Ghul reported respectfully. Let's move, Kino declared. With that, he opened a massive portal and stepped forward. Behind him, Ra's al Ghul led the League members and their supplies, moving like a surging tide. Damien, still nestled in Kino's arm, swayed slightly with his movements. Suddenly, darkness engulfed Damien's vision. When she could see again, an entirely unfamiliar and eerie world unfolded before her. Towering flames blazed furiously, thick black smoke filled the air, and the bizarre landscape exuded an oppressive atmosphere. Damien gasped, her breath catching in her throat. Godfather, where are we? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. I forgot to mention it, my name is Kino, and my profession is the Demon King of Hell. His voice rang clearly through the chaos. At that moment, behind Kino, a massive volcano erupted. Lava surged upward like a monstrous dragon, scorching the sky. A Demon King was never a benevolent figure, no matter which world he resided in. Damien's face turned pale with fear, but after biting her lip, she slowly regained her composure and began curiously observing the strange new world. Damien, aren't you scared? I am a Demon King, Kino teased with amusement. At first, I was a little scared, but you're my godfather. Though her voice still carried a slight tremor, her gaze was unwavering. Kino blinked in surprise before smiling in satisfaction. He reached out and ruffled Damien's hair affectionately. Behind them, the assassins were visibly shaken. Many had fearful expressions and whispered among themselves. However, under Ra's al Ghul's stern command, they quickly composed themselves, though traces of unease remained in their eyes. Soon, shadows descended from the sky, stirring up gusts of wind and kicking up clouds of dust. Greetings, young master. The newcomers were she, the Hulk, and Abomination. They knelt on one knee, their voices thunderous. Greetings, your majesty. The demons behind them chorused, their monstrous forms twisted and terrifying, some with sharp fangs, others with massive wings. Kino introduced them without hesitation. This is Ra's al Ghul. He will be the leader of the assassin division and oversee matters in the human world. He has led the League for 700 years, learn from him. Then he turned to Ra's al Ghul. This is she, the commander of the demons. You may consult her to understand their abilities. Through contracts, you can even gain access to demonic powers. Understood, both she and Ra's al Ghul responded in unison. Kino then turned his attention to the Hulk and Abomination, both of whom were covered in dust from their recent sparring session. You two have been having fun, haven't you? Kino said with a smirk. Hee, Hulk likes it here. Hulk grinned, his large teeth gleaming as he chuckled foolishly. Abomination suddenly noticed Damien and smirked. Young master, is that your daughter? She, curious but refraining from asking, perked up upon hearing the question. Damien, feeling Abomination's intense gaze, shrank slightly behind Kino, peeking out cautiously at the two towering figures. No, she's my goddaughter, Kino corrected, patting Damien's head. Realizing how intimidating he looked, Abomination reverted to his human form, wearing a specially designed battlesuit that stretched to accommodate his transformations. With a slightly awkward expression, Blinsky pulled out a black pendant from his pocket and handed it to Damien. This is a gift from Uncle Blinsky. Damien glanced at Kino, who nodded. She then accepted the pendant and politely said, Thank you, Uncle Blinsky. Hulk, seeing this, wanted to do the same, but upon glancing down at his only piece of clothing, a pair of tattered shorts, he scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at a nearby demon's red wings. Quote, Strength is not just power, it is also the will to protect those you love. Roar. The bird-shaped demon let out a painful cry and turned its head viciously, wanting to see which reckless fool dared to make a move in the presence of the Emperor. However, upon seeing Hulk, its angry gaze instantly cleared, and it silently turned back. Too strong. Not worth fighting. Hulk, gift. Hulk grinned and handed over a handful of feathers. Thank you, Uncle Hulk. Damien quietly accepted the feathers, gripping them tightly in his small hands, his expression somewhat complex. Chino couldn't help but chuckle. He's not your uncle. Hulk is about your age. You should call him brother. Blinsky also nodded in agreement. Hulk, brother. Damien's mouth hung open as he stared at Hulk's massive body in disbelief, wondering, what does he eat to grow this big? Hearing Damien's new way of addressing him, Hulk happily pounded his chest, making a deep boom boom sound. At that moment, she also approached, holding a gemstone the size of a fist in her hands. This is Aunt Shi's gift. She smiled as she handed the gemstone to Damien. Damien looked at the woman, who was only a head taller than him. Thank you, Aunt Shi. He sweetly accepted the gemstone, carefully cradling it in his hands. She nodded in satisfaction and gently patted Damien's head. After giving some important instructions to Shi and the others, Chino's figure flickered, and he returned to the Marvel world. He appeared inside a manor, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by an intense shade of green. The walls were covered in vines of various shapes, intertwining with vibrant plants and dazzling flowers. Chino even noticed a fruit-bearing tree growing from the ceiling. If not for the familiar dining table, he might have thought he had arrived at the wrong place. Godfather, are we going to live in a forest from now on? Damien asked curiously, hugging his pile of gifts. Her small body was almost completely hidden behind the gifts, with only her eyes peeking out as she spoke in a muffled voice. No, Pamela, I'm back. Chino called out. This was clearly Pamela's handiwork. As if responding to his words, the surrounding plants seemed to sense something and slowly began to fade away. The vines receded like a tide, the flowers withered and fell in an instant, and the forest-like scenery swiftly returned to the manor's original appearance. Damien poked her head out from the pile of gifts, watching this miraculous transformation with wide-eyed wonder. Pamela appeared at the doorway, wearing a green dress that made her look like a springtime spirit. Her face was filled with joy and excitement as she rushed forward eagerly. My love, I missed you so much. Pamela embraced Chino tightly, as if trying to merge herself into his body. I missed you too, Pamela. But tell me, why did you turn the manor into this? The plants told me that danger was approaching, so I summoned them to protect the estate. Danger? That was my mistake this time. I should have been more careful. Chino's eyes flashed coldly. He had already displayed his power, yet some people still refused to behave. It's fine, my love. But this little one. Pamela finally noticed the small figure beside them. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly pushed Chino aside and approached Damien. Is this the child Venom promised me? So soon? Her eyes look like mine, and her hair looks like yours. Pamela spoke excitedly, her smile blooming like a flower. Damien, now in Pamela's embrace, felt the warmth of her hold. Unlike Venom, who looked at her like a toy, this woman's gaze was filled with pure adoration, as if she was the most precious thing in the world. Seeing Pamela's reaction, Chino felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't realized how deeply she longed for a child. At that moment, Venom emerged and said bluntly, Pamela, this is Batman's child. Our child hasn't even been conceived yet. Pamela looked at Chino in confusion. My love, why did you bring Batman's child here? Batman's world isn't safe. He entrusted her to me. I'm her godfather now, Chino quickly explained. Pamela's eyes darkened slightly, a flicker of disappointment flashing across them. However, she still looked at Damien gently. Child, what is your name? Pamela asked with boundless warmth. Damien Wayne, she answered obediently, feeling comforted by Pamela's kindness. Pamela smiled and said, my name is Pamela. You can also call me Pamela Mama. Her voice was as soft as the wind, and her expectant gaze could melt the coldest heart. Damien hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Pamela Mama. Such a good child. Pamela's face lit up with a radiant smile. She bent down and planted a gentle kiss on Damien's cheek. Venom suddenly rushed forward eagerly. Damien, call me Venom Mama. Venom Mama, Damien obediently responded. Watching this harmonious scene, Chino couldn't help but smile. He stepped out of the room just as Frank and Banner arrived. Frank moved with steady, powerful strides, his face as serious as ever. However, a fleeting softness appeared in his gaze. Welcome back, young master. Young master, you're finally back. I'm about to collapse. Frank is inhuman. He sleeps only 3 hours a day and still drags me along. Banner groaned. His exhaustion was visible in his dark circles. Ever since Frank had taken him along to handle various matters, he hadn't even had enough time to sleep. He wanted to request a break, but seeing how Frank worked even harder, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Every day, he teetered on the brink of collapse. Without Hulk, he was just an ordinary human, not like Frank, who could survive 5 days without sleep. Chino chuckled at Banner's misery. Banner, you've worked hard. Get some rest. I found someone to help us. Both Banner and Frank breathed a sigh of relief. One was a scientist without superhuman endurance. The other could kill and train soldiers effortlessly but struggled with managing a company, conducting interviews, and analyzing complex financial reports. That's why he had dragged Banner into this mess. Young master, who is it? Banner eagerly asked. Chino raised his hand and waved lightly in the air. A portal appeared before them. Raz Al Ghul, come out. From the glowing portal, a figure emerged, his steps steady and composed. Raz Al Ghul's expression was serious and respectful, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Chino. Young master. Quote of the chapter, true strength is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall.